Go
Easy.
believe
You don't have to
whatever you
believe
want.
anything.
You can choose
Yeah,
to
why
accept
are you-
something
why
to
are
be
you
true
in here in the
without
first
evidence, if you want.
Yeah, if it's so you're so agnostic, why are you in here in the first place?
Because I want to believe in the flat Earth.
Why?
Why?
I don't know. Just as you guys believe it, so maybe
Nobody else believes it.
No, we
You
don't.
would be the only one.
Believe it.
So we don't.
No, wait.
Do you
Did
think
you
it's cool or something?
All the
Did
cool
you
kids are
try
doing
the
it.
globe? Wait. Why aren't you global? Did you try the globe? And just tell me, because I assume that you are a grown-ass person, so you are not just a kid. Oh,
I'm 15 from Mumbai,
you
Delhi,
heard?
India.
No, wait. You heard about the globe. Why aren't you a glober first?
Because the Earth is flat. Like I'm standing on a flat
You're
surface.
capping,
Oh, there you
bro.
go.
Welcome to flat Earth. So why
There you
are
go.
you asking
Stop
about
asking
the
those
flat
questions.
Earth if you know that it is flat?
There you go.
What?
Because I don't know if the whole Earth
You
is
just
flat or
you
not.
just cornered
Like
yourself.
I just know I'm standing on a flat
Oh,
Earth.
just your area is flat,
Thank
right?
you. We too.
Yeah, just my area is flat. That's all I know. I don't know if the whole Earth is flat or not.
Oh,
Just know
just your area is flat,
Just,
and the
it's
other
just-
area,
I'll concede that. Yeah, I don't mind conceding that.
the other area.
The water somewhere else might
So
be
you
different.
never moved from your house ever. So the area around your house is flat. 3.6
sure.
kilometers or miles in front of you, so the limit of your vision, or 10 miles in front of you, that radius, you never moved from that. So that radius for you is flat, but because you never moved even an inch, the other radius next to you, you don't know if it is flat too.
Killer combo.
Listen, is what I'm asking.
Combo.
Is it not a valid question? Like, where does it end? Like, I get
We
your
don't
point,
know.
man.
You don't
Alright,
even care where
let's
your
blame it.
worldview
We
ends.
don't know.
Let us welcome you to the flat earth first, and then we can discover if there is an end or not. Because we
Exactly.
don't know too. We are just like you. Flat
Does it
earthers,
matter?
the surface
doesn't
is not
matter.
curving.
We just stick to the facts,
Yeah.
and you want to go beyond that and act like we have some sort of position that we don't hold.
Don't know, don't care. How's that?
We don't care, and they don't care either. That's the one thing I want to highlight the most.
That's right. It's a double standard. Exactly.
It's a
Stevie.
weird double standard because they have a big worldview where their edge is a mystery. They don't know where it is, but they're like, I need to know where yours is. No, you don't.
So
No,
some
it's not
applause
the
to
same. Like, so
some applause.
do you guys,
Wait,
do you guys,
Castle.
wait,
I
can I
just want.
ask something? Can I just ask something, please?
I
What was that?
So
I just.
can I just please ask something? Do you guys think there's like so in your worldview, yeah, let's say the ocean. Like, you think the ocean just keeps on going?
We don't
No.
know.
No?
We
I
don't
mean
know.
that's a more fair view. Like I could buy into that. If anything, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what you think. Yeah, you guys even don't
That's
know
not
what it's like.
inherent, though.
But the
How
ocean doesn't
how
keep
would-
going. We always end up somewhere.
Yeah, end up where? Yeah, that's the
We're
question.
always fucking going somewhere or following things that are going circular paths or circular coordinates like east and west.
Wait, circular.
Water requires a
Those aren't
container
circle.
also. Liquids require a container. So there's going to be a shore for any body of water.
Yeah, just like you know that there is some sort of barrier to hold in the gas pressure. You also know that there's some sort of barrier that holds the ocean. So there must be a bottom of the ocean.
There's a barrier.
You can't reach
Yes.
the bottom of the ocean, but you know that there is one. You're not going to be able to say, "Oh, actually, the bottom of the ocean is doesn't exist," and it's
Another
just
outer
going
space.
on
Oh my God.
forever
You just
and
mentioned
ever and ever.
just a container.
Yeah.
There's a container for the ocean. You know
Containers
that.
have edges.
There's also a container for gas pressure. Same difference.
Mhm.
There's a barrier.
Where is this container?
The
Where's that?
earth under the water would be your container that you're asking for the ocean.
Where's the one for the air? Where's the one for the air?
It's
in the
somewhere.
sky.
It's
And here
somewhere.
we go.
It is.
It has
Another
to
double
be because
standard.
there's gas pressure. That's the confounding variable there. You've got
What
gas
do you
pressure.
What do you mean a container for gas? I don't
You
know. What
need
you're
a
talking about.
someone
container
else
for
at the
gas
moment, Rob.
pressure.
Take a
That's
seat.
what.
Mute up.
Yeah. I mean, you can have a globe, for example, with air on it, and then it's just
No,
stuffed to the
no, no,
brim.
That's
no,
not
no,
a
no,
container,
no,
no.
no. You can have a globe like a ball with
Yeah.
air, but hold on, with air in it. So the ball contains the gas, and because the ball's there, it will keep the gas there. If you put the
Mhm.
gas on the outside of the ball, the gas will disperse
Why do you think so?
because that's entropy.
That's
It's a law
the
of
second law
nature.
of thermodynamics. Duh.
All right.
Well,
There's nothing to do
no.
with
If you have gravity, that doesn't make any
No,
sense.
no.
You don't have that.
God, here we go. You misunderstand what is being said to you. So it's a law of
If you have
nature.
a box,
My friend,
if you have,
my friend. Thanks.
okay.
This is a law of nature. That means it happens always. If it doesn't happen this way, that's a violation. You're claiming it doesn't happen this way, but that's a violation.
I
You're
don't
going to
think
need.
entropy has anything to do with it.
Sorry, it has
What?
everything to. Sorry, it has everything to do with it. Gas
I don't think so.
expansion. Sorry, excuse me. Gas expansion into a space is entropy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But if the gravity is overcoming the expansion of that gas,
Again,
is it like
over
having a box?
again,
Hello?
a box, a container.
Okay. Yeah, this is like having a box just with an open top. You're still getting pressure on the bottom and the sides.
That's not what a
I
globe
know it
is.
has
What
an open
happens?
top.
Excuse me. What happens if I've got a container of gas and outside the container there's a vacuum, and then I open the box? What happens to the gas inside the box?
on Earth.
Well, it's
No,
going to go out. Yeah,
every-
there's a pressure differential, so it's going to escape into the vacuum.
You don't
Okay.
have another
So
example of.
that is thanks. So that is the simplest description of entropy. Gas fills space. You understand the reason why the gas stayed in that volume, height, width, length, was because of the container around that volume, the height, width, length. You
Not
understand
necessarily.
the consequent. Hold on. You understand the consequent of containing that gas is the gas is under pressure. These are simple laws of nature that we work with all of the time. Now, the question is, the question is, being as this is a law of nature that works all of the time, the reverse doesn't happen. How do you have gas pressure? How do you keep a gas in a defined volume without a container?
Well, because the gas can be under acceleration and buoyancy would keep it in the container.
In the container, no, there's no container.
But
What
there is a
happens to the gas? What happens to the gas? We did this earlier when we opened the box. What happened to the high pressure inside the box when it was open to a vacuum?
If it's under an acceleration, it could actually stay in the box.
Under an acceleration. We don't observe this under an acceleration. Sorry.
Yeah,
we
that's
don't
what
observe
gravity
this.
is.
No. Sorry. Again. We don't observe this acceleration. Gas
You don't observe gravity?
expands. Excuse me. No. Gas expands, the second law of thermodynamics. When you say it doesn't, that's a violation of that law. The fact that you say that it doesn't means that we would see it. We don't see it. That's why the law exists. You're making a claim outside the law.
We see if you have gas, it has pressure. That's why we have air pressure at let's say sea level.
Of pressure. What's the definition of pressure? It has pressure, you said. What's the definition of pressure?
I don't have it on me. Maybe we can have an operating one.
It's okay. I'll tell you. I would have hoped you would have understood what it was, being is what we're talking about. It's the force
but
of the gas.
I don't want to, just make one up.
It's okay. It's the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Remember the container of gas that we had there, and the consequent of containment was it was under pressure. Yeah, that's because it was contained.
I don't think it has to be in a container.
Yeah, it does. It's PV equals NIT. P stands for pressure, and it's solved by force over area. The area you get from the volume, described in feet or meters, and as a physical boundary for the F, the force, the gas to press against.
I'm looking at the definition. It's the force exerted on or against an object by something in contact with it. Acceleration would cause a force. Or
No,
excuse
no,
me,
no,
force exerted. Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Do you remember the bit where it said something? No. Do you remember the bit where it said something solid has to press against something? You know why it's called pressure?
It doesn't have
Because
to
it
be
needs to
solid. It can be a liquid or a gas.
Okay, but I'll go with it has to be a solid, and I'll go with it has to be a
It's not
liquid.
true,
But
though.
what you just said it was. You said you
It
go
can
with
be a
solid.
solid, liquid, or a gas.
Yeah, the gas is going to press against itself, but it's not going to contain itself. Gas expansion, right?
Well, I mean, if you're on the surface of a globe, then it's going to contain itself because it's going to be pressing against itself.
No. Remember that the way that you contain gas with a globe is by putting the gas inside the globe. When the gas
No,
is
you could put it on the surface as long as there's their acceleration through gravity.
okay, but there isn't because the second it's like I'm repeating myself, but it's not quite getting in. It doesn't
I
because
don't think
the
you understand what
law of
gravity is.
thermodynamics is a law of nature.
Okay, I know what entropy is. I don't think entropy has anything to do with it here. Like I said,
It's gas expansion.
I
Into
understand there's
space.
gas expansion, but there's
Yes.
acceleration which keeps it contained on the surface.
You keep talking about this acceleration, right? Which
You don't believe in
direction?
gravity?
Sorry, which direction is gravity? What vector does it have?
Towards the center of mass.
Okay, so downwards relative to the observer.
Depends the orientation of the observer.
Depends.
The fuck?
Yes. It depends
Now
on the
it's
orientation of the
now
observer.
it's
The
wiggle
Like the
for
diaper?
some
center of
Like the
mass
diaper?
can be relative to
diaper?
the observer.
Like a
Wait,
like a
wiggling. So downwards towards the centre of mass.
Yeah, if you're standing up straight on the surface, yes, it would be downward.
Good. Yeah, we're going to stand up straight, not going to lie on a sofa. But you can lie on your sofa, but you know what
Why not?
fucking down is.
Yeah.
Good. It's fine. We know what down is. Which
I'll make sure.
directions? Okay. Which direction does gas go? You drop a rock, it goes down. Which direction does gas go?
It'd go down into the sides. Depends actually
Go.
on the density of the gas. So actually, it can go up. I mean, you can see helium, for example.
It's going to depend on the temperature. It's going to depend on the density. But when it's produced on and within the surface of the Earth, it's going to go up.
Mhm. No,
So
it would
gas
go
goes
down into
up.
the
In actual
sides.
fact, in actual fact, let's get this right.
Mhm.
It has infinite degrees of freedom. Unlike a rock, doesn't have infinite degrees of freedom. It's just got fucking one. It'll go down when you drop it. Gas, though, it goes omnidirectional in all directions.
Not
That's
if
the
there's
thing
an
about gas, is
acceleration.
it's
No.
power. You keep saying if there was an acceleration.
Yeah.
There isn't an acceleration because gas expands to fill volumes.
But acceleration can overcome that.
Can it show it?
Yeah, sure. If you have a dense gas and you put it in a box, it's going to sit in the box even
That's-
though the hold on, even though the top of the box is off. It'll just sit in there.
Okay.
No,
So what are you
no,
going to
it
be able
won't.
to?
Sorry, it won't
Just like
sit in
cold
there.
air will
It
sit
will.
at the bottom
No,
of a
it
box.
won't. It will disperse over time.
No, it will not. No,
It won't
Yes, it
just
will.
sit
it'll
in
sit in
there.
the box. It'll sit in the box.
It will. The temperatures that are different will equalize, right?
Doesn't matter. The gas can be
Thermodynamics.
denser than air.
You mean it fucking doesn't matter?
It doesn't.
Of course
Because
it
if you have
matters.
a
It's the
gas
very
that's
thing that we're
denser
talking
than
about.
air, it's going to sit in the box.
It's going to sit in the box.
Yeah, it won't go up
What
and out.
happens if I remove? What happens if I remove the box?
And then it's going to spread out evenly along the surface of the Earth.
Boom.
Yeah, it's going to disperse into the surrounding gas.
Yes, down into the
Isn't it?
sides, not up.
It's going to go up. It goes in all
No,
directions.
it won't go up because
Yeah.
it's denser.
Yeah, it will disperse over time. Eventually,
Denial.
5 hours later.
It won't go up
It's just
though.
fucking
You
weird.
could just do this yourself
Sorry,
if you
what
want.
time frame? What time frame are you talking about? It won't go up.
I don't know,
You
like
now
a
understand the whole
minute, an
life
hour, a
cycle.
day.
A week, a year, something else will happen
Yeah.
to it. Yeah.
Unless something
Yeah,
else
yeah.
acts on it, it's not
Yeah,
going to leave the box.
Yeah. Notice the only thing that we've been allowed to do here is vary and manipulate, I don't know, temperature and density. right?
Yeah, the
That's going to
density of a
change the
gas.
pressure.
Yeah.
Pressure is defined by force over area. That's
No, we're not
not
talking about
you
pressure.
proving, sorry, that's not you proving gravity, dude.
But we're not
It's not
talking
you
about pressure.
proving.
We're talking about a denser gas
We
sitting in a
are.
box
We
without a lid.
are. We are talking about pressure. The question is, how do you have gas pressure without a container? The container, as we know,
Because of the
PV equals
acceleration.
nRT, is the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of the container. Pressure needs something
I
to
explained
press
this to you
again.
already.
Okay, so give me the experiment then.
Yeah, I told you. You can have a box with
No,
an
no,
open
no, no,
top.
no, 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 no. You don't understand. So you've got the phenomena of gas pressure. You say it's caused by gravity. I need that experiment, please.
Yeah, the higher altitude you go, the lower gas pressure it's going to be.
No, that's just one pressure that you're trying to cause without a container. Just
But
because
the
you can go
container is the
somewhere and
surface of
measure
the
a
Earth.
different. Sorry, just because you can go somewhere and measure a different pressure doesn't mean that the different pressure is the cause of gas pressure. I need
Anywhere
you
you
to
go on the Earth,
cause.
you're going to have a different pressure. Or you're going to have a different gas pressure.
Weird, you
Lower,
don't
the higher you go
understand.
up.
Trying to speak really slowly to you so you do understand, and then the next things come out of your mouth are just baffling to me.
I'm explaining it to you. I just don't think it's sticking.
You're not explaining it because X and delta X, what's X? That's gas pressure. Delta
You
X
said
is a.
X and then change in X. So what's X? What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
exactly. So you need the X first before you can have the delta
X
X.
can be anything before you
Gas
say change in
pressure.
X.
It's
Pressure,
gas
listen.
pressure.
Okay,
X
so
pressure.
gas pressure.
Yeah, X is pressure. You go somewhere else and measure a variation, delta X. We're not asking you about to go somewhere and measure a delta X. We're asking you what causes X. We need you to cause X with gravity.
Yeah. So the amount of air, the gravity, the acceleration is pushing that air against a surface, the container, which is the surface of the Earth. And the further away you get from that, the lower the pressure is going to be because it's no longer being exerted against the surface.
Okay, that's a great statement, but I'm still waiting for the hypothesis and experiment.
Yeah, so like I said, you could have a box, and you could have a dense air in it, or dense some kind of gas in it, and you could see that the gas will not expand out and out of the box, especially if it's denser than air. It's as simple as
in a
that.
container. You're causing pressure with the container. I need you to not cause I need you to cause pressure with not a container.
No. The whole point is that. Hold on.
And tell me what's happening.
Jedi,
Why are you not getting this?
You're missing the
Becoming
point.
infuriated.
There's no top.
I'm having to raise my voice because I don't want to mute you. I'm asking you to cause gas pressure without a container, not put gas inside a container and tell me what's happening.
No, the point is
Jedi,
that there's no top.
his point is he's talking about.
There's no top.
I understand. Just let me clarify it. He's talking about, for example, putting hexafluoride inside a bucket and leaving the air pressure, normal air pressure, exerting the pressure on its surface, so the hexafluoride will not leave the bucket.
Correct.
So that's what he is saying. No.
Yeah,
That's
hexafluoride will still leave the top.
It will not leave the top.
It will.
Over
time.
And also,
it will not leave the top.
Yes, it will. Over time.
It will not leave the top.
It will, brother. It will. If it doesn't leave the surface, so the major surface that we are living on will just be full of hexafluoride. Both hexafluoride, tungsten hexafluoride, sulfur hexafluoride, radon, xenon, krypton.
This is how mustard gas works in war. It settles into trenches.
Brother, you will have the layer that we are breathing. We will have the layer that we are breathing now. Only with
this is why caves are so dangerous. This is why caves are so dangerous. Correct. Over time. You are entirely correct. Yes, this is exactly why low areas in caves are dangerous, because these gases exist
when
there.
When the guys were like Jedi, when were talking to you about showing or demonstrating gas being contained by gravity, not gas in being contained by a container and having a layer of air pressure inside what's called the atmosphere. So that will be a begging of the question fallacy if you do that. So when you want to talk about hexafluoride being attracted by gravity, so you'll have to put the container of hexafluoride inside the vacuum chamber. You pull the entirety of the gas that is around that container full of hexafluoride. Then you open the container, just the lid. You take out the lid and you leave the container there like a bucket or a cup. It will be like a cup, but with the open lid, and pray God that the hexafluoride will just remain in that container, not fill the vacuum, just because gravity will help it stay there. No, it won't.
Believe it or not, if you give it enough of an acceleration, it'll stay in the bucket. You need higher acceleration.
Yeah, there is enough of acceleration in all sides of that container. So when you put barometers or gauges that can measure the pressure inside that container full of hexafluoride, you will measure the pressure in the entirety of that container, in the top, in the bottom, in the sides. So there is already an acceleration for because of that gas, and that pressure is because that pressure is because in your model the collision of gas molecules against each other and against the walls of the container. And also, I want to add something. You won't be able to use gas containing gas because in measuring gas pressure, collision between gas molecules between each other inside the container is excluded. Only the collision between gas molecules and the walls of the container is the one that is really taken in consideration, because it's not collision between molecules, but it is the force upon an area, a real area. So completely the collision between gas molecules between each other is excluded entirely.
Okay.
So gas don't contain gas. Only a container can contain gas. Yeah.
Yes, if you have a surface of an object, like a globe, on the outside of the surface, if you unleash gas, which then has an acceleration, gravity, based on it, that gas will then be able to exert on itself pressure in all directions because it will have a pressure on the surface of that spheroid. That's the container.
A violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
It is not. It's in fact not.
You said is a violation. You keep saying if there was you said if there was an acceleration, that would be decreasing the entropy of the system. Entropy increases. Fuck.
Okay, yeah. So the gravity would increase the system's entropy, yes.
So prove it.
The law of nature applies to nature, the earth, where the law takes place, because we talk about the earth and nature. You're saying that where the earth is, the nature that we describe and that we witness every day doesn't happen in the way that we describe and witness it happen every day. We observe entropy increase, gas filling space. You're saying no. If we imagine a force that's causing an acceleration downwards, then the gas will not fill the space. Unfortunately, the law states gas fills space. Your claim's in violation of that. I need an experiment where you cause gas pressure with gravity, please.
Yeah, I showed you again. I've told you a few times now that if you have a box without a lid and you have a gas in it, and there's a sufficient amount of acceleration on that gas will not escape from the top of the box. That's the point.
Again, open to atmospheric gas. Over time, the gas.
Even with a vacuum. Even with a vacuum.
Even with a vacuum. So
you just needed higher acceleration.
I've got a container of sulfur hexafluoride, and outside is a vacuum. I open the container. What happens to the sulfur hexafluoride?
If there's a sufficient amount of acceleration on the sulfur, it will stay in the box.
Okay. The gas
What do I have to
fills
do?
the space. This is what gas does when there's an available volume to fill. It fills it. It is
Unless an acceleration is being placed on it.
Right. You keep saying unless. This law of nature happens all of the time. The gas fills the space.
I know
You keep
how
saying
entropy works.
Yeah.
The gas fills
So
the space
so
if
you
there
will
is
know
no
that you're
other
violating-
forces exerted on it. If it is a gas in a
can't
vacuum
go-
without any kind of gravity, yes, it will evenly go ahead and increase the entropy and spread out evenly throughout that container.
That's what it does.
Yes, unless there is a force acted upon it.
No. That's what it does on the Earth, where your imaginary force that isn't a force and hasn't been a force for over than 10 years, Einstein,
It doesn't
right?
do that, though. No, it doesn't just do that.
Just, excuse me, where all the gravity is, the thing that you're saying about gas doesn't happen. Gas fills space.
Gas fills space, except it doesn't escape into space, obviously. Like, how do you explain that?
Well, obviously, we're contained. We have gas pressure. Entropy would increase if we didn't have a container as an available volume to fill.
Well, no, the gravity keeps that gas along the surface of the sphere.
That, but you can't experiment and show me.
I explained to you in the box.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
Remember, entropy increased over time. You kept saying that the gas wouldn't leave, but it most definitely
wouldn't.
Because entropy
It wouldn't,
increased.
though. You could try it right now.
Trying to lie again.
No, you could try it right now. If
No. Can you show us? Because I hope it's not a thought experiment and you are talking real now. So can you show us where did you read that shit?
No, I was in school and they showed us.
No.
Yeah.
Can you show us? Go research in internet. It doesn't take any.
No, I saw it for myself.
No,
I saw it for myself in school.
I believe it's a dream. You saw it in your dream.
20 minutes.
That you release a box and gas will not go away from the box.
You've never had a dense gas in a box before?
Yes, and over time it leaves. The container is.
It will not. No.
It doesn't understand what an open system is.
It won't, because
Even
the
if it
buoyancy
does,
will keep it there.
Even if
We don't have open buckets of gas, do we?
It simply will not leave the box.
With this gravity,
That's why we have open.
running.
Just try it out. Just try it out if you don't believe me.
No worries. I'll have an open bucket of gas and see what happens when I try to sell it. As an open bucket
When
of
you
gas.
try to what?
Try to sell it to other people as an open bucket of gas.
Well, make sure that you don't have any turbulence, which then pushes the gas out of the bucket when you move it.
Oh, fucking hell. So I can leave the bucket on the floor.
Yeah, you can't move the bucket, because if you add more forces to it, then it'll move that gas out of the bucket.
Are you telling me that I can pour sulfur hexafluoride into a bucket and I can leave it there for a year and it'll still be there when I come back?
Yeah, as long as there's no other forces acting on it, absolutely.
What a retard. No, what about heat? What about heat?
What about heat?
Yeah, what about when the sulfur whatever it is, that gas, when that achieves room temperature, what happens to it?
Because it's denser than air, it'll still stay at the bottom.
No, it won't. It'll heat up to the surrounding medium. It will expand in all directions out. It will actually come out of the box. This has been shown objectively, so.
Okay, no, because the actual gas itself is denser. It's not about not about the gas.
There was no air above it?
Hold on.
If there was a vacuum above it?
It depends. If there's enough acceleration put on it, then it will still stay in the bucket, even if there is a vacuum above it.
Good luck for showing me a boat made of aluminium foil float on the entries of caves. Welcome.
Yeah, hold on. You can absolutely do that. You can absolutely do that. Yes, you can do that. You could do that right now if you wanted to.
Yeah,
you should go to a coal mine. You should see how a coal mine works. They have to go ahead and get rid of entire chasms filled with dense gas.
Like that thought experiment that you were talking about. So you won't be able to breathe inside a cave That's what you are saying, because the hexafluoride will just push away the oxygen that is less dense away out of
Because
the
of
cave.
gravity, yeah.
And yeah, that's what you are
Buoyancy,
saying. But
buoyancy.
still, people are not using breathing materials to enter a cave. They use just a mask to filter the dust that is produced by breaking the rocks there. But they don't use
Whenever you go
containers of
into a cave,
oxygen because they think that there is just hexafluoride, and that heavy gas just pushed away all the oxygen and breathable gases. That's bullshit, brother.
so when you go into
Do you
a
want
cave,
me to
if
show you
hold
people
on.
breathing normal air?
Yes,
in
because
cave?
because they pump air down there specifically
do you
for
want
this
to-
reason.
Do you want to see people just discovering a cave and entering the cave for the first time and didn't use any pump to
It depends
extract
how deep the
and
cave
to,
is.
to push or
Right.
to add some oxygen to breathe?
Is the gas
Depends how deep the cave
produced
is.
down? Sorry, is the gas being produced down there?
In some cases, yes. It could be an off-gassing from different minerals,
Okay, awesome. So the gas is being
and
produced.
occasionally it can be from breakdown of natural materials.
Okay,
Like
gas is going to be produced down there.
what's that? Sorry.
So the gas is going to be produced in this cave that we're all talking about. I'm wondering why there's a
In
lot of
some
gas.
cases, in some closed cases, yes, but not all cases.
Okay, show me the not all cases. You seem to be making a lot of.
Sure.
I would like you to provide and start providing citations for the shit that you say.
Yeah, citation, please.
You seem to be saying an awful lot of shit. Hold on. You seem to be saying an awful lot of shit and just denying obvious laws of nature and saying, no, the laws of nature don't work in the way that they're described.
But they do, except you just don't understand what acceleration is.
Okay, what causes the acceleration?
Gravity.
What's gravity?
A curve in space-time.
Okay, so you're not going to give me any science then? You're just going to give me a load of mathematics based on reification and not physical things?
No, I didn't give you any mathematics.
So that's what it is. Curvature of space-time is a four-dimensional coordinate system. Height, width, length, and time. And the distortion of those straight lines that are curved due to the displacement of mass. Yeah, it's definitely got
it'd be
lots
like a
of math.
geodesic, yeah.
Got shitloads of math in it. Got tensor equations and loads of shit.
Yeah, I didn't explain any of that to you.
Yeah, I know, but that's what you put down.
Well, I said, okay, that's like me saying, oh, but water flows from one place to another. Yeah, there's a lot of math and physics involved, but I'm still explaining to you that water flows downhill. You understand? I didn't say any math to you.
You told me that I don't understand things. I've asked you to define.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. That's why
I said that you're not listening regarding gravity and the box and the boundaries and specifically buoyancy.
You're
just
not listening. You're not listening because time. Over time, one year later, you think the gas is still going to be there, you idiot.
Yes. Yes.
You don't
it's still going to be there.
You're making shit up.
No, I'm not. You can go ahead and do this yourself.
If I take your bucket, and I put a lid on it, right, and then I stick it in another chamber, a vacuum chamber, right, and I expel as much air.
Cheetah, we can't hear you.
I can't hear you
at all.
Okay, sorry.
It's something about a bucket in a chamber, but it was super quiet.
We've asked him this question every time we open the bucket to the vacuum outside. He says, if there's an acceleration, the gas will not increase in entropy and fill the available space.
Better.
Yeah, because it's being specifically pushed against the surface by acceleration. Yes.
So what we need, if you're not going to provide citation, we need you to present a demonstration of gas, like whatever gas you like, without a container.
Is this any better?
And show that it maintains gas pressure without a container. So you could have you're saying a one-sided container. So have a one-sided container. We don't care what the side looks like. Put the gas on the one-sided container and then maintain gas pressure with just that one side. Present the demonstration
One
of that.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
the
the one
Earth.
that said it.
Yeah, the Earth.
Yeah, so provide the demonstration of this happening, and that you
The
can
Earth.
actually provide a demonstration.
Yeah, the Earth, where you're standing right
No, you
now.
can't.
You're just
do it. No, you
repeating the
can't do that.
claim. We need a demonstration. Provide demonstration. Gas
Replicate.
pressure without a container.
Replicate.
Gas pressure without a container. Well,
Yeah,
the
like
surface
you
of the
said,
Earth is the container.
One said, no, it isn't. One side of a container. Present one-sided container that can maintain gas pressure. So put gas
If it's a globe,
onto a.
then
Well,
one
let me
side will
finish
do.
talking. Let me finish talking. So put gas onto a one-sided container, and make sure that your gravity can provide gas pressure without any other sides. Present that.
Yeah, that's fine. So again,
yeah,
you
that's
only
fine.
need-
It's not the demonstration. So we need the demonstration.
Okay,
Or
are you
in
going to
addition
listen,
to
or are
the
you just
side-
going
put the
to
demonstration
interrupt
in
me
the
the
side
moment I
chat.
say anything?
Put it in the side chat.
Sure, I'll try to find a demonstration for you. Give me a moment.
Yeah.
Is there a
Make
container
sure it
that
has no.
inside? I thought that
Make
was
sure it
the
has no
definition.
containers, and make sure you have identified the
It has
variable.
no containers now?
You would make one-sided container, and make sure you've identified the variable of gravity causing the pressure.
I've identified gravity causing
that's
the
your
pressure.
statement. You're claiming.
Correct.
So yeah, we need the
If there's an
demonstration now.
acceleration, so if
We
there's
need
an
the demonstration now. I don't care what you fucking call it. We need the demonstration of gravity causing gas pressure with a one-sided container with gases. Go ahead, provide the demonstration.
All right, that's going to be hard to do because the only thing around us that has gravity, enough gravity, is going to be the Earth to contain this kind of gas.
So what you're saying is that would make it unfalsifiable then, wouldn't it?
Well, no, I don't think so. I think
Well, no. Okay, so how would you falsify that?
He just needs to explain.
Well, I mean, if all the gas were to up and leave the Earth, we'd know.
So you can't know it. So why did you deny that it's unfalsifiable? How would you falsify it? You can't.
Well, you'd use other experiments, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to try to see if we have an experiment to prove exactly what you said.
You
I'm
don't
actually
have
very
fucking
curious.
one experiment. You don't have one single valid.
Well, I haven't looked yet. I'm going to
for
look.
gravity.
I'm going to look right now
Yeah,
because
you
I'm actually
presented
very
gravity.
curious. You
Shut
brought
the
a
fuck
very good
up.
point up.
Listen, you don't have a single experiment from general relativity from 1915, November 25. General relativity, Albert Einstein. You do not have one single valid hypothesis or an experiment that is the test of the hypothesis. You don't have any of that for general relativity. But go ahead and try to provide us an experiment. That would have to be the case
for
if
general
it were
relativity?
science.
Hold on,
Yes.
we don't have any proofs of general relativity since
I said
19
experiment. Didn't I say experiment?
Okay.
Valid hypothesis? Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying we had no experiments that proved general
That's right.
relativity
No
since
scientific
1915.
validation.
Yep,
No
that would
scientific
validate
validation
gravity.
whatsoever.
Yep, as a cause and effect mechanism. Yep.
As a cause and effect mechanism for what?
It's your fucking claim. Now I have to define your claim? It's your claim.
No, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You just said something. I want to understand what you're saying so I don't misrepresent it.
That would mean gravity would have to be shown in an experiment that it has a cause and effect of something. So you have the effect, which is your independent variable. That would be the one you're manipulating as the experimenter. And
Your effect is the dependent.
The dependent variable.
All right, I'm misunderstanding you because it seems pretty trivial to let go of something and see that something is moving without a force being exerted on it, and that would be gravity in this case.
Okay.
Like if you let go of a ball, it's going to hit the ground, right?
Yeah, now you're
not
talking about
hitting it
bouncy balls. Great. We're talking about gas pressure.
Yeah, but gas pressure is done the exact same way. The same way that force is being exerted on the ball, the same force is being exerted on the gas.
Okay, can you put this into
force?
Can you what?
Can you put this into a hypothesis, please?
No, what the fuck?
So science, natural science. It'll be a hypothesis. We're trying to abstract the science from you. You keep giving us explanations. Explanations are not science. We want the scientific evidence.
I'm not a scientist.
Okay, so
Well,
you
then
obviously
stop
believe.
fucking
So you
pretending.
obviously believe this stuff. So do you know of the science that proves your claim?
I'm familiar with it. I'm not going to be able to do the math for you.
I don't want the math.
Yeah.
I want the hypothesis. I want the
Okay,
science.
so I'll just make one. Then, if objects are released from a height, then they will fall towards the ground due to gravity. That's my hypothesis.
They fall to the ground due to gravity, therefore gravity?
No,
So
that's
you're
my
just going to
hypothesis.
make up something instead of refer to the people that
That's a
supposedly proved it
hypothesis,
to
though.
you? Yeah, but you
affirm
need
the
to refer
consequence?
to the people that proved it to you at some point. So why are you just going to make up something like a pretender claim?
Because I'm able to go outside and do
You're
it.
pretending to know what you don't.
Hold on.
Because I'm able to do it myself.
Within that hypothesis, what were the dependent and independent variables? I think I caught them, but remind me.
The independent and dependent variables?
Yeah, what was the phenomena and what caused it?
So gravity and a velocity on a object.
Okay. So, for example, something fell like an apple from a tree. Yeah? That would be the phenomena. Something happening, the thing that you said accelerated downwards. Awesome. You said that gravity would be the independent variable, your supposition of cause. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I'll let this slide. Let's see if we can validate this hypothesis through an experiment where you or someone else making this hypothesis is going to have to very manipulate gravity, whatever the fuck that is, to see if it causes the acceleration down.
Okay.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Go outside and drop a ball.
Off you go.
No.
You are such an idiot, dude.
We get it all the time. That's the phenomena. That's the apple falling from the tree. Don't go out. Don't tell us to go outside and watch apples fall from trees. Remember,
You know what circular reasoning is?
We've got to vary and manipulate the cause in an experiment. Science experiments, right? We do shit. Good. So we've observed the phenomena. Now we want to validate our hypothesis to see if the cause of it falling is gravity. To see if it is, not claim that it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then science, or a few people went ahead and looked at Newton's laws, and then we went into general and then special relativity. Like, it's all been figured out.
Just stop right there. We need the independent variable. That would be the cause of the effect. When you say dropping something and it goes down, that's the dependent. That is the actual effect. So you're going to have to show that you manipulated something like the independent variable, gravity, and that you measured the change in the dependent variable. That would be the effect. So you manipulated gravity. That caused a change in the effect. That's what you're going to have to show.
Yeah,
That
so
you
that's
manipulated gravity.
that's just universal gravitation. That was figured out in like the 1600s.
Go ahead and manipulate it.
No.
Go ahead and manipulate it and tell us how you measured that manipulation.
The law of universal gravitation again was
Newton already did this.
Excuse me. The law of universal gravitation was superseded and toppled from the throne in 1950.
Yeah, general relativity. I'm aware. Thank you.
Yeah, good. So we're going to get back round in the circle. The circle will be complete after you say, well, we went from Newton fucking physics to Einstein because of X, Y, Z. Like Flatsy asked you, can you pull out the hypothesis from the papers that he released in 1915?
I don't have them on me. You'll have to do that if you want that specific
No,
citation.
we'll have to wait for you to do it.
No problem.
I'm not going to do that for you.
It's okay. No problem. We've tried. We can't find it. It's not there. There's no hypothesis.
It is there. I can paraphrase if we want to continue having this conversation. Do you want me to paraphrase?
Go on then.
Massive objects warp the fabric of space-time, and other objects moving along the curves in this warped space-time we would perceive as gravity. That'd probably be the hypothesis, or my layman's terms version of it.
Okay, no problem. You understand in a scientific hypothesis all things must be physical. You're not going to be using reification. No, hold on. You're not going to be using reification fallacies, for example, taking things that aren't physical, like love, hate, space, and time, and giving them physical entity through mathematics. It's not a scientific. It's not a scientific hypothesis.
Yeah, I don't see how this is relevant right now, because
So
I didn't say that love is doing this.
The fuck, dude.
Okay, where did I invoke anything that's non-physical in those hypotheses?
Time and space. Mass.
Time and space are both physical.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Give me
Yeah.
height, width, length.
Give me a
Height,
cup
width,
full. Can I have a
length.
cup full of time,
Oh
space
my
time?
god.
Yeah, I'd like
Well,
to
no,
explore
you're moving
something.
through time just as much as you are in a 3D space-time. That's why it's called space-time.
No.
Yeah,
Height,
yeah,
height, width.
yeah.
Excuse me. The three coordinates, height, width, length, are not
Mhm.
physical. They're conceptual. They're taken up, the volume of the height, width, length, by physical things like a brick.
Yeah, we're
The
just
space
describing
Space,
reality, yes.
space that it occupies is not physical. Time is the passing from moment to moment. It's conceptual.
No, it's not. It's very much a physical phenomenon.
Okay, so give me some time, put it in a jar, set fire to it, and kick it down the road.
Well, that's not how it works. It's four-dimensional,
It is if
right?
it's
So-
physical.
Hold on. You got to listen, because you're talking about 3 dimensions. I'm talking about 4 dimensions.
Like, what
3
do you
dimensions of
think I'm
space,
talking
1
about
dimension
time?
of time.
Why do you think I'm talking
So
about the
you
fourth
could have a dimension of time. It's a single dimension of time, and you're talking about somehow taking time into 3 spatial dimensions. That doesn't work that way.
No, that's what I've explained to you. The
I've explained that to you.
pseudo-Riemannian coordinate system. Yeah, the 3 dimensions of height, width, length, and the 4th dimension of time.
Mm-hmm.
Put up. Now these
Yeah,
things
it's called
are
a
not
model.
physical. Yeah, that's not physical. That's mathematics. You're going to give me a load of mathematics. It's not physical. Height, width, length isn't physical.
Okay.
Time is not physical. What's mass?
Yeah, it's describing a phenomenon.
Right.
It's physical.
It's not physical. Give me
It's
some time.
describing a physical phenomenon.
Give me 3 cubic meters.
Well, time doesn't work in 3 spatial dimensions. Time works in
then
time
it's not
dimension.
physical.
It is physical.
It's
Okay,
not, if it
then
doesn't work in
give us.
3 fucking dimensions of physicality, it's not physical. Now, height,
Okay,
width,
define
length,
physical then. Maybe we just have a different definition.
God.
Because absolutely, time it's not absolute, but it's completely relative to an observer's frame of reference. So it absolutely is a physical dimension, interwoven with space, and it forms a 4-dimensional continuum called space-time. That's what I've been referring to. If you didn't know that,
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
time is considered a fundamental aspect of the physical universe, just like the 3 spatial dimensions. It is not a conceptual tool. It is not mathematics. It is a fundamental aspect.
It is a conceptual tool.
It is not. You are incorrect.
It is mathematics. That's the point.
We describe it with mathematics. With mathematics. Well, no, it's not. It's a physical fundamental
Yes,
aspect.
it is.
It's not an abstract.
Can I then?
Is.
It's
Can
not,
I add?
though.
Can I add energy to time? Does time
No, it
experience?
doesn't work that way.
Does time experience entropy?
Time is, I would say, absolutely experiencing entropy. Time, I would say, is actually the driver of entropy.
Oh my God, he thinks time causes stuff. I'm out.
No, it drives entropy.
Is it build me a house out of 2 hours? I
Is
want you
it
to build
time
me a house
scale?
with hours.
Absolutely retarded, bro.
Great
Yeah,
argument.
yeah.
I'll take that as your concession.
Carnamir, you have less than a 5th grade knowledge of science, period.
And you can't argue against me because you're wrong.
Yeah, you're full of shit. You don't
Yeah.
have any experimentation
The last vestige of the
based on
retard.
what the bullshit coming out of your blowhole.
It's
You have
okay.
no
It comes. I always get the ad hominems when you guys lose. So
No, it's not. It's not that. We're not going to tolerate this invincible ignorance.
Oh, that is rich. That is fucking rich, Jedi.
Then argue the point. Argue the point and stop saying about my education, because clearly I've schooled you today.
We've argued the points, and you just don't get it, dude. I'm sorry. You're just talking in circles.
Oh, you just don't get it. I just can't argue.
You have not said any proof at all, dude.
You just said that time's mathematics. Like, this is, you don't know the basics.
Time is not tangible.
Yes, it is. It's completely interwoven with space. It's a full dimension, physical dimension.
How do you manipulate time?
You are currently moving through time right now.
What's tangible mean?
You are currently moving through time.
What's tangible mean?
Like, in general?
Are you serious right now?
The word tangible.
Like,
What do you
something
mean?
that you're able to perceive, I guess.
Do I need superpowers to stop time?
Try again.
Well, no, but you're moving through time right now. It's absolutely perceptible.
Glue sniffing
Dude doesn't know what tangible means. He doesn't know what tangible means.
Yeah, no, but tangible is something that's perceptible. You're able to perceive it.
Try
He was asking what is physical.
That's real.
He was asking what is physical. He doesn't even know what is physical.
So you think tangible and perceptible are the same exact things? You think those are the same words, tangible and perceptible?
Well, no, we could agree on a definition.
Okay,
I see it as something being real or perceptible.
Man, you're so evil.
Definition.
What's your definition of tangible?
I'm going to give you one more try to make amends for yourself, to give a proper definition of a very
That's
easy
my
word.
definition. What's yours?
Do you just make up definitions?
We can use working definitions. That's what I understand tangible to mean.
Okay, why don't you do that?
I just did.
Why don't you use actual, so you're making one up?
That's how I understand tangible. Do you want me to cite you tangible?
Yeah.
We're dealing with somebody that thinks time is tangible.
Yeah, you're going through it right now.
Okay, so hand me a bucket full of time and paint it red.
Just again, time doesn't work in the three-dimensional space. It's interwoven in space-time. It's completely on its own.
Oh,
But it doesn't work in three-dimensional space-time.
You got proof that rocks bend warpy time warp.
Yeah, because clocks are going to work differently depending how much energy a system has.
Time is not tangible. Time is a concept. Time is not physical.
Oh, it's physical. Oh, it's very much physical.
Oh, it's not.
How?
It is not tangible. It is a concept.
Let's have him explain to us.
Not a concept.
How is time physical?
Okay, no, it's not just a conceptual tool. It's a fundamental aspect, again, of the physical universe. I've already said this. It can specifically warp space-time, affecting gravity can warp space-time, affecting the flow of time. It's not just math. It's literally a physical thing.
No, it can't do that. It's not physical. It's not
Gravity
tangible.
cannot warp space-time?
No, it cannot, because gravity doesn't exist. And time is a concept because time is not tangible.
Yeah,
Do you understand?
Google tangible.
Oh, no.
Google tangible.
This glue sniffer hasn't defined gravity in the first place, so we can't use it anymore.
What do you mean? We had this conversation maybe an hour ago.
You haven't given us an experiment that proves gravity has a cause and effect on anything. I could just
general relativity has done that.
I could just as easily say it's purple freaking unicorns with yellow
general relativity does
causing it.
Oh, you mean the theory of general relativity?
It would have the same meaning.
Yeah, the theory of general relativity. Yes.
No,
also,
it hasn't proven shit.
Yeah, well, it's our best guess so far.
Also, gas fills all available volumes. That's why it's a law.
Not if there's a force exerted on it.
So a container
gas, not gravity.
Hasn't proven that.
Yeah,
the
you
only
can
thing
do that right now.
The only thing you brought up were things like caves.
Caves are a bucket with heavy gases.
Yeah, containers. Yeah,
That's
holding
not a
gas.
container.
But if
No, it
it's
has an
around
open top.
If gas is around an available volume, will it fill it?
without any other forces acting upon it, yes, it'll evenly distribute throughout the volume.
What is the law of entropy?
The law of entropy, that it always increases, I guess.
I guess.
What is it?
Why don't you brush up on the law of entropy and get back with us?
All right.
And tell us
The second law of thermodynamics states that as one goes forward in time, the net entropy of any isolated closed system will always increase. So, yeah, what I said paraphrased.
So is that a yes or a no?
Can you look
I'm
up
correct,
tangible
as
now?
usual. Go on.
Can you look up tangible now, Cornmere?
Yeah, sure, I can look up tangible. Give me a second, let me get on the... clear and definite. Real. Tangible.
That is not the first definition that came up.
That is one of the definitions, and the one that I used when I said tangible.
What's the first one?
Perceptible by touch.
Okay, there you go, Cornmere. Good job.
Yes, I use clear and definite or real when I use tangible.
You don't like that one, do you? Because you can't touch time.
I don't use it that way. And in fact, well, yeah, you can. You actually can. You could experience it.
When we describe physical, we do.
Well, you experience it. So
something you can touch.
No, you don't.
It's happening to you right now. It's touching you whether or not you like it.
No, but see, now you're just trolling. You're just turning into a fucking dickhead.
Well, no,
Not that you weren't
that's correct.
before.
You can get upset about it all you want.
You are definitely. But we're talking about.
He ended up with egg on his face. Now he's trying to squirm.
Remember
what? Because I use the definition and
science.
You don't.
We were trying to do physics, things we can touch.
Yeah, physics does work with things that we can touch.
Now you can tell me
also works with time, which
now
we
you're going
can't
to tell me tomorrow
potentially touch by your definition.
Okay, so tomorrow at 2:30, 2:30 is going to hug me. Is it? I'm going to feel that hug.
Well, you're going to get there, whether or not you like it. You're moving through it right now. It's
we're talking about things that we can physically interact with, like touch. Physics,
yeah, you can physically interact with. You could physically interact with time. You could physically interact with that.
What does
absolutely you can. For example, because of the mass, just the sheer mass of your mother, the closer you are to her, the slower time will move.
Yeah, your mum is so far. Yeah.
It's true.
What does 5 hours smell like? What color is it?
I don't think it has a scent, but his mother smells pretty bad.
Yeah, okay. So how can we experience it physically then? With what sense?
You move through it. You move through it right now.
Which one of our senses do we use to perceive?
Ooh, that's a good question. I guess consciousness, like your ability to have memories in a future, past, and present. Your sense of existence and consciousness and belonging, I suppose. Like you have a memory, so you have the concept of a past and a future, right?
Those are all ideas. Those are all ideas.
Ideas? The past, present, and future are ideas.
Those are all ideas, yeah.
They're not destinations?
No, they're not fucking Is the past a destination?
Yes.
Oh, really?
You can never access it.
When did you go there?
I was there a second ago, and now I'm there a second ago.
So it didn't exist. It's just an idea in your mind. It's always the present. The now is the only thing that exists. So those other things are just ideas.
Okay, well, you say
so
that.
Is now, as a matter of fact, even though it's something that we are.
Then explain why. Explain why every single person has their own now. Then.
Well, can you time travel?
It doesn't make it physical. It's an idea.
No. That is making it physical. If someone who goes faster than you, or someone is closer to a larger mass than you, their idea of now will be different than yours.
Faster and slower are ideas.
You can't prove that. That's just
what you mean. Yes, you can prove that. Of course, you can prove
you can.
How? Yes, you can. You can go ahead and send a clock up into a satellite. It's going faster and it's further away from gravity. And eventually the clocks aren't going to match up. That's how GPS works.
Sure, okay.
You think you're
sure, okay, buddy. I don't know how to read. Okay.
So the clock is physical because you can push it. You can't push time.
He thinks his feet is in the future.
Push time. No, but we could affect time. It's a physical thing that
Really?
we're able to. Yeah.
How do you
absolutely.
affect time, brother?
I already said this before. If you have a gravitational force, you can bend space-time and change the perception of time.
Yeah, but your perception. You just said it. Your perception of time. That's not actually manipulating
Meaning that
time.
we're able
That's
to
your
specifically
perception
affect it
of it.
physically. We are physically affecting it.
How are
Which means you can go back and forth. Which means if you launch up off the Earth and you come back 50 years later, right, your son is older than you, kind of thing.
Yeah, sure.
That's what that's what this guy's trying to push here. See, now there's nothing physical about what he's saying. This is a concept of thought that time slows down as you go up in altitude. It's stupid.
Yeah,
it's not
as you go higher in altitude.
It's part of your globe. It's part of your globe religion.
My globe religion. This is just math.
No,
nothing
that's
to
a
do with the
religion.
globe.
That's your religion.
Hold on. One second. All of this would still work in a flat Earth.
Your scriptures
All of this still works with a flat Earth.
Your
Hold on. All of this works with a flat Earth.
scriptures are telling you these things.
Wait. Hold on.
Your scriptures.
Let's say I'm a flat earther.
NASA is your priest, your church.
Okay. Let's say I'm a flat earther. All of this would still be true.
No, it wouldn't.
No.
Because
why wouldn't this work with the flat Earth model? It doesn't matter what the model that I'm using for Earth is. This would still work.
Flat Earth model right now.
You're not going to warp time in any capacity, are you? No. And just going high in altitude
This is independent of flat Earth, though. This is just physics.
This is not physics because it's not physical. It's a concept, and you were right that it's mathematical because that's the only thing it is within a concept.
1 + 1 is
so I went ahead and
space-time warp
I
is
sent
not
you
a
a
part of
link.
math.
Okay, I sent you a link to it. It shows the LIGO lab and experiments that have actually proven this. It's absolutely a physical thing.
There's that word again.
Well, you brought it up. You wanted experiments.
Yeah, good. So what is the hypothesis, including the IV and the DV?
We already did this. I'm not doing it again.
Okay, good. You're bringing it up. You said experiment. So what is the valid hypothesis for the experiment? So we can go check it.
LIGO is not an experiment.
We already brought this all up. I'm not going to bring up the hypothesis. We're already an hour deep into this. We're not starting from the beginning.
You're just a sniveling little hypothetical.
Here come the ad homs when you're losing, as usual.
You're a glober. You're just as valid, religious.
I'll take the ad homs as a concession. Thank you.
Yeah.
Time is based off of the rotation of the celestials. Doesn't have anything to do. Yeah, the celestials. Time. Yes, day and night.
Like what is a celestial to you? What does that mean?
The lights
in the sky? Like the stars and the planets and the meteors?
No.
The moon?
Like the stars and the moon and the sun. It's where we get time. The conception of it. Just because we go high in altitude doesn't mean those things do something different.
Hold on. What do you mean? No, time is completely independent of celestial bodies.
No.
Yeah.
What time is it right now?
Depends where you are.
That's correct. Keep going.
You asked me a question. I answered your question.
Depending on where you are, meaning what?
Meaning where you are on the Earth, meaning, hell, if you're not on the Earth, you're going to be experiencing time at a different rate than anybody else.
Well, you got that right. We're all
like I said, that other guy is so close to his giant fat mother that his time's going slower than the rest of us.
You got that right. We're all on the Earth. That's correct. We're all on the Earth. That's right.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with going high in an altitude and sending a clock into the air and bringing it back down. The sun, moon, and stars are still doing the same thing, regardless of what you would like to fancy.
He had to put in one more "your mama's so fat" joke and then left. Hilarious.
Oh, he took off? He shrank into the horizon? I see.
He didn't answer up to anything he said. Not one
colorful dancing. Very colorful dancing. Tip of the hat to that. He had an answer for everything. That's what we're up against. Everything all colored in. Nothing proven. Most of it ridiculous. And going against physical laws.
He
And
was just
mocking
saying all
things.
sorts of stuff.
Yeah, he absolutely was. Put that in lockdown.
I mean, if time is something you can bend and bendity bend downity down whatever, I want to see your time slow down, and I want to see my time speed up. If it's just a piece of paper that we can wave in front of each other's faces, but they can't do that. That they never can, and then they always bring up satellites, and it's funny.
Well, it's along the conceptual line of going back in time. I mean, or into the future. I mean, how many movies have been made about the concept of it? You know what I mean? The concept's been around a long time.
Yeah. It's long enough to convince them it's a real thing, apparently.
Well, the whole beginning of the movie Contact, right, starts from outer space, and it's zooming into Earth, the globe, right? And as you go through these layers of atmosphere, right, it's got radio from the 40s, and then more current TV, and then as you get closer to Earth, it's more and more current broadcast, right, showing that time is going off into space. Is expanding. With what you did is a reality way out there, captured in time, space, right? And that you can go there, revisit your past, but it still exists as a thing, as a dimension, right?
Well, then he even said the theory of general relativity is our best guess. So he thinks this is his best guess. He basically admitted it wasn't proven. And I said, no, I think flat Earth is our best guess.
Flat Earth has solid footing with it observable, measurable, practically applied level plane. There's no guesswork in that. You've got to break that perpendicular principle to get out of here with all those other things.
Yeah, exactly. It's simple. It's easily understood. It's like, let me post the Lego experiment. I don't want to see you chewing on Legos, bro.
There's a delusion that exists where people think that just because they can ask a question, that they think it necessarily needs an answer.
Right.
So there really is no best guess. There's no such thing as a best guess for an answer that a question that there is no answer to.
I would propose that men have pondered this before, and then that's how the actual scientific method came to be. Let's quit guessing. What's our best chance of knowing something here? Let's develop a way to find that out. Already been done, guys. It's the empirical method. Physics is actually pretty cool stuff. If you're not mocking it and taking it on a fanciful ride, and especially telling others that that's the way it is.
Did you mute the guy or did he just stop talking?
No, he chickened out and left.
He said you're a mama joke and then just left.
No, he said he was going to go check something.
No,
and then it was like, I'm going to check your mama's fat or something.
I had something to say about that gas you guys are talking about. That was that doesn't need a container.
What gas that doesn't need a container? He was completely wrong about the SF6 gas, right? Firstly, it's just a synthetic gas, right? But even if you put it in like a fish tank, right, the gas particles are still moving in all directions, right? So because of the kinetic energy of the gas particles, they're still going to diffuse with the diffusion's going to take place, right? They're going to blend with the air surrounding them, right? So over an hour or two, right, in optimal conditions, the SF6 gas will just blend in with the air around it, and then there'll be no SF6 left in the open container.
Boat will sink.
He was completely wrong about that. Exactly.
What I was coming in with when you just couldn't hear me, my mic was shit. So if I took his bucket, put a lid on it, right, placed it inside a vacuum chamber, a larger container, and evacuated as much air out of it as I could surrounding that bucket, and then I was able to remove the lid from that SF6 container, that SF6 is not going to remain inside that bucket and not go out and fill the rest of that vacuum chamber. You won't be able to do the same thing and put. I guarantee you, if there was you got a fucking boat in there, little tinfoil boat, it's gonna it's not gonna sit there and float inside the vacuum chamber and on top of a bucket of SF6, because the gas is just gonna violently expand out into that surrounding volume.
Brother, you're coming in so low. It's like you're singing me a lullaby
you're
or
in just
something.
fine. Maybe turn his volume up.
Turn his volume up. I don't turn anyone down.
Yeah, but I can hear him the same as I can hear you.
Oh, I doubt that.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem hearing it.
You must be lying, Castle King.
What? Okay. Is that what I sound like to you? That's funny.
No, I was just following up with that because that's what it reminded me.
Guys, does it ever end with you guys? I hear the same talking points over and over.
You don't ever get any of them either. It's crazy.
I do. It's just I reject them.
Which one?
All of them.
Which one?
Except for the part where it looks flat when you walk outside. That's the only one that I agree with you.
So we're getting somewhere.
I think it's an optical illusion where you think it's a fact.
Strange.
Yeah, the thing is, we can actually go out and do demonstrations, right? Practical demonstrations where there's no curvature, where there would have to be curvature if the Earth was a globe. We've been over all of these with you in the past. You didn't have a rebuttal for them previously, right? And I don't think it's worth going over them again with you.
Thank God.
The whole globe model's an illusion, so it's either you believe one or basically the other.
Yeah, look, dude, you already admitted that you don't know that the Earth's a globe. You just have blind faith that it's a globe, right? So we don't care about that, right? You're more than welcome to have your blind faith.
Oh, are you sure about that?
You told me that.
Yeah, I said, is it okay for me to have my own opinion about what this Earth is shaped like?
Yeah, because we've already been over, been over everything with you, and it didn't sink in, right? You don't understand it, right? So it's kind of pointless. At this point, it's just like, okay, have your globe faith. That's fine.
Hey, call everybody a globe tart, a retard, every kind of tart.
It's all right.
Once.
I like calling them glue sniffing pretender clown.
See, you guys think about these names.
Bro, I never called you anything. Maybe I called you Castle Queen a few times, but yeah. But you are very annoying. You're very annoying.
Keep coming back though.
You do. You keep coming back like a fart.
I said I like you guys, man. I only spend my time with people I like. I don't spend time with people I don't like.
Say the same thing
We
every
like
time
you
you come
too.
in here, dude. No, we don't. You say the same thing every time you come in here. It's the same bullshit. We have to
No,
listen to
no,
you
the guy said, "Oh,
fucking
hey,
whine it. Yeah,
we tried
big
so
old
many
muscle
times, but you
guy.
don't get
Yeah,
it, man.
big old muscle guy
You come
whining
back
and
in here. It's
complaining,
like, oh, I
bitching and
told you why I
complaining.
come in here.
Yeah, bitch and complain. You guys do this, you guys do that. That's all you do, man. Fucking whine.
Yeah, I'm saying I've been taking the notes,
Yeah, so
the
what?
mental
Yeah, sure you
notes.
have.
You just told us that you reject everything we say. So
Yeah,
That's bullshit.
yeah. You guys got trash cans where the trash man comes around and collects your trash.
It's like
You
trying
put
to
the trash in and then you
a
throw it
child
out.
about the tooth fairy.
That's how it is.
That's what it's like. It's like talking to a child about the tooth fairy or the Easter
So we
bunny.
present you facts that are irrefuable, and you just throw them away.
Wait, you haven't presented the facts that I'm looking for.
I've been posting facts for you all day, dude.
No, you haven't.
Has the Globe done that for you?
Yeah.
Globe has presented facts you're looking for.
Yeah. Remember I told
So
you I flew around the world?
your brain
I
is
see.
warped to believe illusions are facts. That's what we've come down to understand.
I'm saying I flew around the world, man.
We can do that too.
Are you sure? Because I know there's a direction where you guys just can't explore for whatever reason in your planes. Maybe you guys have different planes in your reality.
Dude, you've been over this. You already agreed that nobody's ever circumnavigated north to south.
Oh my God, there you go again with that.
Yeah, but that's what you're complaining, that we haven't done that, but you guys haven't done that. Nobody's done that because you can't do that.
Let me ask you something on your flat earth. Where exactly is north?
I haven't kept
Like,
going north.
is there a point on the
north
flat
isn't a
earth where
location. It's
that's
not a location. North isn't a location.
Huh?
Where's north end? Where do you believe north is?
Listen, north, it would
to hold
be
you to
at the North Pole, right?
Well, how do you know
Is
that?
that north for you guys too?
How
The
do
North
you
Pole?
know that? How do you know that?
Well, it's just the way we navigate the world, man.
No, how do you know that?
Oh, well, listen, that's just what they tell me. I don't know anything, right?
So there needs to be a little bit of like substance to what you say with any of your claims. So if you're
I'm
claiming
saying,
that
is
north,
there a north,
if you say
east, west,
that,
south?
yeah, see how you like to just talk over people, right? You're not in here for a good conversation. You just want to run over anybody who's talking to you because you think your points are more important. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true.
Well, you're just doing it to me. You're doing it to DJ. You're doing it to everybody. When you feel like you have whatever you want to say on your mind, you just run over anybody who's talking to you. So, if we're talking about north, it's not a location. You said North Pole. That's not north, is it?
It's not?
Is it?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
No, you're the one that making a claim that that's what it is. If north was a North Pole, where's the citation for that? Prove it.
I'm saying, where is
not
the
where-
northernmost point on the flat earth?
See, you're asking us a question whereas you don't even know on the globe where it is. It's not a location.
It's the North Pole, man.
No, how do you know that? Citation, please.
That's our model.
Yeah, citation.
That's how we.
Put a citation in there.
Huh? Listen, the
citation, cite a
citation is all
source.
over the classrooms in America.
How do you know that?
The globe. That's the model that we have for the earth.
I think that you're just making everything up as you go along.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I might as well go write a book with that kind of imagination then, right?
Prove me wrong.
Oh man. Listen, I'm trying to ask you, where's the northernmost point on
me
the
wrong.
flat earth?
We ain't gonna divert. Prove me wrong.
Prove you wrong. You're already wrong. I don't have to prove anything.
No, I'm not wrong. You're baseless assertion right now.
Okay, prove me wrong.
See how you're over talking me? You can't stand it when somebody's like trying to show how you're ignorant on the topic, which is you think that north is a location. When I asked you where's north, you said North Pole. It's not the same, is it?
I'm asking you, where's north on the flat Earth?
No, you can't keep turning it back around to me. That's not gonna. After a while, Castle King, that's gonna run out of gas.
No, it's not.
Yep.
No, it's not.
We have more endurance than you do, man. You're just like
No, you have more numbers than me right now.
All right. So if north is the North Pole, if that's what you think it is, I want to see a citation that shows that's true. Go ahead. Prove to everybody listening to you right now that that's true.
Is north?
Nope.
Do you use the North Star?
You asking me questions is not going to work. Post a citation that shows that North Pole is the north. Because you think north is a geographic location. I want to see. Go.
I'm asking you.
No,
where
you
is
can't
north
keep asking me.
on
Nope.
Earth?
I'm going to redirect back to you. I'm going to keep doing it until you realize it doesn't work on me. Maybe other people.
Okay, how about
get tired?
north is
Just Google where the North Pole is at,
Stop
and then just copy.
interrupting. Stop interrupting. Stop it. Where's north at? Is it the North
That
Pole?
was him that did that, not me.
I know that. I know that. That's why I told him to stop interrupting. Where's North
You're
Pole
rude
at?
even to your own flat earthers.
This forum is designed for people to actually not obstruct someone else, guiding somebody else into the knowledge of a claim that they make, which is what you claim. You think that north is a location. It's not. I need a citation. That's true. Prove it.
If you're guiding anybody, you're guiding him into a dark tunnel where nobody can see anything.
Prove it. Prove
I
that north
just
is a
did.
geographic location. No. Is north the North Pole?
The North Pole is north, yes.
Yeah, citation, please. Let's see it.
You wouldn't believe it if I posted it.
I don't care. Go find it.
I'm not some dog for you to play fetch with.
Yo, you are. You're the fucking dog of this room.
No, you're the dog who can't even show his face because you're a coward.
So go ahead and prove what you're
Checkmate,
claiming.
homie.
Prove what
Game
you claim
over.
is true. Nope. You have the game over because you're not providing the evidence to substantiate your claim.
No, I'm not game
Yeah.
over. Everyone
yeah.
knows who I am. You're just a
Yeah.
talking voice out
You're a
here in
charlatan.
cyberspace. You don't
You're a
even have a
charlatan.
face, homie.
Doesn't matter. Prove that north is
Don't
the
talk
North
to
Pole.
me like that.
Prove north is the North Pole. You getting frustrated, Castle King?
No, I'm not getting frustrated. I just
then
don't
prove that
bow
north is the
down to
North Pole.
cowards.
Yeah, you do because our intellectual
coward.
capacity is far beyond yours.
Oh,
Prove
is that
north
right?
is the North Pole. Oh yeah. Prove that north is the North Pole.
Yeah, listen, prove that you have a face, buddy. That you're not just some talking voice
Have
out
you
here in
given up?
cyberspace.
Have you given up?
Huh?
Have you given up?
No, I don't give up, man.
Then prove that north is the North Pole.
Why
Yeah,
should
put
I
your
do
money where
that?
your mouth
They
is,
call
man.
it North for a reason, you clown.
Yeah, prove that north. Oh, you're getting upset. I'm getting
Oh,
under
no,
your
I'm
skin
not
tonight.
upset. I'm just
Yeah, you are.
saying, prove that the North Pole is the North. It's
That's
in the
your claim.
name, you clown.
That's your claim. Now prove it.
What else am I supposed to do? Invent another language for you to understand?
Yeah, you're making everything up right now as you go. We want to know where the source is, where you got this information. Obviously, you don't know. Logistically,
Get it from
you've never been
school.
there. Okay, where? Post it.
Do I have to post to school for you too?
No, I want the citation.
it.
I want a
Schools
citation.
don't
where-
exist.
which-
Prove it to me.
You see, all of this filibustering could be easily just done away with you posting what you said. You know how long we've been doing this? It's been about, 6-7 minutes. And you still haven't posted.
Filibustering.
Yep. You're just wasting time. You could have easily posted what you should have backed up your claim with a long time ago. Show that north is the North Pole.
The North Pole has it in its name, literally. North Pole. It's north.
Okay. My charge to you is you're making it up.
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
Wow. Credit to
Yeah,
Castle
wow.
Kingside for inventing the North Pole.
No, you're not inventing anything. You're just making it up.
You just said I make stuff up.
Yeah, like this. Yep.
There you go. I made up the North Pole. Checkmate.
No, you didn't make it up, doofus. You're saying that north is the North Pole.
Oh, I'm a doofus now. Am I in your feelings?
Oh, yeah, you are. Yep, you are.
Oh, I know. You have nightmares about me every day and night.
No, this isn't nightmares. This is exposing clowns such as you that come into this call.
No.
Yeah, that come into this call.
You're gonna have a nightmare of me tonight saying, "Turn on that camera, homie. If you're a real man, stand up,
I've seen his face. I've
Turn
seen
it
his
on.
face
Let's
online.
see.
No, I've seen his face online. And this is a cope mechanism. This is a cope mechanism that you're employing because you don't have a substantive answer to the question. It's a cope.
Can we not let a colonizer educate us about the Earth and its shape?
Second, BB. Just a second. We're talking to Castle King at the moment. We can talk to you in a moment. We're just talking to Castle
Talking
King.
about what?
We're sorting something out. He says that north is the North Pole. We want a citation that shows that's exactly the case. He's like too shy, or maybe he's lying. We don't know.
It's just quirky like that. I know this guy. He never tells anything that's actually evidentially factual. He just makes up his word, have people back him up, and that's how he spent his life on this Discord that's called politics.
That's true.
Trust me.
I agree. I agree. I just want to expose him to this audience because we're on YouTube and Twitter and Rumble. So it's kind of his. We always.
Hey guys, add me. My Instagram is. Hold on, let me give y'all. Just gonna say. Can I advertise myself real quick?
No.
No plugs.
Get your ass out of here.
You hate it when people expose you, right?
No, it's ridiculous. Oh, I know this guy Castle King said, yeah, he's a politics guy. And can I advertise myself real quick?
Yeah, thank you for that. Prove that north is the North Pole.
Hey, I just told you it's in the name.
Yeah, so what?
EA. It's in the game.
Hey,
North
my name is
Pole,
Santa
it's in the
Claus.
name.
Does that mean I'm Santa?
I don't know. Are you Santa? You could be.
Gosh.
Could be.
Just saying, man.
We're about to do it one more time, and I'm doing it for the audience sake too, because we keep going around this.
You're doing it for your own ego's sake.
Show that north is the North Pole.
I mean, I just said already. It's in the name. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Okay, we're done. All right, gentlemen, ladies, back to you guys.
Oh my god, this shit's hilarious.
Yeah, often at times these guys come in here and they run this game because they think that we're just gonna fall for whatever their gimmicks are and then indulge in their like diversions.
Your mic's fucked up, dude.
Is it?
It sounds like it's far away.
No, we can hear you. It's fine.
I can hear him just fine.
It sounds so far away from me. Why is that?
Yeah, it's just Discord playing up for some people.
All right, let me change.
That sounds good, man.
How about now?
Yeah,
it's better now.
Good.
Yeah, I had my Bose headphones on. Sorry, guys. But if you've known Castle King, he always likes to do that. So every now and again, he'll just waste everybody's time and like interfere with other new people coming in. Like we could have talked to BB for a second, and yeah. At some point, as mods, you could just mute him because he already said, "I'm not. I reject everything you guys are saying." He outright said it himself. He's declaring it, so we can just bypass him. He's good for the numbers. Just keep him muted. That's all. Thanks, Over Fences.
Yeah, he has no cowbell. None.
Nope. Hey, Dryer, you're back. So he's gone. Shout out to the group. How's everybody feeling tonight?
What's up, Alpha?
Pretty good, Necros. How you doing, man?
Howdy, Alpha.
Good. Thank you, brother.
What's up, Wally? Wally? Am I saying it right? Wally?
Yeah, Wowie. Yep, like Wowie Powie.
Wowie Powie. That's funny.
Old gamer name, yeah, but yeah. I request
Eli, chilling in the cut. I see you, homie. Crit. What's going on, brother? FED, man. What's up? You're early. Well, it's Sunday, so. What's up, Jedi?
What's up, my friend? How are you?
Good, man. Well, sort of. I'm dealing with that freaking whatever's going around. It finally hit me.
You still got that?
Well, yeah, I was trying to avoid it, but it got me today.
Well, I hope you
Holy
recover
smokes.
quickly, buddy.
Yeah.
Hope you get. What's going on in here? I jumped in a bit earlier. I was speaking to somebody. He just gave me a fucking headache because I couldn't deal with his invincible ignorance. And then I
Castle
came.
King, yeah.
Oh no, it was somebody else. It wasn't Castle King. I can't remember his fucking name. Yeah, it was about a half hour ago, 45 minutes, something like that. But yeah, Castle King still being bashed around, is he? Poor lad.
Oh, the time bendy, warpy, tangible guy.
He thinks that North is an actual geographic location.
Has he got a citation for that?
That's what I was asking for. He came up tits. Okay, so he said North is the North Pole.
I mean, it's like at this stage in the game, right? It's not that we're disagreeing with you. We just like the evidence that you're right.
Yeah. I want people to actually have a foundation for any of the claims they make, and that builds for a good conversation. Whereas, somebody just says things, and based on what they say, they think they're right, and that's just not the case. You can't just say whatever you want. There's been a lot of work that goes into why people say they know what they know. Over years of doing study and research. So we can't just make things up. It's backed by some type of work, some process.
Guy I was speaking to earlier was making shit up on the fucking fly. Listen to this one. You can have an open bucket of sulfur hexafluoride, leave it for a year, come back a year later, and it'll still be there.
That was his argument?
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
That's interesting. What prompted him to say that? Like, why would he even go that direction?
Well, obviously he needed to demonstrate that gas doesn't expand and increase in entropy into volumes. He was saying, no. If you have force that's accelerating the gas downwards, like gravity, then you can leave it in a fucking bucket, come back a year later, and it'll still be there.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There isn't even a demonstration of that being possible. There's...
Oh, we know. He tried to remind him several times about this, but it was like everything we were saying was falling on deaf ears. It's like he was invincibly ignorant.
Oh, how long was this? Like a couple hours ago?
About maybe half hour, 45 minutes ago.
Okay.
I left.
Crit in here earlier.
Yeah, Crit's around. He's always around.
So we're like in Speculation Sunday right now. I mean, for anybody that's in this channel.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'll let it slide, but according to where we make time, that's in England, it's already gone past midnight, I'm afraid. But I'll let you have a little bit more fun. That's fine.
You're kind of settling in for the night, huh?
Yeah, man. Looking at the time again, it is almost 2:00. Yeah.
Well, unless there's a PhD or some sort of academic type that comes in here, then you could turn the lights back on and put a pot of coffee.
Well, I might even turn the lights down lower and put some fucking music. That type of guy.
Oh, that's the kind of party we're having, huh?
Yeah.
Set the mood. That's cool.
But yeah, hopefully the night will pick up. Scrolling through the chat, I recognise pretty much everybody's name. Pretty much.
Who's Juicy? That's somebody new, huh?
Who's Juicy? I was going to say your sister, but I don't want to disrespect you in that manner.
They're Politics Centurion 3, so...
Oh.
We got, see at the very bottom, Plain and Truth. Who's that? Earth is flat, it's not complicated. Have we met before, Plain and Truth? Get a Politics 2 journeyman, so it looks like you just joined the server. Has anybody spoken of Plain and Truth?
No, don't recognize the name.
Seems to be FE, if you ask me.
I mean, yeah. And but new to the politics channel or server, sorry.
Yeah, because we have people that would be on FE, but they're just on a spectrum, aren't they?
Yes.
They fall within a certain, category. Infinite planers, outer ponders, you know what I mean?
Rising uppers, yep.
Rising up earthers. Ether earth, just. We also got somebody else. I don't know who it is. Sosana Man FE. Andrew Takes. Been a flat earther since 2020. I'm an entrepreneur. Vault VIP. I think that's crypto. So politics icon. So been in this server for a while. We got Thank You, who's been a anti-flat earther for a while, sitting here. Who else? I'm not sure. I think that's it. 36 people in the chat.
And only 2 fucking people talking.
Yeah.
Come on. We could do better than that.
I mean, when it's not busy or whatever, I mean, everybody can chime in. It's just when we're handling one person and we got 5 cooks in the kitchen. I mean, that spoils the broth, man.
Yeah, I guarantee if somebody came in now with some kind of globe hill they wanted to die on, then about 7 people would start talking. Yep.
Yeah. Everybody would be jumping over you, Jedi. I'd be like, fucking hell. Nobody piped up and said, "What's up, Jedi? How you doing, man?" Oh, man.
How are you guys doing tonight?
All right, Patman.
Yeah, not bad, thank you. How are you?
Good. Just chilling.
Good stuff. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a nice cup of coffee. I'll be back in a sec.
All right. Well, we have Awaken that just joined the chat. Definitely a Glober from what I remember the previous interactions with him. See anybody else? That's about it.
Yo, what's up?
No, I'm just talking to new people that are jumping in, but you're not new, really. Amish, when I'm feeling naughty, Speculation Sunday talks about Tartaria. That's a fun rabbit hole, I guess. So far in here, the Globers that I know are Awaken. Let's see. I don't know where Dryer sits with information. I think so far as I know, she's just a listener. Then we got Hush, who definitely is a Glober. Juicy, I don't know who they are. Mushcane, kind of in the fence, if you can call it that. So Sanaman, I'm not really sure who that is, but I think they're FE. TY, definitely anti-flat Earth. Zero, I think, is a Glober. Let me see. I think so. Other than that, I mean, we're live on YouTube, and if you want to chime in right now, go ahead. If you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, please provide some. Yeah, that Castle King guy, that's all he does. Spins everybody's wheels.
I posted a question I asked AI in the chat, Alpha
Really?
Veritas, if you want to check that out. I'm kind of sick, or I'd read it out. You got a better voice for the AI stuff, though.
You said, this is coming from you. You are wrong. Rotational motion, acceleration, moron. None of what you say, adding ad homs to a bot's not really going to help. None of what you say is trustworthy because you don't even understand that I was correct. And the Foucault pendulum is measuring acceleration, idiot AI. It says, fair enough. Let's clear this up. You're right. That rotational motion involves acceleration in a technical sense. Specifically, centripetal acceleration keeps objects moving in a circular path. In the context of a rotating Earth, right? So you're already presupposing the Earth is rotating in this statement right here. And so is AI. You guys are talking about a fantasy. You speak in the realm of fantasy. So I can tell you why it's wrong off the rip. You guys are both arguing over a fantasy. If this happens, then this other thing would be the outcome. So your premise is flawed. You're assuming that the Earth is rotating already. It's baked into the context of the paragraph here. So I could keep going, but I don't need to, because it says in the context of a rotating Earth, there's also the Coriolis acceleration. So this is already within that context. And building off of that, you have the Coriolis acceleration. And then it says there a fictitious force in the rotating frame that there's so many things that go against you that you can't even provide evidence that the occurrence of it is even happening as a actual force. So it seems to me that you're trying to make an assertion or trying to put a stance on what you're thinking is true off of a assumption or begging the question fallacy, which means that you're already saying that we have a rotating Earth when that hasn't been established. Off the jump, as you can see. So it's actually saying, well, the way you're making it, put it into it, right? You're wrong. Rotational motion, acceleration. None of what you say is trustworthy because you don't even understand that I was correct. So you're kind of giving the AI the assumption that what you're speaking of is a fantastical realm of a rotating Earth. So now it has to say, okay, fair enough. Let's clear this up. So it's talking about, in a technical sense, when it's speaking of the Earth as it's thought of, right, in the mathematical construct, that's how you could view it. It's not saying that it is. So hopefully you know that your paragraphs that precede that are just going to be flawed because you're starting with a faulty premise. Does that make sense? I broke it down for you, so you understand now. Unless you can provide an observation of the Earth actually doing something, then it's what you believe. It's a belief system. Acceptance without evidence. And I take
That's
it
why
that
you
your
should just
silence
believe in flat Earth.
I take it
Just
that your
believe.
silence is telling. So
Well, you can measure centrifugal force.
it doesn't matter if you're measuring centrifugal force. The statement, the way it reads, is that the Earth's rotating already. You haven't established that. This is the assumption. So one thing is not the other. You can't say rotational force and then you're talking about something different than what you're speaking of in the paragraph.
Exactly. It's called circular reasoning.
Yep. You have to address the exact specifics in the context. You're not doing that. You want to skirt around that and talk about physics in a different way. So you're making an analogy to something that can be examined versus this that cannot be. See the problem? I've exposed that for you. It's clear, Mushkane. Yeah? Get it? Don't get it?
Well, if you take measurements and they make sense with a sphere that's rotating, then...
Yeah, but that's an assumption. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, measurements are an assumption. Don't you get that?
I need your confirmation, though. Is that an assumption that you're making, Mushkane? Hello?
Which part?
You're assuming that something's happening based on the faulty premise.
You're theorizing. You're theorizing that something's
you or
happening.
Me? Who's doing it? You or me? Who's theorizing?
We all are.
No, I'm not. You are. Let's get this correct. You're asking AI questions. I didn't ask AI any questions like that. You are.
Okay.
So you, not me. So you're assuming, right? Mushkane.
Yeah, you can call it that.
Okay. Cool beans. Think we're all good here then. Because the outcome, whatever it is I think it's considered a pragmatic fallacy, where the supporting premise is not there, it's an assumption, because it works, right? Whatever you think the outcome is, it works, therefore it's pragmatic. Because you think something is happening, therefore you see an outcome, and the outcome is built on a faulty premise or an assumption of what you think the premise is. You didn't verify any observation empirically of the premise. You're just assuming that it's what you think. So, in other words, I could say something like, well, magical dragons are making that you can't see, are making the pendulum do what it does. The pendulum does what it does, therefore magical dragons are true. When it could be something else. It's pretty simple. Simple logic.
God, now I want a magic dragon.
Yeah. I mean, that was a placeholder. You could just put anything else there that doesn't exist in the physical and natural world, supplement it for what I just said, and then use that same kind of reasoning to back up that statement that what you see with the pendulum is supporting the premise, and it's not. Because whatever you have in the outcome is not going to determine what the premise is if you're just assuming. There has to be an observation of such things in nature. When you ask the question of how, why, you want to understand nature, right? So, yeah. Otherwise, you're making AI tell you in a construct. Well, think about the Earth as a globe, a rotating globe. So you're basically giving it what to answer you. And if I told it, like, well, let's consider if this was happening on the back of a roller coaster. I don't know, whatever you want to talk about. And then just use that to catapult some kind of faulty premise to support your outcome. There's no way that you can have the outcome if there was no observation of something.
Yeah, we get it. You believe the Earth isn't rotating. Bro,
no, it's not a belief.
A belief 30
is,
minutes.
Yeah, a belief is acceptance without evidence. Well, I don't have a...
Yeah, you have no evidence.
What, the rotating Earth? Yeah, there's no evidence. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is rotating?
Oh, I thought you were going to produce a counterclaim. No, you're just going to yap for 30 minutes?
You said that... Are you advocating for Mushkane's position that the Earth is rotating?
What your position is, it's not rotating, right?
You're advocating for a position, according to what I'm hearing.
That was a question. Are you?
Yeah.
You hear it?
It's the counter to your belief system. You think something's happening.
So
I want
evidence to us that it's not rotating.
No,
that'd be the best
I can't
way
demonstrate.
To do it.
So you're asking
you can't.
You're asking me to demonstrate magical dragons that are invisible exist. That's what you're asking.
Wow.
It's fantasy, dude. I didn't kick him, by the way. He left on his own.
Somebody kicked him.
Wimp can't hang.
Could be.
I could check the log, but I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I know. Me neither. I don't really care. If he left or someone kicked him, it doesn't matter. Kalam has been suffering from cog dis for quite some time. He's all in
It's like, imagine asking. It'd be like, hey, you don't have what I'm looking for. Can I have what I'm looking for? Like, what the actual fuck is wrong with your brain? You think I don't have it. Then why are you asking me for it? Like, even inside his own worldview, it's deeply contradictory.
There's many viewpoints on what they consider, and it's ever changing, right? It's ever changing. because they're saying that according to them, it's not an absolute statement. They couldn't say that. It's malleable, meaning that it would change over time based on more information that they receive, which would change the outcome. So they couldn't give you a overall like certain statement. They would be certain to a scale, right? They put it on like a percentage. I'm only 73% sure that this is true. That's how they want to phrase it, but the physical and natural world has to have something to demonstrate what their claim is, but they don't have that. They appeal to math as if math is reality. And I was telling Mushkane, I was like, dude, you don't have to ad hom the freaking AI. It's like, it's not a human. It's not going to be like, dude, why are you talking shit? It's just going to give you an answer of what you're asking it, so. I find that kind of funny. People, when they have a conversation with AI, they want to treat it like it's a person, calling it names. I find it quite funny. It's a tool, friends. Kenchi, what's up, homie?
Yo, what's up, man? Every time I get on here, they change the mute button, so I can't tell if I'm muted or not. But yeah, what's up, y'all? Happy Speculation Sunday, man. Hope y'all are blessed out there, bro.
For sure, man. Hopefully you're blessed too. Yeah, we just had a couple of guys that come in here, like Castle King and Kalam came in here just now, and Mushkane was talking to us about some kind of snippet that he took off of, I think it's ChatGPT. It's in the text chat if you want to see. And for those who, it's 47 minutes after the hour, if you want to take a look. I can spot things right away because we have conversations like these always, like all the time. So 47 minutes after the hour, Mushkane has posted a couple of paragraphs that he's talking to AI. The top response is his, like, I guess he was having a conversation with it, but he took like a snippet of the back and forth between him and ChatGPT. So, and I mean, you can just see right there. I can read a little bit about what he says. I won't go through it all. He says, "You are wrong. Rotational motion is acceleration, moron. None of what you say is trustworthy because you don't even understand that I was correct. And the Foucault pendulum is measuring acceleration, idiot AI." Yeah, I know what I'm saying. I mean, AI is just, its response is just basically on questions that's being asked. It doesn't like get affected. Like, dude, you calling me idiot? I can't deal with that. It doesn't really care. Makes him feel better, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he's upset because he keeps coming in here and finds no way out. I don't know. Is that Jeranism with the rocket? the big head's funny. It's quite funny. We got the Sunday vibes going on, I guess. If anybody's in here.
Well, since it's Speculation Sunday and nobody else is talking, I figure I'll put in my 2 cents about my perspective of that whole final experiment extravaganza. My perspective of it was the girl Lisbeth, a year before the final experiment even happened, I was a Clubhouse user. I still use Clubhouse. Just a little, it's a dying app. And one of my guys has just a little flat earth group on there. But it just happened to be like one of the only ones. She popped up, I'll say December 2023, out of nowhere. Nobody was suspicious until the final experiment, and some of those guys still, you know what I mean, kick it with her. I'm not writing anything off, but now that happened, everything that happened looks a lot more suspicious. She popped up, then all of a sudden, we're kicking it and we're talking all day, just like here on Discord, getting closer, learning about each other. all of a sudden, David Weiss, she gets David Weiss somehow to get in there. I don't know. That was one thing. I didn't look at that as suspicious, like I said, until the final experiment happened. She gets David Weiss in there somehow, right? And then after that, she meets some guy that works at NASA. I forgot his name. And he's in there with us. And then the final experiment comes, and sure enough, she's the lucky winner.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like, and then after the final experiment, this is the double down. We know that Mark Sargent is a shill. She's doing a podcast with him, a regular podcast now after the final experiment. Shill, I smell shill all over that, bro. And they sent it right there to Clubhouse, this small little flat Earth group. They sent this shill over there. Like, it's just mind blowing, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, you're saying they're playing games, right? It's like a giant chessboard, and
do you guys know what
you're trying to figure out?
Sargent? Sorry,
what's that?
I was going to ask if you guys knew what position Mark Sargent holds on this.
Yeah, he's been showing people that he has the particular model with the AE map. Of course, with the dome, ice walls, and all that. He's been holding on to that. I don't know if he's changed that as of late, but I know he's always been advocating for that position.
Yeah. If you don't understand, like, not saying you specifically, but if you are like an outsider and looking in, it would be like, damn, they're going at each other. It would look like, damn, I'm calling my own people a shield to you right now. But if you really know what's going on, you really have eyes to see and ears to hear, man, it's a completely different ball game. It's not that, promise you.
Yeah, I mean, most of us in here, because those guys, they started off with their channels and such early on, and they grew popularity quickly. So it's almost like, you know how it is when you have one way of explaining things, and then let's say down the road, a few years later, you change the way you say things. Like, oh, my bad, I was with the AE map, but I'm actually putting that aside, because you have a lot of followers that actually are locked in for that. Yeah, you're on like a one-way street. You can't change lanes anymore. It's like the only thing you got is to like keep moving forward. You can't. It's like a sunk cost fallacy. Let's put it that way. It's sunk cost. You got to keep moving forward with what you're promoting. Anything diverting away from that, you're going to lose a huge amount of your following. Because you built up the following on this. So.
No.
But whereas we're over here, kind of like, talking about the topics and seeing how it works with arguments, and we've always been like discarding the things that don't work, because it seems like every time we have arguments, and a lot of stuff that's over the years, Kenji, it's shocked me, dude. Like to have discussions with people in here that have like knowledge on certain fields, like they work in certain fields. Yep. That opens my eyes, and like it changes the way you argue, right? Not necessarily the basic facts that we have already talked about, the Earth being flat and stationary, but like the nuanced conversations of like within the profession of how things operate. We would think they go one way, but somebody who does their job every day tells us that they do it this way. So you have to adapt to the new way. Those other guys don't have that, so it seems like they're stuck in one particular mode. They can't get any upgrades on their conversations, because that's just going to show that their mind is not certain on the thing they putting their flag on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're so sure of something that's not even close to reality. And I was once just like that.
Yeah. So, but I mean, and now you have upwards moving earthers that come through. You got Bev Try Thinking has a group. Mountains are not flat. The Earth is not flat because mountains. Right. You got different factions like within the realm of like people saying that the Earth is flat.
Now you can see why there's so many different religions and that's within religions. Like, bro, there's one solid truth, Well, okay, I'm not going to say I know that for a fact there's one solid truth, but let's just say it is what we as flat earthers kind of originated with. Just us, just the continents that we already know within a container and its level, right? Well, now you have people who believe there's extra land outside. I used to be one of them too, bro. And I'm not saying it's not the case. I'm not saying, but now you have extra land outside people. You got hollow earthers. You got whatever, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I get it. There's an appeal to it because you want to know more information other than just saying, I don't know. And I think early on, that was the thing that really bugged Witsit at the very beginning when he was a part of the 24/7. Because we used to have conversations about this, and it just bugged him to say that we can't just keep saying that we don't know. Like, we have to offer more. Like, we have to be people who would want to, like, investigate some of the things that we don't know and give some answers, you know? So it was really, that thing was really bugging him that he couldn't have an answer to some of the questions. So that's where you get, like, these splinter groups. They splinter off and form, you know, these groups where they want to sound like these talking heads for science, you know, the ones that talk really lofty and whatever they're talking about to make it sound like, you know, I do want to be in those realms.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's okay for him to say, well, I suspect that it works like this, but I can't prove it. Is why I think that.
Yeah.
Right? That's fine for him to say that.
Everybody would feel that would be better but that's not kind of like the podcasts that come out.
Yep.
So, because it's like the ether hasn't been something. It's almost like, you know, what else can it be? It's a question proof. T-Dub, you get what I mean? So question proof isn't evidence that the claim is being made known. It's giving the person like an idea that there's nothing else but that. So ether's, according to them, something, and it can't be nothing. So if it's something, we're going to name it. We'll call it ether. So if it can't be nothing, so if you agree with me that something is there and it's not nothing, then you can easily get on board because that question proof gives you
Yeah. To me, this is no different to what they've done with dark matter and dark energy. Instead of going back to the drawing board and seeing if their foundational assumptions were correct or axioms, whatever, they're just trying to lay band-aids over the top of it to fix whatever they think is true in the first instance. Well, maybe what they thought was true in the first instance isn't.
Yeah. It's hard, though, because you build a lot of momentum with the specific topic and you form groups and you got calls and you become very popular on social media. And it's like, oh, you remember that whole ether thing? No, we're going back to the drawing board. How many people that were following you for that are going to be discouraged and you're going to lose, you know, monetization? You know what I mean? There's a lot to lose. So it's always a sunk cost. Whereas if you're starting from like a group of people, like the way we have here, you can understand that what you're talking about. There's a basic knowledge that we have, right? Then there's the other things that we like speculate on, but we always make it well known that when we talk about subjects, yeah, we can talk about stuff in a speculation forum, but not. That's why we have these conversations today. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. And I kind of misspoke there because what you thought is true in the first instance could still be true, but I mean, it could just be that there's nuances or other things that you know, you're trying to connect dots between two things which may not exist or which may be more complex than you realize, you know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they just go for this, and it's kind of like they feel compelled or obligated that, like you said, you know, he was frustrated that with saying I don't know.
Yeah,
you know, like
it was early on, dude. He's just, that wasn't setting well with him. And I guess the position I was advocating for is there's just some things we're never going to know. He's like, no, nope. Because I don't think that God gave us these curious minds, like, to be in a position to say, I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? So his position to advocate for searching out for more and not just closing the door on this, because that's what it sounds like. When somebody says, I don't know, it's almost like you're just shutting out like any like new way of thinking, you know, how something could be.
It could appear that way.
Yeah, I think it's appearance though, don't you think? Like, because why would you're like, okay, well, if it's something else, couldn't you test it out and see if that works? And
could try, sure.
Yeah. And I think that's the kind of thing that people say, like, well, you guys are discouraging because you keep saying, I don't know, and you're just a forum of closed-minded individuals where you're not letting scientific progression occur because even though you're, you got your talking points, it's still going to interrupt somebody that really wants to investigate something new. Like, I can't expand anymore. My limitation to expansion is kind of stops where you want to talk about, like, well, what's the moon? Well, we don't know. Let's just leave it at that, you know? Like, that's not... Whereas somebody else who really wants to know will just say, hey, well, let's ask more questions. Let's try to figure it out. You get what I mean?
Hey, man, if I could shoot something at it and retrieve it, like, I would, but I can't.
Yeah.
It's like the phrase, curiosity kills the cat, right? Because I understand the curiosity and I share it as well, but that's why it's so easy to deceive a lot of people because you're so curious, and then they give you an answer and then, you're happy you got an answer, but is that the right answer? And now you believe it full faith because it's the one answer. So if the moon is not this, then what is it? Oh, you don't have an answer, so it's got to be that. When that's a fucking lie.
Yeah, they're, I mean,
it's interesting how like they as we catch them in their lies that they kind of dribble out.
Is it me or there was a problem?
Like they drip out little answers to things.
There was a problem. You're breaking up, man.
And kind of to your point, Kenshi, like it's like are they giving you the right answer when that comes out? Or is it just like kind of leading you down another path?
A little bit, but I get what you're saying, I think.
Yeah, could you? Let's see here. Let's see this. How do I fix it?
I think he's having connection issues. So,
but the desperation. We have a desperation for an answer. Yeah, much better.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I noticed today. I started seeing, like how like the stuff about the pyramids, what's underneath them,
right? The underneath of the pyramid.
Has
there
kind
was
of
a
become
problem.
Mainstream or whatever.
You're still breaking up, brother. Like, now I'm saying this. Hopefully, somebody else can hear him.
He was saying
you might need to drop out and come back.
Yeah, something about the underneath of the pyramid and how that recently came out. I didn't catch the rest.
Yeah, I was looking at an article about it, but it's just shrouded in speculation. I don't know if you guys have seen that. There's no real way anybody's going to put something solid to that and say like they can put it in a specific category and say it's this, structure. You get what I mean? There's a lot of what people are thinking it could be.
Just straight speculation.
Yeah, because they're going back with ground penetrating sonar, and what they're looking at is spectral lines of different densities of materials. So until they actually went down there and were able to view the structures, there's no way to tell. I mean, they have all these description of what they think it is. Huge stairways going down, something like 6,000 feet. Like, sure, show me.
So, I mean, for the most part, that's the reason why a long time ago.
Yeah, it kind of feels. Is that better now?
Oh, go ahead.
Is that any better?
Yeah, it sounds better. Try to get it out while you can.
Yeah, I just I just think it's
No, it's still bad, man. Because I'll tell you what it sounds like.
kind of think it's like a way of that they
every second.
They get to keep
type it
control
in
of
the
the narrative.
chat. Type it in the chat. We got you. Type it in the chat. It's all good.
Yeah, they're using a landline to the moon right now. We got like a 3-minute delay. People are so eager to jump on something that's gonna, when they hear somebody speaking a lot of like words that it sounds like it comes from academia, they just jump on board and like, oh, this guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. And just for the sake of trying to be in the same realm as those guys, right? They're sacrificing anything to deal with, verifiable, true information. And that's the problem. Once you let that go, man, you're just a part of the problem.
As you described that, the only person I can think of, like the name that's just popping out to me, is Billy Carson. I don't know if you ever heard of Billy Carson. Just some false prophet, space alien guy disguising himself as like a spiritual teacher kind of thing. Yeah, promoting the globe, promoting aliens. Like people think he's some kind of savior. He's agreeing with the government. He's saying the same thing as NASA and the government. He just disguised himself as some kind of prophet.
Like a prophet?
Yeah.
And then most of the time, people don't take time to examine the claims. So somebody says something in here, and what else can it be? Yeah, really? I mean, you're gonna make it sound like the question is the actual proof? It's ridiculous. I mean, that's just gonna open the door to just anybody saying anything. Well, I mean, what else can it be, right? Because it's not that other thing.
Yeah. Another person they do it for, everybody knows this one. Elon Musk. That's another person they do the same thing with. Anything he says goes. No facts needed, no nothing. Elon Musk, yeah.
Yeah, they're usually touting that guy as some kind of high IQ individual coming through with. I mean, just like a whole belief system that people have with this. For appearances, people are who they are. It's crazy. Yeah, QE to just enter the chat. What's up, QE? Overlord's in the chat. What's up, guys?
He's trying to sneak in the side door.
It'd be better if you said what's happening.
What's happening? What's happening?
What's happening, man? Or what's up?
What's up?
What's up?
That's old school, man.
Castle King that says that north is a geographic location.
Yeah, he kind of got all upset when you were asking him to show the proof of that. He went off the rails.
You got a little salty, man. Telling me to get on camera and all kinds of stuff.
He's been doing that all day. Accused Sonny of never being on camera either.
Right.
Just straight talking shite. Just straight shit.
It's like him. I think there's this other thing they're doing. I don't know if you noticed it, Crit. Him and Pads and a lot of other people, they're coming in here and they're kind of taking the wheel. Oh, by the way, this is how we do things. And, he's saying shit like that. I'm like, Pads, what the fuck, dude? Like, you're not even a part of the culture, dude. Like, how are you, like, I don't know. You'll hear it when he comes in here. There's certain people that do that.
So he's posing as some kind of authority. Hilarious.
Yeah, Castle King's always belly aching when he comes in here. You guys are doing this and you guys are doing that. I'm like, dude, we're just tired of it.
Yeah, let me do it. You guys are always doing this.
He's from
We
Samoa.
got pictures from space. You guys just aren't listening to the experts.
We got a few people that jumped in here, like Textured Future, calling some people that are brand new to the forum. Politics 2 Journeyman barely jumped into this server, it seems. Textured Future, if you're there, say what's up. We got Flo that joined the chat. Welcome, Flo. I think your name is familiar. Have we spoken to Flo yet?
Progressive Insurance.
Oh, that Flo?
Pretty sure we did. Pretty sure she's a flat earther.
Okay.
Better be.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Floozy. Flat Earth dude's been in here all day, asleep at the wheel, man.
I've seen it. Yep. It's been pretty laid back for the most part, huh?
Yeah, there was some action a couple hours ago. We had some glue sniffing, fungus munching activity on here.
Yeah, right. I was going to say by that you mean numpty dip shittery. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, a rash of it.
Some pretender clown action.
Yeah, that guy Kanamari or Kanawari or whoever good thing Huey wasn't here when he was in here.
Go get him.
Who's that guy?
I don't know.
Yeah, the guy was saying time is physical, one of those people.
Well, did he provide chemical formula or structure, charge, momentum, or spin? Or milli, electron volts, kcals, or kilojoules? Because that's matter or energy. That's what's defined as physical. So did he do that?
No,
he couldn't even tell us what it smells like.
Or what color it is, or how much it weighs, or
that wasn't one of my choices.
Yeah, I know.
No, he could only give it values of seconds, minutes, hours, etc.
No. Did he say it was physical? Did anyone challenge him with the ones I gave you? How many times you heard me say that, by the way?
I know. No, yeah, we didn't actually. Oh, actually, Jedi might have. I'm not sure.
We were just trying to stick to the basic definition of physical.
I just gave it to you.
Yeah. Put that in the chat. I want to capture that. I got about 25 citations now. I'm building up
I don't have
money.
it in citation. It's a duh. Physical means matter or energy.
Alpha Veritas Nicto.
So, chemical.
What's up, Mr. Canoe to the Antarctic?
Formula?
Have you guys heard the news yet? It's just started coming out.
What?
Will Duffy's doing it again. TFE 2, Flirts in Space.
Flirts in Space. The final experiment, the last one this time, I promise. That's the title.
This is the final experiment. The final
Yeah,
one.
really. And it's gonna say really in caption, like quotations, really this time.
What, they're gonna go up on that thing that one lady did like a week ago, where you could see how flat it was from her thing, and she's like, "Oh, I can see the curve," but like when you're looking at it, it's as flat as can be.
It sounds like a caption to a movie, Morons in Space, or something.
You said it, not me. So that wouldn't deter you guys either, even if they went there too.
And nobody cares, dude. Where do you think he's going? Rob? Where do you think he's going? Where does he say he's going? You have an article or something, or are you just saying you heard this?
It's a hypothetical. I just made it up just to see what you guys say.
Dude, you.
Well, no, the thing is that it makes sense because the final experiment. I mean, think of this. Even in their own framework, it wasn't final and it wasn't an experiment. They couldn't even get past just calling people flirts still.
I'm actually against that. I think that's a discrimination. I don't like that.
It's not discrimination. They just make shit up, is what the point is. The word flirt doesn't exist. They made it up.
Yeah, well, everything. Who made up tree?
What the hell, Rob?
I love you guys.
Yeah, it's really hard being Johnny come lately, man. I don't know what you're experiencing, but it must suck for you.
Can you please change that from Johnny come lately to Johnny come often?
No, because, I mean, you arrived at the party late, so.
I got a case of beer, though, bro. Let me in, dude.
Everybody's already going home, man. Like, you're.
No, I got the cocaine, the beer, the party. These strippers
Yeah, there's no way that you can get anybody, like, even those other guys, they're just like, nah, fuck that, dude. We ain't going to go over there. Like, dude, they're right there. Just expose them. They're like, no, we've already had conversations with them. So, like, either side, like, well, except for McToon, when Brenda comes in here, you guys can go talk to McToon if you want to. Just jump on his forum. He's waiting for you. Like, it's bullshit. Nobody wants to go to his fucking forum.
No, you got to talk to McFlatty, dude. That guy wants to get in your guys' gang.
Mc who?
McFlatty. Everybody knows McFlatty. He's one of the biggest flat earthers in the world.
I don't know who the fuck that is, dude. What circuit is he's not? What has he got videos or what?
Dude, he's got videos. He's got all kinds of shit, man. He's McFlatty, dude. Everybody knows MC Flatty.
Yeah, post a video of one of his. If you have one, it's not. I don't know.
He just got back from a trip to Alaska, Antarctica.
Okay.
Sounds like speculation to me.
I don't even know who this clown is, can't you? Do you know who he is?
Nah, I'm just trolling along.
I'm going to smoke some marijuana here and talk to my friends on the internet.
So Crit is now your friend? I thought you guys weren't best buds.
It's complicated, dude. It's complicated. Man.
Well, I don't know how you're working that shit out, dude. Are you getting his newsletter?
Well, don't worry about our personal fucking love triangle, dude.
Yeah, are you getting his newsletter?
His memes are so... He got me with his memes, dude. He sends everybody memes.
Still didn't answer my question.
I'm sorry, Alpha. Go ahead.
Said, are you receiving his newsletter?
Absolutely. Aren't we all?
Well, certain people are. you're on his list.
Yeah, I'm on his list, dude. Been a naughty
All right.
boy.
What else is in here? Okay. All we got
Went
is
through
Rob.
like phases of it. I think now he's accepted that the newsletter isn't that big of a deal.
I don't think he ever was, to be honest. It's a Scott Mackey deterrent, and that's all I care about.
Scott Mackey. You guys deal with that guy too?
No, I hated his persona. He comes in here, try to psychoanalyze people. Get the fuck out of here. Tell me the real reason why you believe.
He's a liberal psycho.
Tell me the real reason why you believe in flat Earth. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you know that guy's a rich liberal, right? Living in fucking wherever.
Yeah, he works for fucking Adobe and shit.
That's all bullshit.
It could be. It very well could be.
I don't like that guy. He never liked me.
He's just really smug, though. Anyway.
He's just a crack addict, just a drug addict. He like pretends like, oh, I've got all this education. I've been to college. He can't articulate shit. Like he's like political science degree, and then didn't even know what Downsian and Michigan School of Political Theory was. The whole thing was made up. I made it all completely up. Doesn't exist. I'm like, this is like political science 101. Do people vote for rational choice, or do they vote out of an identity? Or, like social pressure. And I linked it. He said it's fake. Got ChatGPT. Fake. All of it fake, 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 fake. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? This is supposed to be a degree that you almost got a master's in. And you don't even know content that's 101. Like introduction to political science, 101. And you thought you're like a little like hairs away from a master's degree. Not possible. Especially when he said his thesis was about rational choice decision. He should have been all in on the Downsian School of Political Identity. All in. Like he would have had all kinds of literature and studies and all of it. Didn't even know what the fuck it is. Thought it was completely made up.
What a loser.
It's not a loser, it's a persona. It's a gag he plays online.
Yeah, I kind of... When he would come in here, man, I would be listening to him. And I hear the words that he's saying and what he's doing. It's like Castle King and some of the other guys that come in here. They're not fooling anyone. They come in here.
Can't fool Alpha Veritas.
Well, they're not talking about the topic, dude. Like, they're all about, like, what the forum's fucking doing. Like, oh, this guy's, like, mean. I can't speak. Like, all that bullshit. It's like, dude, we don't care. All right? Do you have something to bring to the table or not? Simple as that.
That's why the science and space news is so groundbreaking. It really fucks them up. Because it puts them back in their paradigm where they have to think about it. Does it make sense?
Space News. That's awesome. That's a good name.
Yeah, I like that. Look at the quote that QE put up in the text. It's a good quote.
Always is.
Think about today's science and space news. Space pirates already have their sights on the high seas of Earth's orbit. Can we stop them? Experts are looking into the risk of piracy in space and solutions to potentially devastating economic and legal problems. Like, holy shit. Really?
Wasn't that an 80s
Space
movie?
piracy?
I think that was an 80s movie.
Yeah, like Ice Pirates.
Yeah. I knew it.
Rob, that doesn't cause you to pump the brakes at all? Like, that's how the ridiculous bullshit they're coming up with? Space pirates?
Yeah, no, they hit the gas. Fuck it.
Space pirates, really? Isn't there enough content in your Globetard? Like, now you gotta talk about space pirates and shit?
Well, they have probably a panel of people like in a group think, all right, guys, we got to come up with something a little more snazzy. Got to jazz it up a little bit. Come on. What can we do to kind of liven this content up? You throw some shit out there like that, get some hits back, and you're like testing it out. Yeah, this particular article seems to get a lot of hits. Let's run with it.
Yeah, that's the concept I'm going with here, because they come in here, the globalist, the anti-flat earther, and they want to laugh at the flat earther. They want to, it's entertainment purposes. Well, here's an article about space pirates. Any entertainment? Anything? Nothing at all? Are you getting any vibe here? What's going on with your space pirates? I go, these scientific investigators are working their ass off to get you to click on this content, and you just don't. You just don't give a shit. So number 2 is why. Since they want to talk about us all the time and what our motivations are, when we were fine just being left alone, the sort of Barbara Streisand effect. So now that we figured out that you really don't give a shit about your globetard, why do you care so much about flat Earth? So let's see why that is.
Look at me. Look at me. I'm the space pirate now.
Well, space pirates is kind of
camera on, dude. We got the limits.
Space pirates.
No, I was quoting a movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, who's someone to talk about space pirates? This whole place is good. Is someone worried about space pirates? Someone who thinks Earth is a globe. Chime in about your space pirates.
I was just going to point out that space pirates is kind of tongue-in-cheek, like admitting that there's grifting going on. Because if you think of space pirates and grifting and the whole scam of it all, it's kind of like tongue-in-cheek, like letting the cat out of the bag.
Oh, yeah, big time.
You think there's cats in space?
Cats?
You think they have cats in Middle Earth?
Was that like the dark elves and their battle cats?
It's about the same question he's asking.
Remember that one story? Bat Boy found in cave.
Yeah, the National Enquirer. That would be some good shit.
That was before clickbait was even a thing.
That'd be like you're walking through the grocery store and you're like checking out, and there's like a line, and there's like a magazine in there. The shocking truth behind what your pets do when you're not at home. You know.
We still sell those magazines too. I work at a grocery store, and those things are still right there in the aisle. So.
I'm married to
Sasquatch. I thought they were all gone.
No, most of them just say like King of England, like the king's got, this happened, and a lot of stuff about that, And theories about Trump and all that too,
Oh, it's like celebrity gossip.
Yeah, but it's still called the National Enquirer. But yeah, a lot of it's like King of England, Trump, Melania Trump, that kind of stuff.
But do people actually buy them?
I haven't really. Every time I check somebody, I've actually had no one actually buy it. So I think it just sits there. I have yet to see somebody actually buy it, to be honest. But that's just me, though.
They just page through it and put it back.
Probably, yeah. Most likely, most people probably just do that. Yeah.
You guys think the Earth is alive? Oh, come on, guys. We're from the Island of Misfit Toys. Flat Earth, the police department. How may I direct your call?
I got 2 Globers over here. They're measuring sun rays with sticks. Hurry, send somebody quick.
Right away, ma'am. We're sending units right now. Please don't approach them. They are dangerous.
I don't know what he's doing. He's just running around in circles, 39, 59.
Talking about a great white chief. We must keep the live stream going, guys. Don't let it go silent. We're dying in here. Only thing that'll save us is more likes. Grit.
Yep.
What do you think about stars?
Lights in the sky.
You think they're useful at all?
Some of them.
You think everybody on the planet sees the same stars?
No.
Can the people at the equator see the same stars?
No.
We got a lot of water on the Earth, you know? If you were to know the depths of something, a body of water, if you were to know the depth and the dimensions of it, would you know how much water it's holding?
No.
You just build a pool and fill it up, and that's how much water it takes.
No.
Seems like either way, we could be able to calculate how much water we have. Are you familiar with the saying, water doesn't curve?
No.
Would you rather go down into the earth or up off the earth?
No.
They both seem kind of fucking scary, huh? I always found it interesting that they say the deepest part is like the Marianas Trench, and then the highest part is Mount Everest, and they're only separated by a couple thousand feet. That's pretty weird. It's like it's balanced. You're a high level elevation flight guy, right? Crit?
No.
Oh, I thought you. I thought you.
That's pretty funny.
I thought he was a high elevation flight. Oh no, Crit's good. He's concise to his answers. He knows what he's talking about.
I know. It's like it's funny. Just no.
He's not getting it yet.
No, this is great. This is probably the most productive conversation we had in a while.
Good afternoon, Critspiracy.
What up?
Nothing, dude. What's going on with you?
No.
What? What? Hey, AI Overlord, what's this game you're playing? This Tekken?
Getting his ass whooped if he's the frickin' human.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything, but he's definitely getting beat up there.
I don't think this is Tekken, but it looks kind of like it.
It's Tekken.
I didn't know Azazel was in Tekken.
But
Dude,
this
how
is
you
a
supposed
story
to fight
mode.
a dragon with frickin' pointy frickin' tail, swinging it and lighting your shit up?
No.
Whooping
Here
your
comes the
ass,
Colt.
man.
Here comes
No.
the Colt.
You better throw a Hadouken.
Jesus Christ.
No, you can't. That's the question to that. Answer to that.
What's he throwing up lobster claws at you? What the hell is going on?
What the fuck
The
is a
hell kind of
lobster
shit?
claw?
Last frickin' game I played was frickin' Atari frickin' 1600 with Space Invaders, dude, when I was like
Damn.
9.
He hit you with that Stockton smack, dude. He went, BAM!
That is Tekken.
Told you.
Man, Tekken was a good game back in the arcade days in the early 90s or whenever. It was fun times.
Hey, Crit, you there?
Yeah, I used to
Yeah,
play
I'm here.
Tempest and Kickman. What else? Hubert was there with the weird freaking noise it would make. That was the weirdest thing. What else?
That Cubert game was freaking weird, dude. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Missile Command was big when I was a kid.
Yeah, Galaga, Space Invaders.
Submarines was cool.
Hey, you're old, dude. You're a Gen X kid.
Freaking 5. I'm a damn freaking I'm a senior citizen now.
I was born in 1980, so we had fucking Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat.
Crit.
I was 69.
Do you see the stream?
No.
Yeah, there you go, Crit. Keep it going, brother. No.
You don't seem too happy right now, Crit.
No, I'm not looking at the stream. I'm doing something.
Understand, like, can you beat these freaking big dudes with the spikes? What is that
Very
thing?
difficult.
What's he called anyway? What the hell is that? Is that a dragon? Freaking weird.
It is a cool looking game, that's for sure.
Hey, AI Overlord, where's the character? I think his name's Lee. He's the guy who does all the backflips. Yeah, that guy. I think Lay. Him. I think it's him. There's one character that does a lot of backflips.
Is the Panther guy in that game still? What's the Panther guy's name? King or something?
He's right. You said it right. Armor King.
Yeah, some cool memories.
There's Armor King and then there's King, so there's two different ones.
Such a fun time. Remember Killer Instinct, dude? Combo Breaker. Big combo. Man, look at the graphic difference you guys get to play with nowadays, dude. Holy shit.
Looks
I
like
used
shit
to like
to me now, just playing.
Pong. I was used to like Pong graphics. Remember Pong?
Yeah, man. We used to go to the arcade to get better graphics. Now the arcade's like hilarious. There ain't even arcades left.
I used to go out and freaking ride my bike. We didn't have arcade games.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, they might look better on a PlayStation and shit computers, but there ain't nothing like standing at the fucking console inside the place playing with your buddies, do quarters up. It's just something about that. You can't beat that.
Yeah, I used to
Damn,
know
this guy looks hard.
This old creepy guy used to like just click up the fricky, just open up the machine and be like bip 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 bip, clicking up the things. I don't know, he never did anything weird. But I had a feeling like
not that you remember. You
after I grew up, freaking I would have remembered, man.
It's repressed memories, dude. Only something traumatic will trigger it. Something traumatic will trigger it one day.
Yeah, freaking yeah. You don't know what you did for all those freaking Galaga freaking credits.
Yeah, he wasn't flicking the little coin thing. He's flicking your little dinghy.
Oh, that's terrible! Don't say that.
Oh, sorry, I can't say that here. Sorry, Crit. I'll keep it clean.
Whoa.
Yeah, the best times ever. Dude, arcades were the shit, man. We used to steal cans, big bags of cans from the bowling alley. They had like $30 in them, and we go turn the cans in and go get a couple rolls of quarters and shit. Buy some fucking bullshit.
Does anybody remember people that had a quarter with a
string on it?
String and just being like bip 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 bip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
I remember seeing that. I never did it.
My buddy created a little Jimmy, like a little fucking bar, dude, that he would just put in the machine and do it all the time. You know how you remember pinball machines, right? Okay, on a pinball machine, when you put a quarter in, it goes into a plastic tray. But if you go under the machine, there's usually a speaker that's positioned right under the machine that faces the ground. And we went under that machine and we hit that speaker out and hit it up into the fucking machine and threw it back. And we took that tray, we could reach up there and grab it with our little arms for kids and pull that tray through the hole and tip it and take all the quarters out. And we did that. We always left some quarters in there though. You know what I'm saying? Like you always had to leave like $5.
You little shit.
Dang.
Because if you took them all,
little thieves.
Dude, our bowling alley was the best place ever, dude. We owned that bowling alley, dude. was badass, dude.
So, what the hell was I going to say? All right, I got a question. Is Rapid Fire a pinball game? You didn't have flippers. Didn't have flippers. You remember Rapid Fire? Does anybody remember Rapid Fire?
It's not ringing any bells, man. Is it a digital pinball?
You know, it was just a pinball game, and it would shoot freaking like hundreds of balls, and you would freaking aim them. But you didn't have flippers. So I'm like, is it a pinball machine? Technically,
Doesn't ring
not
any
really.
bells.
Dude, look up Rapid Fire.
You remember the hockey games with the fucking bubble on it, the plastic bubble?
Dude, you remember that shit? Dude, if you remember really freaking like antique freaking like the old baseball games. Do you remember those?
Yeah, man.
There was these bump games too that I didn't really understand that I saw old men play. You would bump them to move the ball. There wasn't flippers, it was just a bump. But you could bump it too hard and freaking make it what was it called when you hit the
tilt?
Tilt. Yeah, you could tilt it. But
yeah.
if you look up Rapid Fire, yeah. Tell me if that's a pinball machine.
For like 1989, 88 to like 94 was terrible fucking town fucking hoodlums, kids.
Now this looks like more of an even fight. Fat guy against a regular dude. Holy shit.
We used to go to Kmart and just steal pellet guns and shit. That was fun as hell too.
Well, dang. Shorty has diabetes. You just whooped his ass.
Remember the game Street Fighter? They used a flat Earth map.
I used to play the karate game. Remember that in Bloodsport? Remember that game? In the movie Bloodsport?
Okay, USA.
Forget what that was even called. Was it just a karate game?
Yeah,
You did
I think
backflips.
if we're talking about, I don't know about backflips, but the original one was called Kung Fu, I believe.
It wasn't Street Fighter. It was just if you remember the movie Bloodsport, he plays the older American guy that becomes his friend in the movie. And
Jackson.
Yeah,
got him, Freaky. Got him.
Two joysticks.
That was a great movie, dude. That's Ogre, dude, from Revenge of the Nerds, bro.
Hello?
Hello? Are you there? I always picture like when I come in here, like welcome to Flat Earth Park, and like the music starts, and then I like drive in, I see Crit, and he's in the field, and I look over and I see everybody's just doing their thing like dinosaurs, and the music's just playing. I'm like amazed.
Everybody walk the dinosaur. Da-da-da-da-da.
Time smoking on a joint.
How about be more productive and prove that you live on a globe?
That's why I'm smoking a joint. I'll smoke this joint, I'll get the answer.
That's definitely not true. You're probably not going to get any better, much worse, actually.
Careful, smoking gives you cancer too, so don't smoke very much.
Yeah, tell him, Matthew.
No, I don't buy that.
You don't think smoking can be a cause for lung cancer?
No, I don't buy that.
There's somebody, I forget who it was, if it was Crid or if it was AI. Somebody talked about how they smoked in the Mideast and it's like it wasn't as bad over there in Asia. I don't remember who. I don't remember who said that. But
There's chemicals.
I'm a Moroccan. I smoke shit every day. It's been 15 years.
I wonder if cancer requires a container.
That's a good question. That's a damn good question. What can I do? Did you say you want me to prove the globe or disprove the flat Earth? Which one you want?
What's flat Earth?
I don't know. She just said, as I'm saying, you want me to. I can't remember what she said. The lady. I'm sorry. I don't remember her question or her. What was? Remember?
I said it's probably more productive that you would prove your globe Earth than smoking a joint.
Oh, I got you.
You're in here, are you not? Are you just gonna smoke and then talk to us afterwards? We don't really.
Holy shit! It's Flatsy Klein. Yeah, I can prove it. I can prove the globe. Yeah, I can, Flatsy.
Yeah, you can't prove it. You're just gonna be more obnoxious. Irony.
Really?
There.
If
Yeah,
you can prove the globe, present the proof.
Well, we'll wait, but we're not gonna hold our breath.
All right, can I share my screen?
I hope it's not something that needs just pure belief. I hope.
Rob Noxious, all you need is proof of curvature, dude. Do you got any of that?
Oh, he needs.
Okay, I guess not. He has no proof of curvature. All right.
Oh, sorry, I'm setting my shit up. I'm setting my stuff up. Yeah, I actually do have proof of curvature.
What are you setting up, dude? Just tell us who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, I thought you said you want proof. I thought you want proof of a globe. Now you want to know who measured the Earth.
I don't think you are somebody sufficient enough smoking your joints and whatnot. I wouldn't rely on you to actually measure the curvature of the Earth. I would want you to be able to give me somebody who did it in history that propagated this stuff.
Well, yeah, Rob Noxious, to prove the globe, you have to prove that there's curvature to the rate that the radius would predict. But if you don't got that, then you got no proof.
Yeah. Do I have to measure a basketball to know it's a ball?
Yes,
you have to measure the Earth as a globe.
No, I can look at it. I think of a basketball.
Hold on, shut up. Listen. You have to measure the Earth as a globe to tell us that it is, because it doesn't look like it is.
Yeah. It does look like it when you get far away from it.
It does not look like it's a globe, so it would need to be measured as such for us to know that it is. Thank you.
No, you are wrong. Rob Noxious, you're wrong about the basketball. So in the industry where they make those basketballs, the basketball have to be verified to see if it is a ball or not a ball, if it has a bump somewhere, so it won't be used. So they will throw it and recycle it again.
Yeah. Well, we have bumps. We don't get recycled. But I'm just saying like a tennis ball, a hard ball, a bowling ball.
What are you talking about? Stop making
any type of.
Stop
I'm
making.
Not making. I didn't make any. I didn't do anything.
You're making false equivalencies.
You tried. No, I'm not doing any of that.
So you tried to say that you just have to. You tried to say. So you try to say that you just have to look at the basketball to say that it is a ball. No. You have to verify that it is really a ball.
Okay, obviously, but once I look at the ball, whatever it is, a basketball, a bowling ball, tennis ball, a
Yeah,
baseball,
but that's
whatever
not
kind
the
of ball you
Earth.
want.
You don't
I know.
see a ball
I'm right
when
in
you
the.
look at the Earth.
But okay, well, we do because we looked at it from far away and seen
You
it to be a
don't
ball.
see a ball when
Oh,
you look at the Earth. You are being dishonest if you say you do.
They never looked at the Earth from far away. Someone told you that they looked at it from far away. But you
we got pictures. We got
believe
pictures.
that someone did that.
No, we got pictures.
Yeah, like there is pictures of fantasy things like
Unicorns. Yeah, unicorns.
Santa Claus. Yeah, exactly. You remember the shit. So why are you repeating the same nonsense again if you just remember the thing? So
I hear that gripe a lot from you guys, but you guys don't seem to understand that it's always the same shit because it's the same argument.
No,
and every time you use the same argument,
there's nothing new in Flat Earth. There's nothing new in Flat Earth, though. That's why we have to keep going over the same
There
shit.
is nothing new on you guys.
We don't have to know. We don't need anything new because the things that we have not been answered. That's why we're still here. Duh.
So, when people are asking you for a proof, and you know that photos and videos are not proofs for something, if you believe that, I can show you images and videos about the things that you know about unicorns and Santa Claus. So you will have to show us that, you will believe the images and the videos.
Okay, can I get it, man? I get your point. No, it's not. Okay, I can end it right here. Show me a real picture of a unicorn.
Sorry?
Show me a picture of a real unicorn.
Yeah, I can show you a picture of a real unicorn.
Thank you.
So, Rob Noxious, I'll tell you what's that real unicorn, because you won't be able at all to say if it is fake or not, because I will show you a real picture. I can take a horse, take a horn that resembles to the horn of a unicorn, buy some super glue the fucking horn to the forehead of the horse, take my photo, I get
it. I get it, bro. I get it.
My pen, and take the picture of that horse. And also I can call you now, and I can call you and ask you to come and watch that unicorn from 30 meters. From 30 meters from
I get it.
Unicorn.
I get it, Necro. But you know the problem with your little example here? The whole premise is based on you being dishonest and lying about it, putting the thing on it. So we're not putting any horn on our unicorn. We're not making a unicorn.
No. You will just have It is your standard.
Yeah. You just said you want to deceive somebody. I can make it. You can do it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
you can make anything up you want, but that doesn't make it true. You're just being dishonest.
But the thing is, because it is your standard of evidence, you will just have, if I show you that video of that horse with the horn super glued to its forehead, you will have
did you post it? Did you post
it? That it is real.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you posted it.
I can post it. Wait, sorry.
No, I haven't looked back.
No, just wait. When I will post it, you will admit that unicorns are real.
For sure. Oh, for sure, 100%. If you show me a real unicorn, I will definitely admit unicorns are real.
Okay.
Yeah,
dude, Rob, why do you keep talking too fast, man? Or are you all right, dude?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was talking fast again. Sometimes I slipped it back into that. I'll have to slow down.
No, you do that a lot when you're here. It's like you're nervous or something.
No, I'm a fast-talking person wherever I go. Yes, Crit, I'm the same Rob everywhere. That's one thing. I'm consistent.
Well, the most thing he's on servers where it's really hard to get a word in edgewise. Like there's just constant noise in the background. There's people making animal sounds. You know, like you maybe get like half or maybe 2 sentences out before someone starts blurting.
Crit, Why are people making animal sounds in these servers that he's in?
You don't want to know, bro.
Because they think they're animals. So they think they're a monkey, so they act like a monkey.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
yeah, they're like evolution. Like this crazy shit, dude.
Yeah, you can take your time. Relax. You got all the
No,
time
I know.
you need.
I know. And sometimes I feel myself getting back into talking too fast, so I try to slow down. So I have a lot to say. I just always worried about not having enough time to say it before someone gets pissed, because eventually the mods just get sick of me talking and cut me off, which is cool. Can't control the show forever, but I'm definitely willing to talk about it. I've come to the conclusion it's just not about, like you said, there's no changing and stuff like that. It's about
Nobody thinks that you're clever here. And everybody
Yeah.
that listens to you also doesn't think so.
well, opinions vary.
Okay, if you say so.
They vary.
Yeah, not everybody thinks the same. I'm sure some people love me. Maybe some people got a picture of my blue mask on the wall. I'm like the biggest
Maybe
fan.
somebody did fall for your crap. Surely. Maybe they did, but you only are here because you keep proving us right with your demonstrations of things in your garage.
Thank you. See, you even know about my garage. That's awesome. See?
Yeah, I do, because you keep proving us right. We appreciate you.
No problem. I do what I can. Like you guys said, ain't nothing to prove. It's not about.
Yo, Rob. Here's your unicorn.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
I'm loading some others.
Holy shit! A real unicorn.
Oh yeah.
Unicorns are real.
Nice.
Unicorns are real. So if that logic is true, that's a real unicorn. Unicorns are real. Then a globe earth is real. Because I can show you a globe earth picture too. Checkmate.
No. I still don't believe that fantasy things exist really. So if you're like that kid who still believe in fantasy things, I'm not.
Yeah. You're a religious
guy? You can believe in unicorns, and if I send you now a picture of Santa Claus, you will also believe in Santa Claus. That's your standard of evidence. But no, I'm grown-ass man. I don't believe in fantasy shit.
I bet you believe in deities and religious stuff, don't you?
Sorry?
Are you a religious man? Do you believe in the deities and all that stuff and all the religious?
I believe that there is a creator.
Is information supernatural?
I don't know. Did it come from a ghost?
Is information supernatural because it has no matter or energy?
If you received it during a trance or some kind of seance.
No, information in general, not just your idea of some fantastic something. No, I just mean in general information.
Yeah, that's what I thought it to be.
Yeah, it consists of neither matter nor energy. So you don't have that on a natural level. If it doesn't have that, you have it on a supernatural level by definition. So information being things that you can understand from another intelligent person or being. Yes, exactly. That's my point. It's supernatural because it has matter. It doesn't have matter nor energy. So you don't have.
Yeah, I'm not gonna knock you.
You don't. Okay, you don't have. You don't have something supernatural without some sort of supernatural reason. So you're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to just justify away or justify or talk a big game or whatever you want to do to explain that away.
Yeah, you got me talking about wrong.
In nature.
I'm not trying to talk no big game. I just happen to be
always trying to talk a big game.
No, I just happen to be a thorn that gets the most attention.
You know that you always try to talk a big. Why are you lying? Don't lie.
If you think I am because that's the way
You
like
do.
being is, hey, I am who I am. You know what I'm saying? It's
Oh, so you're not denying it now?
the name's Rob Noxious, man. I didn't come on. You know, what I'm saying I knew when I came on into the scene there was going to be arguing with people. I just happened to be one that people think are really obnoxious, more obnoxious than most.
No, everybody knows you just talk a big game. You don't have anything to back it up. Actually, when you demonstrate something in your little garage, you prove us right. It's embarrassing for you.
Oh, we're back to
on,
that.
dude.
I can do it right now. Here, I got the camera set up. I got my camera set up, and I'll share my screen, and we'll get to it.
Go ahead.
What are you expecting from someone who believes that unicorns are real?
She done got me to do some stuff, guys. Flatsy Klein.
Yo, Flatsy, what are you expecting from someone who believes
Yeah, I
that
want
unicorns
demonstration.
are
I
real?
want cowbell.
We're just having some fun, man. I think sometimes we have to forget, have to remember that, at the end of the day, we're all human beings. If we ain't doing this shit because we're enjoying it, then something is really wrong with us, dude.
You're just hiding behind.
No one should take themselves too seriously, dude. Don't take yourself too seriously.
You're just hiding behind that thing that it was a joke. No.
No, it's never.
No, but
I'm just saying I know the joke. That's the whole thing, man. I just don't take it too seriously because it's real life.
So either it is your standard of evidence. If you use photos and images and you come to us, no, just wait, stop. I'm talking. Just try to understand what I'm saying. If you use images and videos to beg some group of people to just believe that those videos and images are real, that shit must be your standard of evidence. That thing what you are doing, so videos and photos that you are begging people to believe it being real, must be your standard of evidence. So you must believe that photos and videos are just shocasing something real.
I know. Listen, man. You sound like you have a lot of conviction when you speak, but just because you sound like you're trying to convince yourself doesn't mean you're convincing anybody. You can go ahead. I don't understand. What you're saying is just total. It's just rhetoric, man. You're just spouting rhetoric because you're afraid.
No, I'm not afraid. Afraid of what? From what? Of what?
You're afraid of the truth. You're afraid of the truth.
No, it's not truth. It's not true. It's something that you believe to be real. It's not. It's something that you believe to be real. Like for example, those photos of unicorns. You believe that those photos are showing a real unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
And you will use those photos, you will go to Discord and you will use those photos and send them to people and ask them, why can't you believe that unicorns are real? Here I'm sending you videos and photos of unicorns.
Okay, listen, I understand, Necros, but the fact of your argument, is saying you're trying to correlate these two as being anywhere near the same, having the same credit worthiness of anything anybody with any type of rational mind that's not on medication could distinguish between the two differences. One of them is a fantasy. Unicorns don't exist. You can't have a picture of a real unicorn, but the globe Earth does exist, and we do have pictures. And it's
You don't have anything different than he did with the unicorns for your globe Earth.
Okay.
That's just a belief. You just have. No. Rob Noxious. Show me that you know that the globe is a globe. It's not just a belief. Don't talk to me about videos that you believe to be real. Don't talk to me about testimonies from people that you believe they are saying the truth. Can you show me?
I don't believe. There you
Can
go.
you show me a legit? Can you show me a legit, valid?
There you go. I just put one in chat. I put one in chat, brother.
So what is that?
I don't know.
What is that?
What is that? What is that?
Yeah, it is the same exact thing. Do I have to send to you another unicorn? It's just the same thing. You're showing to me.
I got you.
You're showing to me the fantasy thing that you are believing in. A new image. So I can show you a new unicorn. Wait. let's exchange
Yeah, I get
our
it. I know
images of.
your problem.
No,
I know
no.
what your problem is what I'm presenting. I know what it is.
Let's exchange our images about the fantasy things. So I will show you. I will just flood you with the images of unicorns, and you can flood me with images of your fantasy globe. So, like I'm telling you, that's not a proof. That's something that you believe to be real. But it's not a proof. That's not showing something being real. So if photos and images were something that you can't fake, yeah, you could use that. But because images and photos can depict fantasy things, yeah, you can't use it.
No, I get it. I get it. I know. I get it, man. So, Jesus Christ, man. I don't know if it's like the translation shit, but you took so long to say so little. I mean, I understand. You can't use pictures and stuff and videos of things to prove things. Fine. That's what you're saying, right? I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm fucking can't believe it. But I mean, that's pretty much
that's basically what he was saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
fine.
exactly.
Yeah, fine. I won't use pictures. Then I won't post no more pictures. Even though you just asked me, please post me something or a picture. So you asked me to post you a picture, knowing that you're not going to accept anything as information. But that's a whole other point. But right now, I'm going to perform.
Yeah, you can't use only
I can show you live.
pictures as an.
Fine.
Listen.
No pictures. How about live video? How about a live stream? How about a live?
We never actually asked you to post a picture. We just asked for proof.
You can't just show images of something without some actual tangible proof. When it comes to unicorns, you can either validate that by experiencing it yourself or having something to reference it. Okay? You don't have that with your globe Earth from the vacuum of space. You don't have that.
Oh yeah, vacuum of space. Can you guys see my camera check? Camera check.
Oh, what will you show me? Will you show me a live stream?
I'm gonna show it to you right now.
Do you want to? No, wait. Do you want to that we exchange live streams? If it is your standard, no, wait.
This is not the hard part, dude. This is not the hard part.
God, don't be scared. Let me tell you what I have to tell.
What are we doing? I'm sharing my screen.
So no. Let's exchange the live streams because I can show you a live.
We can do whatever you want. We can do what you want to do, brother. I'm going to try to do here what I'm going to do. I'm not forcing anybody to watch shit. If you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it. But I'm sharing my screen, and I'm showing you the celestial shit in the sky. This is a globe. It actually lights up from the inside. It shows you where all of the fucking constellations are at on the globe at any given time. So you can go around here. And it actually has this little dotted line running through. There's the equator, okay? So it shows you the equator. And the globe spins. You can see all of them. You can see the North Star up there. You can see Polaris. You can see Andromeda. You can see from Pegasus. And then you get to the bottom. You're seeing things like Lepus, Canis Major, Vela, Santa Ares. And all of a sudden now, you get to here. Where's that? Let me find it for you guys. The Southern Cross. There's right. I'm no celestial navigator, but the bot you can't see. There it is. I'm sorry, the Southern Cross right there, and that's off the coast of South America. So you can't in the Sigma contest, whatever they call it. And then if you go to the North Star, you get and the North Star's on top. So the people in the South can't see the North Star, and the people in the North can't see the South Star. That would only happen on the spherical.
The Earth is flat.
Could be. Maybe it is.
Sigma Octantis is in a southern.
MD Mac, I know you're not a flat earther.
What? I'm not a glober either, though.
These never change, and they go the opposite directions.
Yeah.
Why would they go the opposite direction? Because you're upside down. You don't want to face it. People are living upside down. Face it.
No.
Okay, so prove the curvature then.
One time I took a bunch of nitrous oxide and saw everything upside down for a second.
There you go.
That's a fallacy.
Curvature is proven by looking in the sky.
Mr. Robnox, that's a logical fallacy. That's begging the question of the curving ball that we are arguing about. Because the thing that is in contention, it's the Earth not being a globe. So when you can't verify the curvature, you're just jumping to the sky, assuming that it is a ball underneath your feet.
No,
and
you're not.
what's happening in the sky.
No, what
is
we
just
observe
translated
makes
to
it
a
a ball.
ball. No, yeah,
No,
yeah,
what we observe. See the line of the zodiac. The line of the zodiac and these things are irrefutable. You can't refute these type of things. These constellations have always been here. They'll always be here. You know what I'm saying? As long as humans are here. And this is the way it is. You can navigate by them. They're constant. They're reliable. They're repeatable over the hundreds of thousands of years we've been using them. And this is hilarious. I mean, it's undeniable.
correct,
You know where the moon's going to be.
correct. But we are not saying that.
Okay, so show me the zodiac path on a flat Earth on a map then. I know.
Rob Noxious. So when you enter the channel, we are not claiming that the stars are flat. We are not claiming that the constellations are flat. Yeah, correct. You are completely correct. So
this is disproving it. I'm not proving a globe. I'm disproving a flat Earth because you can't put the line of the zodiac. Put the line of the zodiac on a flat Earth map then.
Rob Noxious, you are not proving anything when you are jumping to the sky and what the sky is doing. From your
why do you guys use Polaris as a measurement?
Just stop. From your perspective, because you have never ever seen the stars doing like that. See, because you have never.
What are you talking about? This is an actual representation of what you see.
Just stop. You have never been at that point of view where you were seeing the stars in that model, so you will you never left the
you're just talking
the stars and see them from away. So you always see the stars. Even the astrophysicists, they see the stars from here, from the surface. So you see those stars arcing above you on the surface, like a protractor. So an arc on the protractor. So those are the stars, but the protractor is not curved from below. So it is just a stretched line.
Sure, buddy. Sure, man. You're literally just talking to hear yourself.
Like I told you,
there's nothing you're saying. Nothing you're going to say is defeat. Repeatable. We have a fucking actual. I'm showing you. Me in my garage. I should like to say an actual model globe. We have a model that works. We show the line of the zodiac. It's been repeatable. You can't draw the line of a zodiac on any type of whatever you want to call it. I know you hate the word map, so I don't care what you draw it on. Just show me the line of the zodiac that represents on your thing of a flat, whatever it is. Show me something. You can't just say I have nothing and say I have everything.
Yeah, because we are not arguing about the stars, brother. You can go to some channels that are talking about the stars.
You don't need to argue about the stars. The stars are here. They do something. And
we are talking about the Earth. Just listen.
It doesn't matter. They prove it.
Listen. The stars can do whatever the fuck they want to do. I don't care about the stars, what they are, where they are, what they are doing.
You don't have to.
What I care about is the Earth. I'm someone who is claiming that the Earth is not a globe; it is a flat Earth.
We see the stars.
Therefore,
they are important.
The zodiacs. No, just wait. The zodiacs,
you're flailing.
The stars, the sun, the moon, their position and what they are doing in the sky. That's not something I'm arguing about. They can do whatever they want to do. I'm not.
No, but they can't though. But they can't though. They do exactly what we know they're going to do.
Yeah, they can because I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are. So if they are,
you don't need to know what they are. If you can still see them and know what they're doing.
They will do things in the sky dependent to what they are.
What?
Yeah.
No, this is all very, very locked in. We know where they're at. We can look up in the sky and find any of these constellations you can find at any given time and where you're placed on Earth.
You are translating them to that model because you are assuming that they are some chunk of rocks burning on fire or some giant balls of gas.
It's irrelevant.
Something like that. Yeah, it is relevant. Like I told you, you can go to some other channels that are
light bulbs. You're right.
Oh
You're
my
right.
God.
Listen, hold on, Necros. Listen, they could be light bulbs. You're right. It doesn't matter. But the bottom line is, we see these light bulbs at certain places, and they're charted, they're measurable, and we know where they're at, and they do certain things. and yet you can't show any of those light bulbs on your type of map or model, or I'm sorry, whatever you want to call it. You can't demonstrate it. I can demonstrate it.
Yeah, because I'm not arguing about that. You can demonstrate it. Yeah, good for you. You can go to somewhere else where people are just want to talk about the stars and what they do, and you can argue with them. But here we are talking about the Earth not being a globe; it is a flat Earth.
Yeah, this is direct. This is direct fucking evidence to support the argument and bring to the argument. Like I said, the fact that you guys measure the Polaris and now you're claiming we don't want to look at the stars to know the shape of the Earth is disingenuous.
If
It's
the Earth
really
is round,
ridiculous.
why is my desk flat?
I mean, you guys literally use Polaris and all your stuff. Oh, we measured a Polaris off a level ground, flat plane. Okay, but you're still using Polaris, so you're using the sky for yours. But when we know the sky for ours, it doesn't work.
I can use Polaris, I can use the sun, but I don't claim what is the sun, what is Polaris, and what they have to do, and what they are doing.
You guys say it proves the shape, though. You guys say the sun never sets on the Earth, so therefore it proves it's flat. So again, you're just, I don't know if you're doing it. I don't think you're doing it on purpose. I think you just don't know that you're double standard.
No. We are not saying that the star proved the Earth. No. You are incorrect. That's a sentence that you just brought up from your ass. No flat earther is saying stars are proving the Earth. No, we are talking about angles.
I'm sorry, bro. I mean, this is just irrefutable fucking
measurements. Angles, measurements.
Yeah.
No, we are not talking about
you don't need that. Even before you listen, you can do this with observations. As I'm saying, observations they leave you with no other choice but to say, if I see the sun spin around my head at one place on the planet, I'm sorry, 2 places on the planet, and every other place it doesn't do that. That means that object must have what we would perceive to be an up and a down, right? Even though there's no up and down, but what we perceive to be because we're living on it. Then you have no other options to start thinking, well, how geometrically is that possible? If I have 2 spots on a said plane that both have 24-hour sunlight at different times, antipodal, then what are we living on?
Yeah, correct. That's not irrelevant to the shape of the surface. The sun can be something and can do anything. It can be a reflection, a spot of light, or like for the rainbow. The rainbow is just the light refracted, and it's not the source of light. The source of light is just behind you, which will be the sun. So who knows what is the sun? What are those stars and what they are doing? If they're in the south, there is a reflection of the north or not. If there is a reflection of the stars in somewhere in the sky, who knows what are the stars? No one here is claiming what the stars are and what they should do. They can do that above a surface. Yeah, if you observe, if the Earth is verified to be not being a ball, like you couldn't prove it. You jumped to the sky. So
excuse me.
Verified to not being a ball, the stars can do whatever they do in the sky. If there is a 24-hour sun, so okay, that's an observation of a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth. If there is no 24-hour sun on South, okay, that's observation of no 24-hour sun on flat Earth. That wouldn't shock me or surprise me because we know the Earth we are living in. The stars, we are just trying to discover what those things are. No one knows. Either you don't know.
Okay. Is there any flat earthers in here?
I'm a flat earther.
Okay. Can you explain the word parallax real quick?
No, I can't.
Do you need me to explain it for you?
No, I'm not here for a lecture from you.
Well, clearly you believe the Earth is flat, so there must be a problem here. Something you didn't learn in school, something your parents didn't teach
I mean,
you.
you're just gonna
Somebody
immediately
failed.
approach it by being a dick. Then, like, I don't know why you.
Well, I mean, you're just scared to verse, man.
No,
If
it's
does anybody else here want to talk about flat Earth? Anybody here?
That ain't the way to approach them, bro. They won't bite, dude. You gotta be cool.
I asked him if he wanted to debate. He said no. All right, moving on. Who else?
You never said anything about a debate. You said you're.
Oh, wait.
Now you're
brother.
lying. So you're lying.
Hey, you can click on. Everybody here knows me, man. Everybody here knows me. You act like people here don't know me.
No one cares
I'm in here
about
all
who
the
you are.
time.
You're a fucking guy online.
So
Let
states
people your
that-
friends.
I'm in here all the time, bruh.
Mr. State Depth, Mr. State Depth, I don't know you, and I'm interested. If you got something, just to understand, I want to debate you because beliefs are not debatable. You're just holding a belief about the Earth being a globe. It's not a knowledge. So if you got something interesting to throw to validate that the Earth is a globe, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
I
easiest
hope
way
that
to
the
explain to
changes
you, to prove to you that the Earth is a globe, to literally prove to you.
Yeah. I hope that the thing that you will throw to me doesn't necessitate any type of belief. It will be just a tangible, verifiable proof.
I have proof. Actual proof.
Why did they?
I have actual proof the Earth is a globe.
Why is
Go
it that
ahead.
when they
Literal
call
proof.
it the ISS, they heard sonar sounds?
Dude, why is it when the goddamn astronauts came back from the moon, they landed in the middle of the
But they
Atlantic
did. But they
Ocean,
didn't come back from the moon.
and they had to have a Navy crew to go rescue them?
They literally, you literally hear the sonar sounds when you listen to the call.
Matt Walsh, let the guy throw his proof, and let's see that. I'm
Okay,
interested.
I'll give you proof. All right, so where I live, do you believe in technology? Yes or no? Do you think technology is real?
You know what? Don't ask. Skip all the rhetorical questions and just give your.
Okay.
give your-
So wait. Listen to me, because I'm trying to debate you here. All right. So if you look on your phone, right? If you got an iPhone, you can pull up the weather app. All right. If you pull up the weather app on your iPhone, you can get the exact time when the sun sets and when the sun rises. The exact time.
He's not even trying.
Okay.
He's trolling, dude.
So basically, how come in certain parts of Alaska, I could pull up cities and list it off to you. There are areas where they have 24-hour sunlight. There's no sunrise, there's no sunset. Okay? 24-hour sunlight. But down here where I live, there is no 24-hour sunlight. Sunrise, sunset. Everywhere, California, New York, Paris, fucking Moscow, all of them. Sunrise, sunset. All of them. You go to certain parts up north in Alaska and whatnot, 24-hour sunlight. Explain.
You can have a 24-hour sunlight on the flat Earth.
Oh, really? So how? How's that?
Oh my God! Wait, Matt Walsh, what the fuck are you doing, brother? I just asked you earlier to shut up and let him get.
Okay,
his
you
proof
do it.
out.
You handle it. You handle it.
Oh, now he doesn't have any fucking proof. I see. He just
do have
have a question.
You can't prove to me. You can't show me evidence that the Earth is flat. You cannot.
No, shut up. Don't reverse now because you found that you don't have any damn proof for the globe. So you wanna reverse?
No. What you're gonna have to debate me on is where the location of the sun is.
I'm not debating people who hold beliefs, not knowledge.
It's not a belief, buddy. You go outside.
Oh, go ahead. Now, if it is not a belief, show me how can you validate that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space without begging me for belief.
Dude, the White brothers said humans would not fly for 1,000 years, and they were the ones that developed the goddamn airplane. Okay,
nice.
You don't know a damn thing.
What the fuck is that? It's not proof for the globe. Can you
It is
now
proof.
jump to the
People
proof for the
believe that
globe?
humans could never fly for thousands of years. They said, "Oh, humans will never fly. They will never go in the sky." Look, then it happened.
Okay, so that proves that people can fly. That doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. Okay,
but
now
that-
we
no,
can
that
jump
proves to you engineering
now
and
we
science
now
exist.
Now we can jump. No one is denying science. We are just begging you to not utilize.
Okay, and I would like you to check the side chat. if you can.
We know what is science. We are begging you to not
A list of
utilize.
cities that have 24-hour
So
sunlight.
can you use your ears to process some information that I want to say? So we know what is science. Can you please don't utilize or use pseudoscience instead of science? Go ahead.
It's not pseudo. It's not pseudo.
Well, go ahead, please. I'm waiting for the proof of the
Let me ask you a question. Since ozone layer. There's proof.
Have you ever interacted with the ozone layer?
Buddy.
In your own body?
Well, tell me, how did they know there was a hole in the... Wait. How did they know there was a hole in the ozone layer?
What do you mean? How do they know? They could say anything. What are you talking about?
Just tell me. Oh, really? Really? They can say anything? So why would they ban a hairspray, a popular hairspray?
Just wait.
Why would people in power do things?
Because...
Matt Walsh,
he's running into it, dude.
Matt Walsh, please.
Okay,
He's claiming shit, and let me just get that settled. He said, I asked him for a proof for the globe. He said, ozone layer.
Yeah.
Can I
you know what that means?
No. So,
that means Earth is an atmosphere.
No,
that, right?
Can I welcome you to the flat Earth then? Because when you say ozone layer, I hope that you are not like those people who are violating the laws of physics, like the second law of thermodynamics, thinking that they have a layer of gas adjacent to a vacuum.
Stop.
And they can have holes on gas.
The guy who discovered the ozone layer was a scientist in the 1830s, and he was a Christian. Okay?
I don't care.
Christian.
I don't care.
Scientist.
I'm not a Christian.
These guys are not lying to you. They're observing things, and they're documenting the observation. They have nothing to lie about.
Here again, you come back to the point that I talked to you about earlier. I told you, I hope you won't beg me for belief. Now, when we talk about reality, let's just try to break it down. That ozone layer. What do you think the ozone layer is?
The ozone layer is a part of the atmosphere, my boy. I told you this.
So, what do you think the ozone layer is? I'm not asking you what do you think it is part of.
Dude, I told you what it is.
What do you think do you think that it is some kind of rubber, like a rubber balloon, and you pick up all of that?
Look, here, I'll put a diagram in the side chat for you, because this is literally some middle school shit, bro. What is the ozone layer?
Is it some
Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. I don't care what you believe in. I'm telling you what it is. You can believe that Santa Claus is real for all I care.
My God. The ozone layer. So do I have to understand that the ozone layer is a red circle on a white paper?
It's not a red circle.
That's what you are showing me.
Dude,
can you define
the
what is the
ozone layer? Yes, it protects us from the sun's radiation. You know that, right?
Oh my God.
We would get fried if the ozone layer didn't exist. We would literally get fucking fried.
The ozone layer is the yellow part on there. That's where the red spot is working.
We would get fucking fried.
Rob Noxus, I'm having problem with a guy who is trying to debate and he can't understand a simple question. I'm not asking you for the purpose of the ozone layer.
The ozone layer is a part of the multi-layer atmosphere, right? You ever heard of the stratosphere, mesosphere, all that bullshit?
Is it some kind of rubber? Is it a solid? Is it a liquid?
It's made up. It's made up of the atmosphere. Look, they got all types of chemicals up there. They got oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen. They got all types of shit.
Is it a solid?
What, you want to know what it's chemically make up?
Is it a solid? Is it a liquid?
It's not. No, it's not a solid. Why would a gas be a solid?
It is a gas.
Yeah, is oxygen a gas? Whoa. Is oxygen a gas? Yes or no?
Thank you.
Is oxygen a gas? Yes or no?
I understand what is gases. I wanted you to say what it is, and I was waiting for you. It's been minutes now to say.
Dude, you can see the ozone layer. You can see it.
Just wait.
Here, I'll post a picture of it. Look at the layers. Wait. Look in the side chat.
Oh my god.
Look at the layers. Look at it. It's real, man. This shit ain't fake.
That's nice. Okay. Can you pick a hole in gases?
Can you do what now? Yes, you can create a hole
on gases. Can you show me the demonstration? Can you show me the real demonstration of that?
Okay, listen. You're asking.
I'm not listening. No. Now I don't.
How was a hole created in the ozone layer? That's what you're asking.
No. I'm not asking you for that. I asked you, can you pick hole on gases? You said yes. I asked you then, can you show me a demonstration of someone in the history of humanity who could pick a hole on some type of gas?
Dude, do you not understand?
Dude, tell me. Show me.
Listen.
Show me. No.
They're called bonds, my man. They're molecules. So,
yeah, I
certain
understand.
Wait. Blood, listen. You have a chemical, right? The ozone layer might be made up of chlorine, oxygen, all these different things. So, when you have chemicals that humans create, like hairspray and all that shit goes in the atmosphere and it destroys the bond that is created by these things. So it breaks down their bond and destroys it, right? So the hole in the ozone layer is eating the chemicals are eating away.
Just wait, don't watch the claims one after the other. Oh yeah, claiming that now gas are bound.
They're called CFCs, right? CFCs, that's what it was, the hairspray. That had CFCs in it, and that ate away at the ozone layer.
It would just get thinner and settle back to the same shape.
No.
Can you be patient and understand the question and not respond to something else that I didn't talk about?
Dude, ozone layer was naturally created. You know that, right?
Just try.
The trees, man.
Oh my god.
You know what trees are?
A load of horse shit. That ozone.
Oxygen, gas.
What?
You know what?
Load of horse shit. You believe that shit, huh?
Yo.
Do you believe in it?
Hey,
there's going to be the cold. It's global warming now. It was Arctic cooling. It was Arctic cooling years ago. You believe that load of shit?
Bear, if you go to the hospital and you get an X-ray and they tells you there's a foreign object inside of you, do you believe them or do you say no? It's a load of crap.
Well, I actually got a kidney removed because they told me that I had freaking cancer. Then after they removed the kidney, they said, "Oh, but by the way, it wasn't cancer." After they stole my kidney, so I don't know.
X-rays are real. X-rays are real.
Sorry.
X-rays are real. Okay. I don't know if you know this or not.
X-rays weren't real. I'm just saying they freaking took a picture.
Okay, well, why don't you sue them and become a millionaire?
Kidney.
Sue them.
I'm telling you, they removed my fucking kidney and it wasn't cancer. So
sue them. Become a millionaire. Sue them. Sue the hospital. Sue the doctors.
You think that's
quit whining about it.
My lord.
State depth. Can you now please try and
God probably took your kidney away because you're a sinner.
Dude, listen to me.
No.
The trees.
I won't listen to you now. Just try to
produce oxygen.
Can you use science and validate that you can pick holes on gases and not try to push pseudoscience? But because what you are doing now, it's only pseudoscience. You are telling me some stories, begging me to believe the stories that you want to tell me.
Okay, what do you want me to say?
Validate your shit using science. Show me how you can pick holes on gases. That's because I will just go after
that. I'll put a diagram then.
We will destroy that ozone layer that is not extending into the vacuum of space.
I'm putting this diagram in the side chat. None of us here can explain it. None of us here can understand it. There's no environmental scientists in this goddamn call, but if you want the proof, here's it is in the side chat. No one here can understand this. No one's an environmental scientist. This is it. This is it. That is how. Look at the diagram. Read the diagram. Read the diagram. Read the diagram.
No.
Bullshit. There's your proof.
Num. a load of horse.
CFC molecules attaches to the UV energy, separates the chlorine atom from the CFC molecules. It then moves to a free chlorine, pulls the oxygen from the ozone molecule, creating CIO and O2. Free oxygen bonds with the oxygen in the CIO, leaving a free chlorine atom and a molecule of O2.
Next to Narnia.
No, it literally shows you how the CFC is removing the oxygen molecule from the fucking atom.
That's great, but how
Use
does
your
it get
goddamn
there
brain.
when it's 3 times heavier than air?
How does it get there? Because gases are lighter than air. No, it's not.
Too heavy to get there.
No, it's not. CFCs are not that heavy.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You don't know what the density of CFCs are?
Dude, do you? Tell me. So how did the CFCs reach the fucking stratosphere, old man? Please tell me.
Oh, he doesn't believe in
They
science. There's no
didn't.
reason to
You
argue with
believe
him.
that horse shit. You believe that
Right.
horse shit.
People don't know what they're
Right.
doing.
You believe that horse shit.
Frickin' just like they went to the moon. My lord.
Yeah, you pay your taxes? You pay your taxes?
Frickin' guys floating around the ISS too.
Hold on. Hold on, you pay your taxes? You let the government just take half of your money at the end of the year? You believe that bullshit, what they're doing with your money? Why are you letting the government do that to you, bruh? Huh? You let the government just yoink half your paycheck? Yeah, so you're taking it up the ass just like everybody else, buddy. You pay your taxes just like everybody else. You're part of the fucking system, my man. You say, "Oh, I'm a rebel. I don't believe anything they tell me." Yet you still pay your taxes. Yet you still pay your taxes.
Okay.
We have to do that. We are forced to do that. We have to do that because we have girls. And your side is just only girls. Shy girls.
Dude, that
Or
doesn't
something
mean you believe
worse
all
than
their
that.
frickin' stories that frickin' violate frickin' natural laws. You can't believe that horse shit, dude. I don't know how you guys eat it up, man.
No, I wanted him to show me how they can pick a hole on gases by validating it using science, so demonstration, hypotheses, observation. He sent to me a diagram, fucking diagram.
Yeah, show us in a frickin' laboratory where they frickin' poked a hole in gas with other gas next to a vacuum. I'd like to frickin' see that one. It'll never happen.
I will send you the definition of pseudoscience, and the next time you want to use pseudoscience to push something as being science. Fuck. Why they are like that? I'm coming here to debate. Debate what if you are completely ignorant?
Matt Walsh, what do you have something to add?
What?
So you're mumbling there in the background. Did you have anything to add?
I wasn't mumbling.
Are you a globe earther?
No.
Or you're a flat earther?
Mm-hmm.
Some other guy was mumbling something. I want to hear what he had to say.
Yeah, if the Earth was round, why wouldn't the gravity of the mass beside where I am be pulling me to the side? Why do my drinks stay on my desk?
I'll tell you this: when they let the average person go to space, I believe the Earth is round. Until then, it's flat.
Well, that's never going to happen. You can't go to space. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Yeah.
Until they show me space. It's not
Yeah.
That's a good
Absolutely.
point.
How do you know it doesn't exist?
Have you been
Because
there?
it's like natural.
It can't.
Have you,
You
been
can
there?
go. You can go to the ocean if you want. You know the ocean's there, right? But they don't let you in
Vacuum.
space.
Dude, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Prove that.
How
Show
do
me
you
in a
know?
frickin-
How do you
show
know
me in a
space doesn't
frickin-
exist?
in a laboratory in a recreation? Show me it right now. Show me gas next to a freaking vacuum.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
asking
even
the
if
guy
you
how he
assume,
knows
even
space doesn't
if you assume,
exist.
Water sticking to a spinning ball. Come on, man.
even if you assume,
Stop believing
Yeah.
horse shit.
even
Yeah,
if you assume
gravity.
that it works the way they tell
Um,
you, why is it the case that you can go in a vessel to the bottom of the earth, to the bottom of the sea, sorry, and you can be protected like James Cameron from these crazy pressures on the ship, but for some reason they can't let you go in a vessel into space. So they're doing the same thing. Why are rich billionaires not going to space in same type of vessels
It's dangerous.
right now? No, what you mean? Well, it's dangerous at the bottom of the sea too, but they were able to do that safely. Why can't they go to
Dude,
space?
it's the same reason a lot of the billionaires aren't going to the bottom of the ocean. Why would you do that?
Well, they do actually. So
one guy does it out of all the.
No, they did. They did an Ocean Gate as well. Did you not hear about that?
Dude, you're acting like it's a thing billionaires do. It's not.
They can though, and they did, and they
It's
have.
not.
You would hear at least like 2 cases of them going to space casually, but they don't do it because it doesn't exist.
Is that the reason?
Mm-hmm. Why is it the case that when they call the ISS, there's sonar pings in the background? You can hear it. Why is that?
You're assuming it's sonar beams.
Okay? Well, you tell me what it is then. If it sounds like literally like sonar, what else is it? Have you heard? Has NASA ever given you a quorum on the sounds of these telemetry signals that they're giving out and what sounds they're going to give in the cockpit? Have you ever heard of that? You ever heard of a sonar sound in outer space? In the ISS?
What do you mean a quorum? First of all,
it's really hilarious when they like stick to one word instead of answering the question. Yeah? Answer the question that I gave you.
Your question.
Answer the question. It's because you're too stupid to answer.
Let me
right?
answer your question. Don't be so stupid. Ask a better question. It's obviously I don't work for NASA. No.
Okay, so why are you defending the globe?
Idiot.
How do you know space doesn't exist?
Do you think that you could frickin' build a submarine, never frickin' change frickin' gas, frickin' handle all the pressure? Just have it, floating underneath the frickin' sea, a couple miles down. Never change any gaskets. Floating around there. Everybody has long hair. Hair's flying around, getting over all the frickin',
You don't think they do maintenance on the International Space Station?
Dude, hell no, they don't.
Oh, they do. So you're wrong.
Oh, they do. Show me a video of them changing
That's why
gas.
there's astronauts in the International Space Station to do maintenance in the
And
first
they
place.
go outside to change shit. Dude,
Right.
they spend all their time showing you that this is how you know we're in space instead of actually doing frickin' experiments, doing actual science.
It's not
The only thing
true.
you see is them eating water, throwing frickin' fruit, and frickin' washing your hair and splashing water all over the frickin' sense of frickin'.
Yeah, is hair part of the maintenance? Is hair part of the
Dude,
maintenance?
why would you let anybody with a bunch of hair up there and let them live up there for months? That's frickin' absurd.
Interest in space and interest in science.
So why is it the case that there's like so basically what you're going to tell me is that they went
don't
to the,
automatically think of some
in
great
your worldview
global
in your
conspiracy,
worldview
and they actually realize, oh, science is cool.
so
Right?
in your view they went to the moon.
Without science, we wouldn't
Okay,
have.
he's not going to stop.
What view?
He's making
What
going.
moon?
Wouldn't
Which
have all
one?
this stuff.
What view?
Trying to talk to this guy, but he won't.
Hang on, guys. Can we just, guys, hang on. Just Yo-Yo, cool guy. Can we just hear from him? Just let him talk. Get his point across. Go,
Okay,
dude.
so basically, Yo-Yo, what you're going to tell me is that in 1969 they went to the moon with
No, Yo-Yo guy, dude. Yo-Yo, cool guy. Can we hear his point, please?
He's not talking.
Sure. My point is just that, like,
So let's
you
talk
guys
about a very
can-
famous and important application of steady state.
Just Yo-Yo guy, for fuck's sake.
Yo, say what you're gonna say, dog.
I have been interrupted. I was going to say what I was going to say, so I'll say what I'm going to say.
Okay, go ahead.
But it's not my fault. Yeah, so I just think it's ridiculous to think that there's a global conspiracy and that you guys are so special that you figured out the exact way the world is, and that it's flat and that everybody's like, there's millions of people who've all been like trying to dupe you. And I think it's just really narcissistic at the end of the day.
Okay, so I'm going to answer what you just said, right? So basically, what you're doing is you're just doing the appeal to authority fallacy. You think that
I'm
just
not
because
appealing to authority.
just because we're stop. So just because we're using deductive reasoning and using common sense, You think that we think we're special. No, dude, all I have to say is this to debunk your space bullshit. Look, so in your worldview, in 1969, with a computer like that is nowhere near even as powerful as a Hewlett Packard from 1999, let alone a Challenger 1P from 1979. You guys you're gonna tell me that they went to space with that, right? And then they landed a guy on the. Can you stop talking? Can you stop, please? I'm trying to.
Don't worry, Twonger. He likes interrupting other people, but
Yeah, why would you compare NASA to Hewlett Packard,
So
dude?
what
Are
I'm
you
trying to say,
retarded?
dude, can you please stop talking over me?
Hypocrite.
Can someone do something about this? All right, so here's I'm just gonna mute you both and just keep talking. Then see, Globers is what they do. Anyway, so you think they're gonna land on the moon, right? And they're going to broadcast all of that with 1969 technology to all the people on the planet who have satellite television. And then you're gonna tell me that years and years of like decades later, we can't do that again, and there's no telemetry data left over, and somehow, you're just going to tell me, oh yeah, well, we just lost technology, bro. No, you didn't lose technology. This technology never existed because it never went to fucking space, dude. Now, at the end of the day, this is just common sense deductive reasoning. You seriously going to tell me that we can't have uninterrupted 4K footage from a rover on the moon now, but we could have uninterrupted sound and audio, sound and video footage in 1969 live to everyone on Earth with 8-second delay? You're seriously going to tell me that?
I didn't say.
Why can't we do that now?
Okay, I'll say
Because people don't want to pay for it. That's why.
No, these are bullshit, stupid fucking excuses, and you know it doesn't make any sense. This is post hoc rationalization. This is what you're doing. If this was applied to any normal situation, you would not be talking like this. You would not be making up bullshit excuses. If this happened at a party and the same thing was applied into an interpersonal level, you would be calling bullshit. You would be calling bullshit left and right because you know it doesn't make sense. I know deep down you muted me.
Why are you yapping?
You don't want to pay for it. How many people want to go to space? A lot. Tons of people. And it's being taken out of our taxes right now. We're paying taxes for it. So the fact that they haven't accrued enough tax money over the last 40, 50, 60 years to go back to the moon and at least stream 4K footage to us whenever we want to look at it, uninterrupted, tells me that it's full of shit. You send the freaking Curiosity rover to Mars and all I get is a freaking 3D modeling video? Not an actual video of it landing. And then you got Devon Island. We can't even talk about Devon Island. Devon Island's just going to show you right there. It's just the fucking Mars is fake, right? So,
well, I mean, images have metadata. That's how you verify images. It's all about the metadata. So, all they need to do is show us the metadata of these images they claim are in whatever Mars, space, whatever it may be. Just show me the raw data. Show me the image with the metadata intact. It's that simple.
I'd like to see that too.
They would falsify the metadata before they released it anyways. They have ways to doctor that shit.
Well, not really. I mean, I know how metadata works. And if they show me an image with metadata intact, I could tell whether it's been doctored or not. So
yeah, they would just damage the metadata and then say that it was corrupted during transmission or some stupid shit.
Whatever. So they don't have metadata. It's that simple. All they can do to prove their position is show an image with metadata, and they can't.
Yo, are you retarded? Like, does the CIA need a drone strike your house so you can believe that jets are real? Like, what is wrong with you?
You see, jets.
Like, do you not believe in fucking jets and technology and lasers and like? Are you just? What year were you from? What year are you from?
Evidence. Just give us
What
an
year are you
argument.
from?
Date department. And give us an argument or something.
Dude, that'd be like you saying jets aren't real. Oh, they don't exist. Jets aren't real. I don't believe in jets.
You know, it's like
I don't believe in jets.
Do you know what metadata is? Do you know what metadata is?
Though.
Wait, do you know what metadata is? Metadata.
Who are you asking?
Yes, I know what metadata.
The person.
What is it? What is it?
Yeah. Any image has data attached to it. in some shape or form. Okay, it tells you things like date, time. It could be as far, depending on the instrument taking the image. It could tell you angles. It could tell you a lot of things about the image.
Yeah, criminals get caught by metadata in photos they post all the time now.
Yeah. And in today's world, metadata can be very complicated and very telling. So, for me to ask for
The
metadata
Shia
is
LaBeouf
not.
conspiracy, dude. You're just talking about the Shia LaBeouf conspiracy. This is Flat Earth Channel.
Shia LaBeouf is an actor. I'm pretty
I
sure
know,
we're
they're
not talking
talking about the Shia
films.
LaBeouf conspiracy. They use the metadata.
Yeah, images have
Go out.
metadata. That's not a conspiracy, is it?
No, it's not a conspiracy. What's your point?
My point is, images have metadata. If you claim your image is in a certain location, taken from a certain location, blah, 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 all you need to do is present your image intact with its metadata. It's a simple.
Dude, all you had to do was
procedure.
say that metadata would show that the image is in space at a certain location in space. That's all you had to say. You drove it out way too much.
You really think that the global positioning systems that work with the metadata in standard cameras are the same as the systems they use on something that is supposedly in space?
All I'm asking for is metadata.
How does the metadata work? How does the metadata get there?
Yeah, my GPS is just going to fucking work on Mars, totally.
If I'm going to take a picture, let's say from 1962, from a space station of the Earth, would it have metadata?
No.
Right. So
Yeah,
we need.
yeah. Any.
It would.
Any camera would have metadata. Yes.
Okay, what's
So
the
you're
metadata on the
wrong about
1962
that. So
camera?
if I took
No.
a picture from 1962,
What about a film camera?
because it's
Wait,
not in a
wait.
digital format.
No, I'm saying any
Not
digital
in a digital
camera.
format, and I uploaded it to the internet.
Yeah, but we're not talking about 1969 photos. We're
That was
talking
the
about today,
example I gave. You weren't listening.
2025,
We were
2024,
talking about 1962.
2020.
You guys are so dumb.
No, wait. Who's dumb? Are you saying 2025 photos? Are you saying there are no 2025 photos?
Can you guys just prove the
23?
globe? So, can you guys just
Can't
prove
we
the
all agree
globe?
that the whole
Because I
universe
want
just
to.
came into existence last Thursday, and everything before that is just a figment of our imagination?
I really want to believe that I evolved from a fecal matter soup. Come on, guys.
Why would someone refer to a 1960s photo trying to prove their position today? Like, how does that work? Oh, I swear, in 1969 they had a photo.
The slime pool, the slime pool theory glue isn't really what the atheists argue. They argue that you came from a hydrothermal vent, and technically an asteroid from space, not a.
They wouldn't use a photo though to prove their
arguing for
position.
panspermia, not to.
Humans were designed, they didn't evolve.
Sure. Well, I'm trying to be good faith towards their argument. But they're not saying that you evolved from a shit suit. They're saying you evolved from a comet. So
Some of us might have evolved from monkeys. I don't know.
Right, but the comet
we didn't
and
evolve from
everything had
monkeys.
to
And
evolve
their idea.
I was just being sarcastic.
a little.
How is this related to again the metadata? I thought that was the topic, metadata.
No one
did
knows
y'all
what
hear that
metadata
primates
is.
other than humans are reaching the Stone Age? Orangutans are teaching their young how to spearfish.
Orangutans have been using. I hate those articles. I know it doesn't have to do with it. But I hate those articles because monkeys and chimpanzees and orangutans have been using stone tools for like ever. It's not a new
Yeah,
thing.
but they're fastening the stones to wooden shafts now.
Anyway, we need to talk about flat Earth. So,
Well, orangutans are on the flat Earth, so
flat because, or not round because there's no images with metadata from space. Is that your argument?
No, it's not. That was something to bring up. I mean, if you were ever going to use an image to prove your position, I would love that image to have its metadata intact. That was my position. Regardless, I do love spearfishing. Side note.
I just want to know, how is the world so organized, right, that everybody at NASA decided to lie to everybody, that everybody in every space program everywhere is deciding to lie to everybody.
Why
that's
you
the
keep
deep
saying
state countries that run the world.
The way you're
They've been
framing
right
that,
Everybody at NASA.
The way
NASA
you're
works
frame-
like let's say like a military program, like a need to know basis. I mean, not everybody at NASA is lying.
It's just
They-
that
they do their
they're
part.
going off a framework that is fallacious. They're going along with it like you are.
They're doing their part. They know what they know, and that's what they're telling you. That's as far as they can go. They don't know the whole picture. They don't know. They're not lying. If anything, I would say they're just gears, like a bunch of gears, right? They're part of the story. They're telling their part, and they're not lying. They believe it's true. That
No.
simple.
I mean, at a certain point, if there's so many gears and they're all trying to do this thing, which is to send somebody to the moon, right? They're not going to do all this complicated math willy-nilly. There's a lot easier ways to lie, or to deceive, or to whatever sort of words you're thinking of. I'm not saying they're lying. I'm saying in this grand conspiracy that you guys have made up.
It's not even a grand conspiracy.
It literally is.
Wait.
Look up the definition of
What's
conspiracy.
a better
right
way?
now.
You said there's better ways. Can you give us an example of a better way?
The better way would for it to just be an actual thing that happened. I mean, there's more evidence pointing for it. For example,
That wouldn't be a lie, though,
moon.
if it actually
Even
happened.
hitting on the moon is impossible to replicate with the technology from the era.
People in the past in the 1500s have been caught, there's actual proof of people in the past, 1500s, 1300s, 1200s, erasing literal swathes of history, and you just don't think it happened because now you haven't heard of it. It only takes a few powerful people to do things, right? You understand that, right?
I need evidence.
You understand that, right? All I have to do is be Bill Gates and then lobby a bunch of government officials to say that you're going to die from this yearly flu that comes out every year, and they call it coronavirus because retards don't know what coronavirus is.
Whoa. Can't say that stuff, dude. Just chill back on the medical stuff.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, okay, all right. I got to dial it back a bit.
A lot. Dial it back a lot.
So I want to go into a full picture sometimes.
Okay, so because you think in the past that people have broken away ancient stories in hundreds of years, therefore in the 1960s it's possible to have a grand conspiracy where everybody was being lied to about going to the moon because of something you just brought up and told me about now, which I have to believe for some reason.
I mean, yeah, you already believe what they told you, so why are you saying for some reason? You believe what they say, but you don't believe what common sense says.
Grand swaths of history were just deleted.
Yeah, that actually happened.
Prove it,
dude.
Or
oh my
let's
god!
talk about Flat Earth.
Library at Alexandria. Just look that shit up, dude.
Yeah, they literally burned the libraries and swathes of knowledge over and over again. And that now.
Why do you have to look so far back? I mean, even today, history is being rewritten in front of your eyes.
They wanted to delete the Wayback Machine right now. What are you talking about, dude?
But we're talking about basically, how does that have to do with the 60s and the moon landing being fake? Just because it's a bad reasoning to say Like for example, my
Okay,
dog.
okay. I'll talk about reasoning and
Right?
computing
Maybe
power, for
prove the
example. Do
concept
you know
that
the
a dog
computing
can
power
die,
involved
but it doesn't prove that
with?
your dog's dead.
Oh, I
Right?
apologize.
Dude, the moon landing is the easiest thing to prove is fake.
Yeah,
Jesus
I mean,
fucking Christ.
It's not even hard. It's not even difficult.
I mean,
like, listen, it's more like
it's
where
like-
do we start?
Yeah, I have Globers.
I'll give you a quick
If the
example.
moon
You go
landing
check-
was real, then 9/11 was actually not American.
Yeah. 9/11 has nothing to do with this shit. So I'll give you a real fucking simple. You can check this out yourself. There's a famous picture of an astronaut taking a picture of another astronaut on the moon, and you can see his reflection in the visor. Download the
I have
picture.
that one saved.
Zoom
Yeah,
in on the
who took the
reflection.
first steps
Hold
before
on.
the guy
Zoom
that
in on the
stepped on?
reflection. Zoom in on the reflection, and look at the shadow. And tell me how the shadow goes between his legs out the other side without falling
That's his
on his
reflection
body.
of his reflection in the lens of the camera.
That has nothing to do with what I just said. Yeah, you can just be muted then. So anyway,
Can I see the picture?
I'll show you the picture. Well, I thought you wanted to just download it yourself.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's the problem is you don't care. That's really the problem because if you cared, it would take you like 40 seconds to figure out the moon landing's fake.
You wouldn't even need to look it up. You just need to do critical thinking, deductive reasoning, inductive.
Glovers don't even believe it's real.
Yeah, dude, half the boomers I talk to don't believe the moon landing was real.
Yeah, some people are dumb.
Dude, all you gotta do is look into a little bit of shit and just look at how wide the person getting out of the hatch would be with the backpack on. And then
Good one is computing
it's
power.
too freaking skinny for them to even get the fuck out. So maybe you guys think they took off their freaking uniforms and threw the fucking uniforms out, held their breath, got out, put their fucking uniforms back on, the backpacks. Is that how they got out?
Yeah, and the other problem is the door opened. The door opened in. Yeah,
the door opened in.
Oh yeah, and they're talking on comms, right, to NASA while they're landing, but they're literally like 1 foot away from a 37,000 foot-pound per square inch fucking thruster.
Story about who took
Like
the
5
video
times the energy of a 747 jet engine, which is like 110 decibels.
Let's
It
wait,
took
hold
off
on.
and the camera
Let's take that
pans up
as all being
and out. It pans up and zooms out at the same time
yeah.
They did
Let's
that
take that as all being true, right?
from Earth, right?
That would be replicated 100 times better, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better today with today's technology.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. Yeah.
That's a bad
sure. Let's take it to all be true. They were talking
space race.
Yeah, they had the comms, they had everything. It all worked out. Let's replicate it today with today's technology. Right?
It's still dangerous.
You don't even have to send a guy to the moon. Just shoot, do the proof of concept. Send a drone to the moon and let us see a uninterrupted 4K footage of it. Why is that so hard?
They just sort of
because
gave different.
They got the 4K footage, and it turns out they faked it. So apparently, there was a lunar eclipse. You remember, like a week ago? Do you remember that?
I didn't see
no.
it.
India's gonna.
Okay, so I'm about to drop a bomb. Kaboom! So there was a lunar eclipse a week ago. Now, they landed something on the moon. Remember, like a week ago, 10 days ago. And they took a picture of a solar eclipse of the Earth going in front of the sun. Yeah, they took a picture. And they're putting it's on NASA's website and all that happy horse shit. So here's the problem, is that it shows a ring of fire. And a ring of fire is an annular eclipse. Right? It's because the moon and the sun are the same size, but the Earth is 4 times the size of the moon. So there's no possible way you could have an annular eclipse of the Earth of the sun.
Yeah, I'd have to look into. Again, you're bringing up all this.
How do you have to look? What do you have to look in? Is the Earth the size of the moon? What's to look into?
No, I got to look up what the hell an annuary eclipse is.
An annular. The ring, dude. The ring of fire around the moon. Solar eclipse. The ring of fire around the moon. It's because the sun is slightly bigger than the moon.
Yeah, and just think of Annular because he just freaking smacked that ass. Remember that.
I like that.
My avatar is the Ring of Fire.
Horse shit.
Yeah, I got better things.
And how do you account for Crep secular rays? How do you say that's a globe if those are things? Like, just look at them.
Corp secular. That's a cool pronunciation.
Yeah, according to the globe,
You know what I'm
the
talking
moon is not slightly. I mean, the sun is neither the sun or the moon are slightly bigger than the other.
Then why is
It's
it
not
only
slightly.
shine in like localized areas?
It's an exact number, and it's not
No,
slight.
because they say the moon's orbit changes, right? So sometimes it's like a little teeny bit bigger and a little teeny bit smaller.
Yeah, but nowhere near the size. Like the moon is not the size of the sun. It's more like what 400 times smaller than the sun. Something like that.
Yeah, according to them, but
Just
it could be
happens
any
to be
size.
According to them,
400 times further, right? Isn't that what they freaking say?
Yeah, whatever the size is.
Line up.
Yeah.
And whatever they need to tell you, to make you believe their horseshit story. And these people talking about, how could you get all the space people to lie? All the space freaking, people like with jobs at freaking JAXA and NASA and blah, dude,
Oh,
all
shit.
of them freaking believe
Shit,
the
good
horseshit.
question.
They all believe the horse shit, and you only need to have a freaking very few on the top, like the guys that go to the freaking ISS set and take little freaking
Yeah,
movies.
it's like it's asking a question, not knowing how lies work. Like,
Well, the thing is, you
you
have to
really don't
understand the people
know
who
how
ask you
somebody
that.
can
The
lie
people who ask you that, though,
or not lie. I mean,
the people who ask you that are basically they just believe that the government won't lie to them. They believe that people won't lie to them. They're
Government
just
does lie. It's the official policy of the government to lie.
Yeah, but these people believe. You have to understand, like the liberals. I don't want to say it is a political server, whatever. A lot of liberals and people who are left wing minded, they tend to like put a lot of trust in the system because they feel comfortable with that. Right?
Well, only when that particular part of the system benefits them. But if it's another part, they don't trust it. And it's the same thing on the Republican side.
yeah, there is no left and right when it comes
It's
to
a bunch of
flat Earth.
bias shit.
Yeah.
Treat it like the WWF. You'd be freaking way better off. Get all your news from the movies. Get all your freaking, all your.
You'll be right about just as much.
all
man.
your entertainment from the freaking news, and you'll be good.
But I mean, I get it though. It's comfortable, right? They don't have to question anything. Just they say, "Oh, it's a globe, and we all came from comets," and it's just easy that way, right? But you end up not actually being able to question what's actually happening around you, which might end up being detrimental to your health and your
Neil
well-being.
deGrasse Tyson said the idea that all the elements are created in stars and that's what composes the human body was the greatest discovery in the history of astrophysics. Well, not discovery, the greatest contribution to humankind in the history of astrophysics. Now tell me that shit ain't a cult. Because the creation story, right? That's what it is. Oh, what are you made out of? I'm made out of stardust, bro. Smoke this joint.
Don't we have like ion? Isn't MIT like they have videos of MIT like flying ion powered planes and they demonstrate like pulse engines, but somehow we can't go to the moon. You can't send a robot to the moon every day in front of the broad daylight with uninterrupted footage. It's just that's just how simple it is for me. That's just cut and dry.
Well, it's this simple. It's not real because anybody sends people anywhere. It's always going to be somebody's going to frickin' sponsor it. Pepsi, Coke, whoever the big, somebody would sponsor that shit. And that would be it, man. Like, they'd frickin' have some big shit on the moon. They take their little frickin', remember the guy with the frickin' little, with the chalk outliner that did your frickin' field as when you're taking baseball as a kid? They would have had them take one of those up on the moon and draw a big ass frickin' like C or whatever, draw out a nice big frickin'
Okay, so
letter for some company.
I posted in
Yeah,
the
it takes
chat.
me back to my my question of metadata. Show me the metadata. You have an image.
That can be fudged anyway. I mean, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, no, it does actually. Yeah.
You can fake metadata. It's not even hard.
No, but I can tell if the metadata is fudged.
I mean, I can go into Adobe Premiere Pro and it'll let me change the metadata of any file I put in there right now.
Well, I'll know that you changed it.
I'll change it with a hex editor, and you won't know shit.
It has a scrubber to like make sure that you don't see that I changed it. That's the point.
Numbers on paper, what's that matter anyway? Without the thing that you got them from.
So
I posted in the chat. So hold on. I want to go back to this. I posted in the chat. This is supposed to be taken from the moon of Earth in eclipse. So the angular size of the sun is supposed to be 0.5 degree, and the Earth should be 1.9 degrees. It should completely cover the sun. This shouldn't be happening. Not only that, what I did was I took this image and I fed it to all three of the popular AI ones, and I said, "What's this an image of?" I said, "Oh, it's a lunar eclipse." I said, "What if I told you that that's not a lunar eclipse and that was a picture of a solar eclipse taken from the moon of the Earth blocking the sun?" All three of them said, "I wouldn't believe you."
The Earth's supposed to be 4 times bigger than the sun.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
How in the hell would it be the same size?
That's because it's. I'll tell you how it's the same size. Because this fucking photo's fake.
Right. No, of course.
Well, it could be a real. They could have been a lunar eclipse. They're just passing off the solar eclipse too.
Is there a real reason why the Hubble Space Telescope takes like a picture of a sea of stars, and somehow when they take a picture of the Earth, it's not surrounded by a sea of stars? Is there a reason for that?
Hubble don't take pictures of Earth.
No. I said the Hubble takes pictures of deep space, and it's like a sea of stars, like dotted all across the picture, like extremely dense. Why is it the case that when I see a picture of Earth from space, it's not surrounded by stars?
Dude, you don't have a lab coat. You're stupid. Just forget you thought about that.
That's a wedding ring. That's a wedding ring.
I hear some of them tell me like, oh, it's exposure. Well, it's okay. Well, why don't you just get it a bit further away from the Earth, like from the moon level or whatever, and then you can't make an excuse for exposure.
Exposure.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. They say, oh, you can't see. You can't see the. Huh?
That's what they say. They say it's exposure. The camera's set wrong or something.
No, I know, but it can't be the expose or the time rate or it can't be that, because even the dark side of the moon didn't have any. So if there's no sun that has to do with any of that, like what do they even talk? Like, I'm not following.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. Like, but here's the thing: like, even if it is exposure, let's just grant that it's somehow exposure and the shutter rates, it's not enough, even in 2024, right? Okay, well, why don't you just get further away from the Earth so that's not an issue, and the background light, as they say, is not an issue, like from the moon or whatever, and so that the Earth and its distinct features are still in view and it's still surrounded by stars. Why don't they do that?
Or why don't they do it when they're on the dark side? What's the exposure problem with the astronauts' eyes? Because they don't see stars either.
Right.
All you gotta do is aim the camera away from the light source.
Wait, the astronauts don't see stars? What?
It's all over. They've seen everything. Let's put it that way. The guys that went to the moon said they didn't see stars. They didn't notice any stars. Blah blah
Wait,
blah.
what?
You didn't know that? It said
Black velvet, the blackest black you ever seen.
You've never seen the Apollo 11 press conference when they got back?
Yeah. Then you got Don.
Oh, you gotta go watch that shit.
The other guy, Don Pennant, and the other guy, they say, "You see stars?" You know, they're reading the mail, and they go, "Oh yeah, man, you can see everything. You can see galaxies, and the Milky Way, the zodiacal light. You can see everything.
The zodiacal lights. That's right. You said that shit."
Well, it's weird that from Earth, we supposedly look at the moon at night and see all the stars. So how the hell at night, or with all that blackness, would they not see the same thing, like from the different, like, no way. There's no way.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, you can look in I can go in my telescope and I look at Jupiter and it's surrounded by stars. Why is Earth not surrounded by stars? Because it's never been to space.
Because they're telling you something. There ain't no damn stars.
There's actually a video on my YouTube channel. So it's a guy. He's not a flat earther, but he's been asking NASA since the early 70s by mail, telephone, all the way up until now. Do they see stars in space? And he's gotten every possible iteration of an answer. Yes, we see stars. No, we don't see stars. Yes, there's so many stars, it's fucking blinding white. No, we don't see the stars, it's fucking completely black. Like every possible variation of an answer, this guy's gotten. And because, like, he started doing it in the 70s, he's got, like, you know, the paper letter that they wrote. And most of the time they would go, oh, don't ask us, ask this other department at NASA. Write them a letter.
Right. Who's got the footage they're giving us?
None of these people in the comments are talking about how he mentioned there's no lack of stars.
Because they know that. What are they going to say? You're right.
That's not what they're fascinated by. You have to actually watch the interview. But this isn't the only one. So the one, so they had a press conference, you know, when they quote unquote came back from the moon with all three of the astronauts, right? Collins, Armstrong, and fucking Buzz. So they look like the most depressed group of people ever to, like, you know, grace the earth.
Well, wait, hang on, bro. I'm going to show you this this comment, and he's explaining to you why they don't see stars. Hey, let me put it in italics for you. Let me stylize it for you. This is what he says, dude. The glare of the visor that has so much light that it drowns starlight, even when you face away from the sun. Your visor is still getting lit from the light reflected by the lit moon's surface. The reason that Apollo astronauts never saw any stars is that the Apollo only landed on the lit side of the moon.
And they said they couldn't take photos of the stars because the lunar surface was so bright.
So a flashlight on Earth doesn't stop us from seeing the stars, does it? A laser, like what stops
Yeah,
us
so
from-
you get one of those disco floors, right? You know, remember they had the light up disco floors? So if you're standing on one of those, you can't see stars, dude. Remember that. Because the floor is really bright, you can't see shit above your head.
Right. This reflected, right. You got glasses on? You ain't seeing no stars. Because of their lenses that reflect their mirrors and they reflect the light. It's too bright. They all just had glasses on. That's the problem, maybe, right?
Now, anyone that thinks these three people did the greatest achievement in human history, and this is their after party, I got a bridge to sell you, man.
Look at their before party, though. Have you ever watched how they wave and they're happy? And
Yeah, dude. The one thing that I have heard is that they had to be quarantined when they got back, so that wasn't immediate. They were quarantined for like so many days, so the all the excitement they had calmed down by then because they were in quarantine so long. Dude, freaking Armstrong looks like somebody just freaking killed his freaking dog. Like,
Look what this guy says. Look what this guy says. He says he's scared because he's from. He says he's scared because he's from an audience, guys. He's scared. Oh, this grown ass man. He's scared of an audience. Yeah, okay.
He's already been talking in front of people for like a decade before he ever did this. This isn't like the first thing that Neil Armstrong ever did.
Yeah,
Didn't he have the record for some plane, for some test plane?
he had the record for punching out of the LEM freaking that mocked up LEM thing. Every time he tried to land it, he'd punch out and freaking come down on the little freaking parachute. You know, and then the guy that was in charge of the mission, he's like, "Okay, how many times did you land the LEM?" Oh, well, we tried to land it like freaking 36 times and failed 100% of the time. He's like, okay, I'm confident enough to let you guys go do it in space now that you freaking failed 100% of the time. Now go to the moon.
Yeah, it's the X-51.
Man, I haven't watched the video yet, but these people are making it sound scary. But
Look, man,
What was
like you're gonna see happier press conferences after mass shootings than what these guys are.
Yeah, like they were, it was scary, because they didn't want a freaking guy die. Like they didn't want to burn up in a freaking capsule, the same way the one guy who was it? What was his name? The 3 guys that died on Earth. Anybody who said anything about anything was against. Yeah, they weren't around anymore. So I'd be scared too. They were gonna light my ass up in that freaking little pod that they kicked out of the C-130 and had me climb out of. Could have easily just caught them on fire if they're gonna talk shit. Who was it? Scott freaking whatever his name is.
Yeah, Neil Armstrong started being paraded in front of the press as part of the NASA astronaut corps, as part of what the press dubbed the New Nine, starting in 1962. He was used to talking in front of people. That was not an issue. Then we had issues after this happened. Freaking retards say, oh, they saw aliens and they're, sworn to secrecy, or the fucking they found a Nazi fucking moon base. They'll say all sorts of shit.
Well, that's how there's a 9, like German 9. 9. Like
9.
Yeah. Operation Paper.
So what did they find in a second law of thermodynamics violation?
Well, they had to go to the moon to fake going to the moon.
So all their press conferences, all this stuff. Yeah. Who cares? Second law of thermodynamics violation. Done. Next topic. You feel my drift?
Come on, man. Speculation Sunday for another 9 minutes.
Oh, shit. I knew I was in the wrong fucking room.
I brought it up earlier to him.
No one even brought up the Anunnaki yet.
I've got an interesting story about my brother's godfather was an Associated Press reporter named Hugh Mulligan, and he was the first guy to interview the Apollo astronauts after coming back from the moon. And I can't find that article anywhere. I've known this guy my whole life. I'll put a little thing in the side chat about him. But the thing about this guy, Hugh Mulligan, is he had the worst stutter I've ever heard on a human being. And he was a pretty interesting guy, this Hugh Mulligan guy. But I can't find the article anywhere. He was the first guy to interview him, but I can't find the interview anywhere. That's just a little speculation Sunday thing for you there.
You're speculating that you can't find the interview?
No, I think it should run. Should I be fair? Go ahead, sorry.
I'm speculating that something weird went down. That's all I'm speculating.
Weird? You mean the second law of thermodynamics violation? That weird?
Yeah, no, that would be an absolute second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah. It would be weird.
Yeah, very weird. Impossible, in fact.
I know we weird. We ran Speculation Sunday till Pacific time.
I'd have to
leave. I'm only fucking around. It's only 11 o'clock where you live. You're getting out of an hour early.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, there's another horizon you have to add to your roster. It is.
I heard that, dude.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, dude, that's funny. Was it the True Horizon?
Natural Horizon.
The Natural Horizon.
Shit. Dude, you're gonna
As
run
opposed
out
to
of
what? The
text
Unnatural Horizon? What's that?
space. Run out of text space, man. We got to see real refraction too the other day. How about that? I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Got it.
They didn't recognize it though.
The Natural Horizon.
Yeah, you have to add that. Yeah, that's right.
I got confused with the True Horizon because there was a Bevite in here last night calling it the True Horizon.
True Horizon. He define it?
Of course not. He went into circular logic. He's like, Miggy was like, how do you find the True Horizon? It's like, well, you need an instrument. Okay, how do you find it with the instrument? Well, you set the instrument to find horizontal. Like, what the?
You set it to true.
You set it to true.
Yeah.
There's a little switch on it that says
setting.
true.
Little setting.
Truth. Yeah, it's a setting. It's called truth.
It's just like my freaking rifle. When I set it to Coriolis, it was like you got the burst, you got single round, you got fully auto, and then you got Coriolis setting.
I listened to about 4 hours of last night. It was so entertaining, dude. It was a fucking what buffoonery. I don't know how Alpha didn't have a meltdown. Quite honestly, it was just like an endless stream of freaking idiots. It was just hilarious because he was just like slicing and dicing right through them. It was kind of funny. I heard you on there last night too, but I don't usually go back and listen to like a 12-hour stream, but I listened to almost the entire thing. It was so hilarious.
I can't even remember.
Yeah, it was a little later, freaking after I think Huey left, but flat.
Was it after? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it was after you left, dude. It was oh my god, the buffoonery.
That's when it usually happens.
Four Australians came in at the same time.
Did they?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
As usual, it wasn't even, Mickey even doing much. It was just the guys just like contradicting themselves and what Mickey pointed out, which is freaking hilarious. Funny.
Paraplegic, we didn't hear where like the counselor, the psychiatrist guy. He's like, I don't think these people really like you, Alpha. They're not on your side. Some bullshit. What's saying, dude? It was so funny. Call it drive-by psychiatrist or drive-by psychologist.
Three minutes. Your ass is mine.
Here's that dumb Sabine check. Thermodynamic emergent quantum gravity. That was this fucking new one.
Really? What's it emerging from?
Quantum thermodynamic interactions between virtual particles.
The virtual particles don't exist. The keyword's virtual.
I don't know, man. I didn't write the thing.
Is that like virtual wave functions?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
There's a non-zero probability that you'll find a particle in some place, even though there should be nothing there, I guess.
Oh, boy.
Even though they admit that they can't make an absolute vacuum anyway, so how would they even know if they made a detection in a vacuum chamber where they presuppose there's no particles in it, that it wasn't actually just a leftover particle and it wasn't. a virtual particle that sprung out of nothing.
One minute.
Okay, so to her. 1 minute. One of the people, the New Zealand people came in, said, how can the earth be flat if you don't? He goes, do you know what Agartha is? If the earth is flat, how come Agartha isn't on any of the maps? And Albus like, what the hell is Agartha? It's like, well, if you don't know what Agartha is, then the earth can't be flat.
That's a good one.
It would be if he wasn't serious.
Oh, was he serious?
He was actually serious, man. Like,
oh boy, I thought it was jokes.
I mean, on our side it is. They're being serious, but it's like, you know.
All right, time to be serious now. It's 11 p.m. Speculation's over. Do poop. You got any scientific evidence of a globe? That's what I thought.
What the? I wasn't looking at the chat. There's a concaver in the chat. The hell? New Hope is a Glover. He probably don't want any more of you, but
Yeah, do poop. I already shouted him out.
I ain't no Glover.
Yeah, you are.
Don't fucking tell me what I am. I've been listening as just background noise. And by the way, last time I chimed in, I was because I think Indio said, "What's the cause and effect of gravity or something?" And then I chimed in and I said, "Mass."
Mass.
That doesn't mean I stand
what's the
behind
cause
it.
of a falling object? That's what I said.
But really, what's mass? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Indio. Sorry about that.
No, I just asked him what the cause of a falling object is, and I told him he can't even define mass, and which he didn't.
So wait a second. You said the cause of gravity is mass. Is that what you said? We can get away from the definition because you're fucking clueless. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 3 minutes after the hour. This is quite interesting. Martin Rees, FRS, astronomer royale with cheese. I mean, this is a hard pipe-hitting fucking astronomer. Esteemed British cosmologist and astrophysicist. What causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us. So it appears that Do Poop actually knows what causes gravity, but Martin Rees, the astronomer royale with cheese, he says, we don't fucking know. So how doesn't he know and you know, Do Poop? How
Well, I
the
didn't
fuck can that
say that.
be? And you not be a pretended clown fucking retard talking out your ass.
Shut the fuck up.
Demons.
I never said that I knew anything.
Yeah, you did. You said mass causes gravity. Dumb fuck. I just heard you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just like common knowledge surrounding the subject.
Common knowledge. It's not common knowledge. You just pulled it off a wiki or Discovery Channel, you fucking idiot.
Shut the fuck up.
You're a clown. Shit, you shut the fuck up.
I'm not trying to claim anything.
You just did, you fucking retard.
Did I say
My
like
God,
I'm
shut
the
shut your
holder of all
fucking mouth.
knowledge?
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck
Shut
up.
the fuck up.
Here we go again. Like,
Shut your fucking mouth.
you're retarded, dude.
Well, yeah, if I'm retarded, you're Helen Keller. I just exposed your dumb ass. Mae West is in the corner. blushing. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Fucking clown.
You read you a citation that says, these questions still baffle us, and then you say, it's common knowledge. What the fuck?
I'm just
wrong with you, bro?
Most people think.
Most people don't
that's
think.
what most people think. Oh my God. What gravity are you talking about, by the way?
Yes, I'm aware there's Newtonian and Einstein gravity.
Okay, which one are you speaking to?
I don't give a fuck about gravity, to be honest.
Oh, then why'd you bring it up?
I don't know. Am I not allowed to talk?
Yeah, you're allowed to talk. You brought it up. You made the claim that mass causes gravity, idiot.
It's just a fucking subject.
It's just a subject, dude. That's your defense counselor.
I'm not trying to defend it, though.
Oh, you would.
retard.
Shut the fuck up then.
What can you defend?
Why do I have to defend something?
Well, can you defend anything?
Like, what am I defending?
Your sister's honor?
Oh, no luck there.
I don't have a sister.
It's an idea.
If you did, she'd have no honor.
Prove it.
Prove it. Well, let me draw a diagram.
No. Prove he doesn't have a sister.
Oh yeah. Okay. Do that. So Duho, why are you here then? What's your state your purpose?
State your purpose. Oh boy.
Oh, you up. Damn.
He had to
Everyone
poop.
bites the dust.
He had to poop. Do poop. That's what.
He just wanted to sniff glue and be a pretender clown. That was his purpose.
Yeah. He fucked up. I told him his ass was mine 6 minutes ago. That's what I thought.
Who's that? Somebody snoring glue.
They do that a lot.
Dude has apnea, man. You need to get a machine.
It's allergies, man.
So hey, inside, are you a concave earther?
Sounds like me. Freaking sleep apnea.
Inside, are you a concave
Mouth hanging
earther?
wide open.
Is there any scientific evidence of a concave Earth?
He's not in here, man.
He's down at the bottom.
Is he?
Under the Cyrillic letters.
Oh, he's got a little thing. Yeah, okay, I got you. Sorry.
He was muted himself, but he's unmuted now, so I thought he wanted to talk. I guess not.
I got a good one from earlier. The guy said the Earth is round because there was a hole in the ozone layer. And I asked him how it can make a hole in gas with other gas next to a vacuum, and he read me out a definition of the hole in the ozone and all the how they explained it.
all the green lights. And just then, someone comes through their red light and smacks you. Be careful for the other retardos on the road, please, everybody. I just want to remind you of that. Because I've seen too many wrecks. Just today, my brother called and told me 4 or 5 wrecks, one after the other. All different people. Crazy.
What's the container made out of?
Not gravity.
Your sister's chastity belt?
Definitely not space or time.
Your sister's chastity belt? Doesn't matter what the container's made of or if you've been there. The compelling factor in the matter is gas pressure. Must have a container. Just
No,
like
sir.
filet mignon. If somebody slaps a filet mignon down on your plate, you don't have to know.
How do you know that?
Yeah, you don't have to fucking know.
How do you know that?
You don't have to know the color of the cow,
How do
the
you
weight
know?
of the cow, the color of the cow's tail.
How do you know you need
don't
a
have to know.
container?
Shut your fucking mouth.
Why are you interrupting him, douche?
Because he's a douchebag dumb fuck that doesn't understand necessary antecedent consequent relationships. You fucking clown.
How do you know that?
You're a fucking how do I know that? Because you just demonstrated it. Do I have to know the color of the cow or how tall the cow is? How the tail of the cow looks?
What are you
to know
talking
that
about?
since I have filet mignon, a cow must exist? You get it? Probably not. Ask your fleet of slobber nurses to explain
we're
it
not
to you.
talking about
You
filet
dumb
mignon.
fuck.
We're talking
Ask
about
your
the
fleet of
atmosphere on
slobber
Earth,
nurses to
retard.
explain it to you.
We're talking about the atmosphere,
Ask your
not
fleet of
cows,
slobber
retard.
nurses to explain it to you.
Filet mignon is not the
Longer.
atmosphere, retard.
It's a necessary antecedent consequent relationship, you dumb fuck. I never said filet mignon's the atmosphere, you moron.
On the
And
analogy.
atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You'd literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior.
A basic logic too.
No, I don't think so.
So
You don't think so? Let's see what Christy Bodak has to say about that. 1 second. I was
so
on
Twonger.
What's up, Indy?
Can some things are? Let's put it this way: for certain things to exist, is there something that is necessary that precedes them that has to exist? Such as you. So you exist. Do you have to have parents for you to exist?
Yes.
Do we have to see your parents to know they exist?
No.
Okay then.
But that doesn't the atmosphere is not my parents.
Oh my God, you're a
No,
retard.
The atmosphere would be you.
No,
There
dude,
is no atmosphere.
we're not doing analogies here.
gas.
It's a necessary antecedent consequent relationship, dumb fuck. And by the way, you're fucking done. Shut
We're
the fuck up,
talking
you
about
dumb
the-
fuck.
we're
I've
talking
already
about the-
exposed you right now for knowing that the atmosphere can't fucking have a shape, you
Twonger,
fucking
we're
idiot
talking
moron.
about the
27
form-
minutes after the hour, you're done.
We're not doing philosophy.
You're done.
quantum
You're done, dumb fuck. Christy
Twonger.
Bodak, Southwestern University. Hold up, Indio. Grade level 1. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. You would fail intro to first grade gas behavior, like I said, dumb fuck. Bye.
Okay. It's the form of the argument. These arguments have the same form. If it's valid in one situation, it's valid in all situations.
Dude, I've never heard that one before. My parents aren't the atmosphere. Holy.
So is there a problem with the form of the argument?
Yeah, we're not doing philosophy, we're doing reality.
Oh my God, it's not philosophy.
Yes, it is
It's a necessary antecedent consequent relationship. You fucking retard. You're a fucking retard. Necessary antecedent consequent. That's not philosophy. Dumb
Yes,
fuck.
it is, dumb fuck.
Oh, your sister's philosophy. You're already failed first grade into
Quantum
the gas
retard.
behavior.
That's what I'm
Why
gonna
the
start
fuck would
calling you.
Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up.
Your parents must be really proud, Twonger.
He's a fucking idiot.
Well, maybe you don't have parents because, we're not talking about philosophy.
I bet your parents are.
Shut the fuck up.
I bet.
What a moron.
Governor's going to have to work an extra shift after that stutter.
Mhm.
For the drool went everywhere.
I just searched something out from Martin Rees. That name struck me, and I could remember back in the day. Something caught my eye. I'm gonna share it. 1 second.
I've heard the name, but the face with the name isn't going together.
Oh, he's really cool, man, and pretty hilarious, by the way. But he made a statement that was absolutely priceless. I got it from Quantum Enigma, which, if you want to read a book, you go ahead and read that one. That'll put hair on your back. 1 second. Here we go. This will do it.
You still print books?
Yeah. Well, they printed that one. Check this one out. Let me put a space. Okay, there you go. Check that one out. Read that one out loud.
In the beginning, there were only probabilities. The universe could only come into existence if someone observed it. It does not matter that the observers turned up several billion years later. Wow.
That's absolutely retarded.
Oh my god! I love that. It was tongue in cheek, man. From Martin Rees, he was just taking the piss out of morons because he knew the deal. He knows it. In the beginning, there were only probabilities. The universe could only come into existence if someone observed it. He's not technically correct with that, but it'll do for the glue sniffers that we deal with. It does not matter that the observers turned up several billion years later. It's a contradiction, right? It's a contradiction with the previous sentence. Too funny. I like the cut of his jib, man.
I listened to something earlier. I don't know. I'm still trying to make sense. I mean, it made sense. Just this guy, like, I don't know how he did it. It was pretty slick. He equated Newtonian gravity. Basically, he said this: apple fall from the tree. Newton said it's a force. That Newton could have called it anything. He could have called it a spirit. He could have called it whatever. But people at the time said, well, what about all the other apples on the tree? You're like, well, how do you put it? There's an equal and opposite force holding them up, right? So his cure for the invisible force was the invisible thing that has nothing real to it was some other invisible thing that has nothing real to it. And he said this has been like what's been going on in physics for, millennia at this point. Right? So they'll come up with some model that makes predictions, and then, like, if it doesn't, they just add some Band-Aid to it. Right? They just add we see it all the time, right? Oh, we see too far. Refraction, right? They always have some Band-Aid that keeps coming up over and over again. And that, like, he equated it to the dark energy thing because the universe is expanding, according to them guys, right? And then, well, what's making us expand because the energy is so high? Well, there's another invisible force, right? Holding it all together. Like, it's a nonstop where it's just like, they're still doing the same methods that Newton used. Is that whenever they have a hole in their theory, they just invent some invisible placeholder. Now, obviously, I'm paraphrasing it. It was like a 30-minute talk. It was actually pretty interesting because he was giving it to a bunch of, astronomers, and I can only imagine what they thought about what he was saying. He was basically saying, y'all are just doing a bunch of bullshit. And just lying to yourselves, right? That, like, you're finding that these models, because they make predictions, that they just work, right? And if they don't work, you find some Band-Aid to make them work, and then you carry on that Band-Aid, and then maybe someone else will come up with some other idea that will work better. But there's no ultimate reality in any of that stuff. Which is funny because I've made this argument to Globers like tens of thousands of times. But they don't listen. They're fucking idiots. Let me ask you a question, QE.
Mm.
Is there any hope for the field of science, given the current state of affairs?
No.
That was easy. Because the current practice, called the practice of, pseudoscience, it's going nowhere fast, and it's only going to get worse. So, dude, they've come up with some bullshit, dude.
They're fucking retards. They've been watching.
Dude, I never really.
Discovery Channel and parroting Wiki or parroting.
No, I'm talking about the physicists, dude. I'm not even talking about Discovery Channel. I'm talking about the fucking main people, right? The fucking astrophysicists and all that. Like, they came up with this bullshit called reionization. Have you heard of this?
Nope.
In the Big Bang universe idea, dude, it is so like, oh, we can see back so far, but we can't see before that because there was no light, because everything was being reionized. So there's a whole, it's almost like, how in evolution they have the chronology of the Earth, they have the Precambrian explosion, so there was like a big gap in time where nothing happened, and then boom, all these species come. So they have the same thing in the Big Bang Theory. They have the same fucking thing. They have this big gap where fucking nothing happened, and then boom, all of a sudden all the galaxies and stars and shit come, and all the light and all that stuff. So it was a Big Bang, and it cooled off, but everything was too cold for the light to emit, and then there was some reionization event, and now there's light again. Like, it's so, dude, it's so stupid. Like, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, how are we going to get away from that utter shit? I just don't see it happening, man. We're too far down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, now they just waste our money looking for the Higgs boson particle.
Just saying, the practice of science, which gets so-called science, which gets all the money, right? And all the accolades, and if you want a PhD or any of these things, right, to advance in a field of this so-called science, like the foundations of physics and like natural science, like, oh, that shit is so dead. Like, I think maybe the only place science might exist anymore might be like chemistry and biology. I think it exists anywhere else.
And even then, you have to take each case because, well, quantum mechanics is physics. So, period, full stop.
Yeah, but that's pretty much fleshed out.
Yeah, the other so-called, they're not so-called, they're sciences, but you got to be real careful. Chemistry, biochemistry, which takes up genetics, and biology. But each subcategory under those have to be validated by experiment, because there's a lot of things in biology and chemistry that are not natural science. Synthetic chemistry is not natural science. So that whole field is eliminated. Not that chemistry is invalid. I'm not saying that. It's just not natural science. Biology, you have a large portion of it, like 80 to 85%, are just glorified secretaries and collators that come up with categorization systems. That's not natural science. Follow? So each claim from any of the disciplines, even quantum mechanics, I mean, it doesn't matter. If you make a claim, then it has to be established by experiment, period. You follow that? So even under quantum mechanics, if you just got glue sniffers just making claims out their ass with no experimental evidence, then that classifies as pseudoscience, that particular thing. Now, it doesn't impugn the entire discipline of quantum mechanics. Do you follow? Just like the collators and categorizations of biology doesn't impugn all of biology. Each subcategory has to rest on its own tenets. You follow? You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I remember watching a lecture. I think it was Michael Berry. I don't know if he's dead or alive anymore. He's pretty famous in the field. But he was giving a lecture to a class, and he was like, drew an experiment on the chalkboard, and he was like, so the particles, we're going to measure 25% of these are going to be spin up. It done just like briefing like what he did. He had a bunch of like reflectors, have silver mirrors, blah, blah, blah. Set up the whole schematic of what would happen. He's like, we don't even have to, he said, we don't have to do this experiment. I was like, nope. What? Well, how do you know the result if you don't do the experiment?
Well, because he already probably recognized that entanglement. If you measure, if you have entangled photons, whatever, as long as they're entangled, if you measure one is spin up, then you already know that the other one is spin down.
Yeah, this was more like it was like an experiment where you would bounce particles off half silvered mirrors where some would go through and some wouldn't, right?
Yeah.
And then if you measured at the end after a series of like 3 or 4 bounces, that you would measure some 20, 25%, 10% of particles, whatever the fuck. I watched this a long time ago, probably over a decade. But it just really pissed me off that he said we don't need to do the experiment. Like,
and why did they?
Like, how do you know then? Like, if you don't do the experiment, how do you know?
Well, yeah. Sorry, I only caught half of it. The last half of it.
Well, because we know the properties from quantum experiments. Like, hey, if we do this, we do this. But this is like a long chain of like different things, and it's almost like the polarizer thing. You ever seen the polarizer? Yeah. So it's like that. Like, how do you know that that's going to be a result? I'm sure the people that did the polarizer experiment were like, "What the fuck's going on here?" Right? Why? How do we get more light? We cut it in half, and then we cut it in half again, and we get more light.
Either that's not an experiment, by the way.
Well, yeah,
and probably what the guy did was probably not an experiment either. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it was. It wasn't a causal mechanism experiment. That's for sure.
Well, yeah. So it could be a demonstration, which isn't. I'm not trying to indict that. If it's a demonstration, that's fine. I mean, just don't call it an experiment. But a demonstration can have validity. Yeah.
So what do you think about, like, especially biology in the medical field? You have so many confounding variables.
Yes.
It's hard to get an exact causal mechanism for fucking anything.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about medications and stuff. So the efficacy of medications, and that's not natural science. And they're mainly doing observational studies. That's not natural science.
No, I'm talking about like cellular like biology and things like that. It's hard to even do like a cause and effect experiment because
depends.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it would depend on what you're investigating.
Each claim would have to be validated by experiment, or you can do it systematic. Like if you have a whole load of experiments and then make a deductive conclusion, then that holds. Follow?
Yeah.
So like I said, each claim would have to be evaluated on its own tenet. Every single one. So you're talking about what? Hundreds of thousands of claims, each individually.
Yeah. It's just a lot of work. I think that's the problem
even
too,
though
right?
It may not be natural science, that it still may. It's the demonstration, like I just said, could be valid based on experiments, and then what your conclusions. It's just there's so many facets, right? It just depends.
How do we get more flat Earth academics into the institutions around the country?
Why would we want to do that?
We've got to get more people behind this.
Why?
Behind what?
In order to open people's minds.
Well, I could do that with a frickin', crowbar.
No, it's like you're like trying to stop a gushing dam by just putting a finger in it. We've got to become the dam.
It's more like the other way around, dude.
I mean, if you don't stop the gushing dam, then every year they're just going to like graduate more brainwashed people every year.
Look, it's going like, dude, you're confused. You're really
We've got to get into
confused.
institutions and start.
You're confused. Your evaluation of the current situation is erroneous.
We've got to get into the institutions and produce more flat Earth scholarship.
Is there any Globe Earth scholarship? Can you tell us what the Globe Earth scholarship is right now?
No, what is it?
Who's got a degree in Globe Earth?
Yep.
Where do I get my Globe Earth degree?
We need to pass laws.
Yeah, it just demonstrates how stupid you are. Thanks.
Hey,
There's
jump
the point.
pan the server, man.
Theory taught alongside global theories.
Global what?
They don't teach globe theories in university.
Globe.
Okay.
The globe is not a scientific theory.
What is it then?
It's not a theory. I know what it's not. It's religion.
Interesting. How can we deprogram from this religion?
It's called the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion.
How can you deprogram these people from this religion?
That's difficult, man.
You got to deprogram yourself, dude.
I'm already deprogrammed.
They have to come.
Then how come you didn't know that heliocentrism was a religion then if you're deprogrammed?
I'm more deprogrammed than you are. I bet you think everything stops at the ice wall. Whereas, I know what's really going on. There's other continents beyond the ice wall.
What did you just get? Did you just get reverted back to 2015 or something?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's your
Everything I know about flat Earth I read on the internet 10 minutes ago.
There are passageways through the ice wall, and basically there are other continents and other oceans.
Well, let's show the ice wall first, and then show the other.
I've shown it to you multiple times, and for some reason you keep.
So don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me, Mr. Claimant, Mr. Counselor. So you said there was an ice wall.
Yes.
Can you show that?
I've shown it to you, and nothing I do, like no amount of pictures will prove it to you.
Oh, was that from you yesterday? You said there were ice walls around the continent, but then you showed an ice wall that was 2 miles long, and you didn't name the continent.
I can't show you a picture that wide.
Shut the fuck up. Don't overtalk me, dumb fuck. I exposed you yesterday, dumb fuck. You shut the fuck up.
Stop using...
Shut the fuck up. Don't tell me to stop, motherfucker. I already exposed you yesterday. Shut the fuck up.
Stop name calling.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Be calm.
Shut up.
Please be calm.
Shut up. We're not listening to you. You're a village idiot. Remember, I demonstrated that yesterday. Oh my God! Somebody.
I showed you the ice wall yesterday. There have been people that have gone beyond the ice wall and come back.
Shut up! Shut up!
Okay? They can't guard every entryway 24/7.
Shut your mouth, you dumb fuck!
They can't guard every entryway 24/7.
Village idiot. Village idiot.
Dude, Speculation Sunday's over.
What? Yeah. Speculation Sunday?
Yeah, that was Sunday. That's over.
This isn't about speculation. This is the way it is.
You're speculating, dude.
No, I'm not.
No, no.
Why don't you start an expedition of your
Hey, if you're not speculation,
shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
How do you explain where these maps came from?
Just put him on mute, Indio. He's got diarrhea.
I'm gonna give him one. I'm gonna give him one chance to produce hard evidence. Okay, so right now, open up your camera, show us your drink, and show some ice wall ice cubes in it, and we'll believe you.
Well, before I show the ice wall, I'm going to show you the map. The true.
No, I want ice wall ice cubes.
The true Earth map.
Yeah, watch this map that he's going to show Indio. There it is. There it is. We got fucking. Oh, this is a
needed
different
some
one.
comedy, and thank you very much.
This is a truer Earth map.
Yeah, you reverted back to 2015, man. Congratulations.
So do you even know where this map comes from?
This is the latest in flat Earth scholarship.
Oh my God.
Oh, you got a citation? Because I know this, I know where this came from. So
Okay, where did it come from, smartass?
no, you know, it's the latest in scholarship, right? So you know the provenance of this, right?
Dr. Emmerich Skullworth.
Emmerich Skullworth. Who the fuck
And
is
where did
that?
he get it? Where did he get it?
Well, it's compiled over like centuries. There have been expeditions beyond the ice wall for centuries, and people have compiled this map
Really?
together.
What was their mode of transportation?
Boat.
Over the ice wall?
As you
Is
can
that
see on the map, there are passageways through the ice wall.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
So how do you navigate once you get past this first one? How do you navigate? How do
Just navigate anything in the ocean, you use the wind.
Use the wind to navigate?
Yes. The wind blows on the sails, and that pushes the boat forward.
That's navigation, right? You're a fucking retard, dude.
He didn't ask you how the boat propels itself. He asked you how they navigate.
How they navigate?
They have certain ways they do it. Okay, I'm not a sailor. I don't have expertise in
We
sailing.
know you're not a sailor, dude.
I don't have
You don't have to
expertise
tell
in
us that.
sailing. They have certain ways they can do these things.
I'm a sailor. Is there another sun over there?
Another sun? I don't know about that.
Oh my God! Well, that would be important to know. You better go find out.
Well, clearly it's got to be lit up. So there's
why don't you?
Why does it have to be lit up? Why can't it be dark?
It could be dark, but then how do you explain all the plants on those continents?
Shut up.
Why don't you start your own expedition?
Baltard.
How do you explain the plants on those continents if it's dark?
Shut the fuck up. How do you explain the continents that I just fucking conjured on a map, on a map by Dr. Skullworthy, dumb fuck? Shut your fucking mouth.
Well, look, it can't be light out because then how are you going to celestial navigate?
Okay, well, I'm not.
You can't see the stars during the day, bro.
I don't have expertise in the celestial mechanics, but
You have expertise in just like posting shit that you made up.
No, this is. You need to trust the experts, and the experts.
There are no experts. You're a moron.
The experts in this type of scholarship.
You're a fucking moron. Shut the fuck up. Stop wasting our time.
The problem is once these explorers
The problem is you're a moron. That's the problem. We identified it last night.
I can smell the glue he's snorting from here. Woo, strong
shit.
stuff.
Thank you for presenting that. You just converted more Kant Fogomerians to flat Earth than I could do in like a month. Appreciate that, dumb fuck. Good job. Keep going.
You know, I don't know why you globetrotters have to insist on straw manning. It hasn't worked in over a decade. Why is it going to start working now?
It's season 10, dude.
I know.
Not you.
Do I get some sort of battle pass this season?
That's a CGI ice wall. It's got a CGI man on top of it.
He had a different map last night. It had the walls of Asgard.
Not Game of Thrones.
And the land of dumbfucks. It was, I said, is that where the Baltards are? I think it was one of the Big Globe Dave's maps. It wasn't this map. He got this. He spiraled. Talking about spirals.
I want to see the other map from last night.
I didn't save it. Search his name, man. You'll see you'll get the map. Can you do that in here?
I don't even know how you do that in the politics channel. I know how to do it. I know how to do it in the other main server, but
you'd have to scroll back to last night. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it doesn't go back that far.
Yeah, pure rigor. Yep, control. Yep, doesn't work.
Yeah, why doesn't politics have a search like a search bar or whatever like our other channel does?
Don't know.
That's weird. They don't want to going back when you find something good and keeping it and then bludgeon the Globers with it repeatedly like we do.
Yeah, what should happen, right? They should have a dossier function. So every fuckwit respawner that comes in here, we just post up their previous dossier.
Yeah. That's perfect, man. To have one detective with a spotlight on the suspect and the other detective with a dead blow mallet in his hand.
Hey, Firestarter moron, post the map you posted last night.
Pretty please with sugar on top.
The one with the walls of Asgard and the dumb fuckery down at the bottom. Come on. And then there was an ocean outside of it. It wasn't like this at all. Come on, post it again. Do us a solid. Oh, you guys
I think
got
I
2
might
minutes.
have found it. I think I found it.
You found it?
Well, it's not from him. I think this is it though.
Post it.
I did.
Oh, that's it. I think. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's right. Right down there in the bottom right, the frozen waste. I said, is that where the Globetards live? Yeah, this is it. And the Abyssal Ocean. What's after that? That you have to, then up in the top left-hand corner up here, it has, like I told you, the walls of Asgard. This is it. The scorched waste and the frozen waste, that's where the Baltards live.
Yeah, it's bullshit. So they got all these mixed, like ancient civilizations mixed in with this, but that's ridiculous because on the old maps, the Americas were called Isla Atlantis. So we know where Atlantis is. Right here. The Americas is Atlantis. It's not a fake place. It's not a myth. And the Magellan Islands, well, if Magellan was there, why didn't he ever report going through there?
Didn't he die of crotch rot before he made it back?
Magellan? No, I think he got killed by natives.
Were they named crotch rot?
The natives of crotch rot. No, that must have been their island. The island of crotch rot. The Crotch Rot Island. That sounds like a sailor term.
Yep, they found Narnia.
Yeah, his scribe was called Pigafetta. And so Pigafetta wrote, Magellan died on the island of Mactan, Philippines, in a scuffle with the locals. The locals. They didn't like out-of-towners, apparently. Oh, died after receiving a poisoned arrow in his right leg. Well, that's pretty specific.
All right, 12:01. That's it. Catch you on the flip side, ladies and gentlemen.
Later. Hey, Eli, are you there? Are you sleeping? I guess if he's sleeping, he's not going to answer. Holy shit. Oh, Eli. Eli, wake up. Figure he might have fallen asleep with the Discord on.
Yeah, but this room only allows you to do that for a while before it boots you.
Yeah.
Never know, he could have OD'd.
I don't think so.
Are you sure about that? I've fallen asleep many times and
He just spoke up when you said that. Hey, Big Daddy Flurf.
What's up? How you doing?
All right. Did I wake you up, man?
No.
Okay. I started watching Silo, man. I took your recommendation.
Oh, what do you think about it?
I think it's pretty cool, man. I'm like, wow, now I'm really getting into it. Yeah.
Isn't it very much akin to...
What's that?
Isn't it very much akin to the way everything is carrying on?
Yeah, I'm starting to see the similarities exactly. Like the part where who's talking to who? Somebody said, what if everything you knew was a lie? That part, like, I think that was from that guy George that died or something. I forget who said it, but but yeah. Now I just passed the part where they catch her, like the guy Sims from.
Yeah.
They catch her, and so that was the last one I watched. I'm going to watch some more tonight, but
okay, so you're in there.
Yeah, I watched probably watched 10 episodes or something. Might be the end of the first season. I don't know. Could be.
Yeah, you're getting close.
Yeah. So pretty interesting. I like it. I watched the entire series of Person of Interest. You watch that one?
I think I have.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah, that's quite a while ago. Anyway. Yeah, I'm going to cut out too. How's the weather over there on the East Coast? Cold?
Up and down, man. Cold, hot.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I know the Midwest has gotten some pretty severe storms. Anyway, just thought I would say hi.
No, I appreciate it, man, because I was about to be on my way back to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go lay down myself. You guys have a good night. Take care now.
You too. Good night, yo.
Back to Silo. Yeah.
I gotta mute this clown. Okay, clown, you're unmuted. Get the microphone out of your pants. Dude, Firestar, sharpen it up, man. Christ.
I checked out that Silo show and it didn't interest me, man. It just looked too female centric, and I cannot suspend disbelief enough to watch shit like that.
What show?
Someone was talking about that movie or that series Silo. Oh, he left. Oh shit, he left. I forgot. Yeah, he left.
Is that the one where they're trapped underground or something?
Yeah. Yeah, he left. He just left, literally. It's like if they had a dude running things that would like make more sense. Instead, it's no, she's in charge and she's questioning everything and she's doing everything. It's like, oh god, shut the fuck up, stupid show.
Dude, I can't stand the fucking girls, dude, beating up 300, 250-pound, 6'4" dudes armed with automatic weapons. And she just like kicks all their asses. Like, fucking no, dude. Or she could take a punch right from a grown man and just like shrugs it off.
It's like movies like The Matrix was awesome enough, it was awesome. But no. They had to come back with a new one and ruin the whole freaking story. Neo wasn't the one. She was. It's like, oh god.
Neo was a simp, though. Did he even get laid?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For the movie, in real life, she's a dyke.
He hit the fucking wall hard.
Hi, hello. Mic check.
Anyone got some glue I could sniff? I want to be a pretender clown.
Wow, we'll take a look.
Come on.
Let's take a look at your ball model with a light.
My
Go
ball
get a light
model?
source. Put some cameras
Yeah.
on it. Let's take a look at what you got, retard.
Alright.
Let's take a look at your globe model, stupid.
My globe model. It
Yeah, your
actually
non-existent thing.
proves the point.
Your imaginary fucking religion.
The
Your
final
globe religion you can't make physical.
My globe
the
religion.
final experiment.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Was that a religion too? What are you in a sun cult? Final experiment of what?
Apparently the
What are you in a snowball cult? Let's go make snowballs.
The final experiment.
There was no experiment, you fucking retard.
There's a thing. Yeah, there's a thing called
Looking in the fucking sky is not experimenting on nothing.
I just said the final experiment. What's wrong with that?
So it has been proven before. So if the Earth is truly flat, you can see from if you're from one side of America, you'll be able to see New York if it was flat, but you can't because of the curvature.
That is not an argument. You've never measured curvature, and if you did, please post your measurements. I want to see.
It's just simple. It's simple facts that if the Earth was truly flat, it was like, and we're talking about truly flat, like you're explaining, you would be able to see like the other side of the country
That is not true.
by a microscope.
That is not true.
I think that it's pretty clear that the Earth is neither flat nor a sphere.
No. Okay, so look, the Australian guy. What's your name? Samurai. Hey, bro. I think a lot of people come in here have like misconceptions about what flat earthers think, right? You're probably thinking of some disk in space, right? Like a flat, like all the other planets round, and then we got this like flat disk, and we also think that's
generally
ridiculous.
what it means. Yeah.
No flat earthers claim that. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the
I don't
Earth.
think that's
Well, then
true.
what are you claiming?
No, it is true, right? Every single flat earther in here, right, will tell you the same thing. Right? We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth. Flat isn't a shape. Right? It's much different to the propaganda you see, right? If you look at on YouTube or something like that.
Is the Earth the size of a donut?
No, bro, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? So we're talking about the surface of the Earth, right? So, like, okay, firstly, we all experience a flat stationary. That doesn't prove it is that. That's our basic reality that we all experience, right? Like, you've never seen the curvature of the Earth. I've never seen the curvature of the Earth, right? But they tell us it's a globe, right? They told us that from a young age. Okay, so when we actually go out to a large body of water and we test for the curvature, right? Because you should have like 66 miles of drop over just 10 miles. Right, but when we go out, it tests flat. Yeah, on a globe.
66
right?
miles of drop over.
Sorry, I meant to say foot. I meant to say foot. My bad. Yeah, 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. That's like a 6-story building.
How are you going to explain then how we got the pictures from outer space on?
Yeah, man. If you look at like the main images that NASA gives us of the Earth from space, if you actually look into how they make those, they take a bunch of low altitude images and then they stitch them together. Right? This is how NASA claims.
There's literally a photo taken from the moon, mate. I don't know where you're getting that from.
How does the flat Earth explain a 24-hour sun?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Hold on. Okay, so which question? Like you asked a question and then I was about to answer it, and then the other guy jumped in and asked a different question. So which question did you guys want to go with?
We'll go with.
Let's go with my question.
We'll go with that guy's then.
Yeah, okay, so explain how a 24-hour sun in Antarctica debunks a flat Earth.
I didn't say that it debunks a flat Earth. I just said, how does flat Earth explained in flat Earth? Or sorry, how is a 24-hour sun?
Yeah, so it's explained in the globe model, right? But the globe model, it's just a model, right? There's other aspects of the globe model like curvature, which we've completely debunked. Long distance observations and laser tests. You can have a model,
question.
Right? Yeah, I'm explaining it to you, dude, right? So flat earthers don't make claims about things they can't validate, right? Like, what is the sun? Where is the sun? How big is the sun? What medium is the sun located in? What's the sun made out of? We don't know those things because we can't validate them. The globe makes a bunch of outlandish claims about things, like positive claims, right? Like the sun is a big burning ball of plasma and gas inside a big giant space vacuum. A ball of gas in a vacuum and all this stuff. So what flat earthers are mostly doing is actually putting the globe ideas to the test. Curvature, motion, gas pressure, all of these different things. We don't make direct claims about exactly how the sun works, right? The globe explains it. 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's just an explanation, right? Explanations aren't proofs. It's just written on a model. There are flat earthers that do have models that explains the 24-hour sun in various different ways.
You
but
guys
I think
just
that those
call yourself
models,
skeptics?
yeah, because we're actually because the Globe Earth tells us, right, that Globe Earth model says that it has a radius of 3,959 miles. That means that it has to have a specific rate of curvature over distance, right? So if you go to any large body of water, right, like the ocean or a giant lake or something like that, yeah, it would have to drop over distance, right? You would have to have a horizon at a set distance. Like when I was at school, right, they teach us that if you're standing at the shoreline of the beach, the horizon is roughly 3 miles away. So 6-foot observer height, 3 miles away should be the horizon line if the Earth's a globe. Now we have amazing consumer-grade technology that's affordable, and people are going out and they're seeing 10, 20, 30 times further than you would be able to see on a globe, right? And then they've gone out with high-powered lasers, right? Some of these have been, teams of field engineers have gone out with like a $30,000 laser, and they're shooting the laser across the surface of the water at 30, 40 miles. Right? They've done all these different tests, and they're hitting the target on the other side of the body of water. Whereas if the Earth was a globe, they should have hundreds of feet of curvature between point A and point B.
All I can say is that I'm skeptical of that.
Yeah, you can be skeptical of it, and you should be, right? But you can actually, the good thing about these tests is you can actually like do them yourself. Right? You can get these high-powered lasers, but you can also just get like a super zoom camera, like a Nikon P900, for like $400 or $500, and you can go do these long-distance observations, right? That's what I did. I lived on Lake Macquarie in Newcastle in Australia. It's like one of the biggest saltwater lakes. And we had an 18-kilometer stretch, right? And I saw all these observations. I'm like, damn, crazy. I'm going to have to go test it for myself because I don't want to just believe these videos I'm watching, right? So, yeah, I had a boat, right? And I did like about 7 different tests on different days at different times of the day. And I was just setting the camera up close to the surface of the water, and I could zoom in and I could see the shoreline on the other side of the body of water, right? There should have been a ton of curvature between point A and point B. I shouldn't have been able to see the other side of the lake. So yeah, it's like all of these types of
and
tests,
how did you
right?
control? How did you control for like the variables?
Which variables?
Like refraction.
Yeah. So what do you know about refraction? What do you think refraction is?
Well, what is it? Snell's law, right?
Well, Snell's law.
If you have a change in the density of a medium, then it changes the angle of the light.
Yeah. So you're talking about like atmospheric refraction. So yeah, atmospheric refraction can do many things, right? It can give you like a whole list of different types of effects, like looming or sinking or stooping or superlooming, mirages, that kind of thing. Right? That's why you repeat these tests over and over again, different days, different times. Okay, but refraction doesn't allow you to see magnitudes further than you would be able to see. Right?
Why not?
Because you have to have a geometric horizon if the Earth's a globe. So if you set up the camera at 1 foot off the surface of the water, right, then you should have a geometric horizon if the Earth's a globe at just 1.2 miles away. If you're able to zoom in, see something that's 10 miles away, like the other side of the lake, or an object that's there, like a distance marker, there is no type of refraction that allows you to see that far. Right? It's not what refraction does. No, absolutely not, man. You can look into it.
If it bends light, then it can bend it around a horizon line, no?
No, that's not how it works, right? You would have to say, right, this is what you would have to say is going on. You would have to say, because you can't move the horizon on a globe. Okay, it's a physical horizon. Okay, so what you would have to say is really there is a horizon there at 1.22 miles right, from 1 foot observer height, and everything behind it is just perfectly refracting up and make it look like it's flat, completely flat. Right, so at 5 miles, at 6 miles, at 7 miles, everything's just perfectly refracting up, right behind this invisible, undetectable horizon. It no longer even matches the definition of a horizon anymore. Right, look, do you want me to show you one of these observations quickly? Show you what I mean.
Oh, I mean, sure, but you don't have to because, like, it can happen.
Oh, it can't happen. That's the thing. It's not able to be demonstrated on a smaller scale. That refraction will allow you to see ridiculous amounts past a physical horizon.
Well, that's
it's
because
just
at a small scale, you would have to.
It's
have
like a word. If you look it up, it's like a word.
In temperature.
Sorry, say that again. Say that again.
That's
Sorry,
because
I was talking over you.
That's because over small distances, you'd have to have incredibly different, or you'd have to have incredible differences in temperature.
No. The refraction, right? So you can have different types of refraction, and it's just to do with the vertical temperature gradients, point A and point B, right? So if you have like warmer air closer to the surface and then cooler air above it, you can have a refraction effect called sinking refraction, right? And that will make the horizon look closer than it normally would, and then
No, it'll make it look
that should
further.
be. No, it makes it, dude.
Sinking refraction.
Yeah, sinking refraction will make the horizon appear closer than it should, right? And
No,
it will make objects that should... Dude, hold on a sec. Let me finish my sentence, and I can provide citations for what I'm saying. I'm not just saying random stuff. I can back up everything I'm saying with citations. Okay, so sinking refraction is where you have a vertical temperature gradient, and you have warmer air closer to the surface, and then a layer of cooler air above the warmer air. Okay, so what that does... It makes the light refract in a certain way that you get an effect called sinking, right? And sinking refraction, right? I'm going to read out the definition right now, right? So, again. Okay, so it's a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geometric horizon, right, apparently sinks beneath it. And then go on to read what I was telling you about the temperature gradients, and then you can have an inversion of that temperature gradient. You could have, like, on a different day or a few hours later, have an inverted temperature gradient, and you get an effect called looming, where things seem higher than they should. There's no type of atmospheric refraction that allows you to see countless distance past a geometric physical horizon.
Sorry, you broke up for that last sentence. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, there's no type of refraction that allows you to see these ridiculous distances beyond a physical horizon line. Right? And the problem here is you guys can't actually prove there's such a thing as a geometric horizon. Right? You have to have one on a globe. But when we're going out and doing these observations, we can see the horizon 10 times further than what you would be able to see it on a globe. That's why I wanted to show you make more sense
extreme
that way.
In extreme cases, sure.
Yeah, but this is what extreme cases?
These are due to the light curving around the horizon. Due to sinking, due to sinking refraction.
No, sinking refraction, dude. Look, sinking refraction, it has nothing to do with the globe Earth. It has to do with vertical temperature gradient. Do with the weather. Has nothing to, horizon has nothing to do with the globe Earth.
Connected. The story is beautiful. Of course, they're connected.
No, it's not. It's not connected, right? Because you guys can't validate there's such a thing as a geometric horizon. We can invalidate the geometric horizon with these observations, but you guys aren't able to prove it exists. Because what a horizon really is just a line between vanishing points. Right? That's how it's taught in advanced art and architecture manuals. That's why on a flat map in a video game, you still have a horizon, because it's just a product of perspective. Right? Like video games like GTA.
I feel like we have different definitions of horizon.
Well, I can read my definitions out and provide citations for them, and I can also show you your definition of a horizon, right, which is geometric horizon. and the observations don't match the definition.
To me,
what's your definition?
So to me, a horizon just means to me a horizon just means like the hump due to the curvature of the Earth, past which you can't really see the ground anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I agree with you. If Earth was a globe, that's what the horizon has to be. Right? And it has to be a certain distance away, depending on the height of the observer. And anything that goes beyond it would start to get hidden by it, behind it. I mean, like, just say...
Not necessarily.
Height.
Yeah, depending on the height.
Yeah, because even in your definition, right, it's still the line where the ground and the sky meet. Right? It's like the physical leading edge of the sphere Earth, basically. So depending on your height, right, so say you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the shoreline, right, this is what they taught me at school, and the horizon has to be 3 miles away. Anything that goes past that 3 mile horizon line will start to be hidden by the horizon.
Bottom up.
Bottom up. Yep, exactly. Once you actually go out and try to test this horizon, you'll find that doesn't happen, right? You're not able to see that happen at that 3 mile mark. Instead, we can set the camera up, right? And we can see 10 times, 20 times, sometimes even 30 times further, right? And we can see the horizon behind an object that's 10 times, right? So you'll see, right? So you should have a horizon at a set distance. So say it's 3 miles. You'll see an oil platform 10 miles away, right? And then you'll see the horizon behind the oil platform. So on a globe, right, that oil platform has to already be hidden behind the horizon. It's the only way it can happen on a globe, but we see the horizon behind the oil platform.
How would Flat Earth explain, like, when you zoom in and you can't see the bottom of the oil platform?
You can zoom in and you can see the bottom of the oil platform touching the water, right? And you can also see the lights on the oil platform reflecting on the surface of the water. And then you can see the horizon behind the oil platform. So, yeah, it's not obstructed. Okay.
So if I could post a video of somebody zooming in and not being able to see any further, any bigger or any more of the bottom of a ship.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you, Ben. Yeah, because sometimes, right, if you have, like I said, if you have particular weather conditions, you won't be able to zoom in and see more of the ship, right, because you have sinking refraction taking place. What you can do, though, is you can set up a time lapse. You see that happening, right? So you see a big ship out in the ocean, and it's docked, right? It's anchored. Right, you can look at that ship, say at one time of the day, right? Because usually sinking refraction happens in the morning or the late afternoon, and it happens on clear days, right? So you could go out and film that ship in the morning, and it might look like it's hidden behind the horizon, right? And then you can do a time lapse, and then a few hours later, once the temperature warms up, right, you can have the temperature gradient invert, and then all of a sudden you can see the whole ship again. Like I can actually have footage of that exact thing happening. Right, it's just filming a ship that's not docked, it's anchored out in the ocean like a big giant cruise ship. And you'll see, it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon. Then a few hours later, you can see the whole ship again.
Okay,
and it's literally, well, hold on one second. Just let me read this one thing out again, okay? So, sinking refraction, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, right? It's like textbook definition, sinking refraction, and that doesn't always happen. Right, so if you've got different weather conditions, like we don't have much sinking refraction where I'm from in Australia, right? So if you see ships sail out, they don't do that. They don't disappear bottom up. They just get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then they kind of fade into the opacity of the atmosphere, right? You can't see them anymore. They don't just like have that drastic sinking effect you see sometimes. It's just a different atmospheric effect, right? A different type of refraction. I'm not saying it proves a flat Earth. I'm just saying that when you see that effect happening, I wouldn't be using that as like proof that the Earth's a globe.
I didn't say the reverse either. I didn't say that any refraction proves that the the Earth is round, but I think that if you use any type of refraction to say that, to put any doubt on flat or on round Earth, then I think that it's right for me to say that a type of refraction can put doubt on flat Earth. But don't you think that's fair?
I'll say that last sentence again. Sorry.
No. So like, if you use refraction to put some sort of doubt onto round Earth, I think that it's perfectly fair for me to use refraction to put doubt onto flat Earth. Don't you think so?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're right. If you had flat earthers using these observations to say this proves that the Earth is flat, yeah, you could definitely use that argument. But we're not using these
I'm not
observations
talking about
to prove a flat Earth. We're using this to test.
I'm not talking about like somebody who's saying that the Earth is flat. I'm talking about just to put doubt onto the idea of a flat Earth at all. Just any.
Yeah. I know. I got you. Right, and all we're doing, right, is we've been told that the Earth is a specific size, right, and along with that, right, that comes with a geometric horizon. It has to be there depending on a certain observer height. So what we're trying to do is find it. Right, we're trying to find the drop over distance and the geometric horizon, and then we're looking to the globe side to be able to prove there's such a thing. Prove the Earth curves, prove there's drop over distance. Right? Because we all experience... Well, hold on. Because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Right? That doesn't prove it is, but that's the starting point. Right? And then if people want to tell us, no, actually, it's a globe and it's spinning. Right? Then, okay, cool. Then it must have a geometric horizon. It must have drop over distance. So where's the evidence of that? Right? That's where we're coming.
Sure. But I think that given the stuff that you know or that you understand about refraction and different things like that, would you say that it is possible, at least, however minimal, that it is possible that the standard model is correct? Like what most people believe.
Yeah, it can't be, because there's no type of refraction that can allow what these observations and laser tests show us. Yeah, it's okay. So what they're saying, right?
Even if like whatever you think, like if it's perfectly refracted around the horizon, you don't think that's possible. You don't think that that it's
so what you can do,
the light to be bent perfectly downwards so that it hits the observer.
No, because these observations debunk that, right? Because we have the horizon behind, right? So when I post the observation in the side chat, it's just, it will help me explain it if you're looking at what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So because we can see the horizon behind the oil platform, it can't be in front of the oil platform. On a globe, the horizon has to be in front of the oil platform.
Well,
there's no type of refraction that can make the horizon behind the oil platforms.
Actually, I think that there is.
Okay, so that's the problem. Like, just saying there is, like, once I push to prove that, you won't be able to.
I could tell you how it could happen.
Okay, go ahead.
So, like, you're familiar with Snell's law, right?
Yep.
If you and you know like what Snell's law is, right? So if you have
it has nothing to do with the refraction you're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
Hold on, I'm talking with anti-globalist.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I'm talking to you, and I'm telling you that the refraction you're appealing to, in order to save, you're begging the question of the Earth being a sphere in which light can travel around, right, has nothing to do with Snell's law.
I was trying to have a conversation with anti-globalist. I can talk to you afterwards.
But I was about to say,
on that, right? He's going to educate you. He can pick up where I've left off. How's that?
I mean, you've just interrupted us, but okay.
Yeah, it's an open panel. Remember that.
Well, I understand that, but I was trying to have a conversation with you, and I was just interrupted when I was trying to explain myself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's irrelevant. It's a red herring because it has nothing to do with Snell's law. Sorry.
So are you going to hear me out, or am I just going to keep getting interrupted?
Okay, what's Snell's law?
So Snell's law is whenever you have two different, like the density of two different media changes the angle of light that passes through it. So like if you have one media,
boundary layer, right?
If you have one media, let's say air, and it passes into a denser media, it doesn't have to be air, it doesn't have to be water, it could be just a denser media, so like just denser air. If it passes from less dense air into denser air, then it will change the angle that the light is traveling.
Right,
That's
so
what
Snell's law doesn't directly apply to one medium, right? So you're still having refraction, right? You're still having atmospheric refraction, but Snell's law is when light moves between two transparent mediums, right? And then you have a boundary, right? Like just say you've got a glass of water and you've got air outside the glass of water, and then you get an object like a pencil and you sit it in the glass of water, right? Then you can use Snell's law because you've got two transparent mediums, right? Because Snell's law requires two transparent mediums, and that's why it doesn't directly apply here, because we're talking about differentials in density of the air in one medium. Right, so that's why
the air
you
is
have a whole range.
The air is transparent.
The earth is round.
Wait, can I respond? So the air is transparent the whole way through.
Yeah, it's only one medium. And
no. Hold on. This is the thing. So
yeah, no, this is the thing.
You said that. Wait.
Let T-Dub finish, and then you can reply to him.
You're arguing for a curved path of light. So light's traveling in conjunction with the surface of the Earth's curvature, right? That's what you're claiming, that it's curving over the horizon, following the arc of the Earth and reaching your eye, right? Not straight lines. Snell's law's refraction, right, is measured in angles, straight lines, angles.
Okay, so you're partially right, because if you have a gradient of temperatures, then it will result in a curve of light. So like, have you taken calculus? T-Dub?
No, this is irrelevant, right? The light is going to travel.
It is relevant. So you don't know what I'm going to bring up. So why are you saying that it's irrelevant?
As it passes through the surface boundary, right, into the different medium, right, it's going to change angle. It's going to be traveling straight, and it doesn't matter if that boundary layer is curving or flat or whatever. It's going to affect the angle at which the light's passing through it.
Yes. So
that is correct.
Just imagine for me for a second, okay? So let's say that we have a cup, right? And the cup is filled with air that's more dense than the air surrounding it. Under Snell's law, this light passing through this cup would also refract. Do you disagree?
I'm not sure. Snell's law is what T-Dub said, right? When you're dealing with just a straight line, and then it will hit a second transparent medium, and then the angle will change.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Snell's law has to do with that. Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking.
So that's what I'm.
That's not what we're That's not what's happening in the The
You're gonna have to
You
bear
just have
with
one
me.
medium.
You're gonna have to bear with me here, okay? So just my initial question, all right? If you have less dense air surrounding a cup full of denser air, let's say you have helium surrounded by a cup of oxygen, and you have light passing through that cup, will the light refract or not? I mean, it doesn't even have to be helium and oxygen. It just has to be, let's say, hot oxygen outside of the cup and cold oxygen inside the cup due to, are you aware of the gas law?
Yeah, we can get into gas laws if you want, but
So the gas law, you understand that in the gas law,
you can't give. Okay, the problem is you're not going to be able to give me an example of what you're talking about. It's not going to apply to Snell's law.
I'm just talking about a hypothetical for right now. Can you bear with me for a hypothetical?
Yeah, I'm trying to visualize it in my head.
Okay, so you understand that in the gas law, with a colder thing, like let's say oxygen, a cold oxygen is going to be more dense than hot oxygen.
Yeah.
Right. So let's say you have cold oxygen in a glass, like you would have it in water, and then you have hotter oxygen outside of the glass, right? If you have light passing through that glass, just like if you have water, which is denser than air, on the inside of the cup, and oxygen, which is less dense than water, on the outside of the cup, in both situations, you're going to have refraction occur. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, but in one situation, you would apply Snell's law, right? When you've got two transparent mediums, and if you're just using the gases, right, then you've got one medium, and you're going to have a different refractive index for where the cooler gas is, right? It's going to be more dense. It's going to have a higher refractive index. So the light's going to slow down more when it passes through the cooler air, which is more dense. So that's why we have different types of atmospheric refraction, right? In these observations that we're talking about, right? Because atmospheric refraction has to do with what you're talking about, and it's not to do with Snell's law, because there's not two transparent mediums, right? So then we have to start considering what type of atmospheric refraction effects are going to be taking place, like looming or sinking. And
hold on for a moment, please. So
I get where you're coming from, though. I mean, you don't need to explain it.
My question was just: is the light going to bend or not?
Depending, yeah, okay. So the light's going
in the situation I described,
going to slow down more, right? It's going to make things appear higher or lower, depending on the vertical temperature gradient. But that's not Snell's law.
Well, fine. It doesn't matter the name of it. Is it going to bend?
Just drop Snell's law. Yeah.
It's going to bend, right?
Yeah, but depending on the vertical temperature gradient, it can make things appear in different locations.
Okay.
It's not going to allow you to see. It's not going to allow you to see 10 times further past a physical object. You're not going to be able to see over a hill because of refraction.
Well, hold on. So bear with me here. All right. So let's imagine now, instead of just two different media, or not media, two different instead of just two different temperatures of oxygen. Let's say 10. Okay? And as you're going from you have 10, and they go from colder to hotter air. Okay? And you have the light passing through the cold air first, and it's going to move from that media or that density of air to a little bit hotter temperature of air, right? And that's going to bend the light a little bit, is it not?
Yeah, it is. It's going to, but yeah, you also have to consider the vertical temperature gradients, right? Because that's going to give you the
Yeah, they're
Look, let me explain. Okay, so that's why. Okay, so say you're doing a laser test, okay, from point A to point B. in one particular location over 10 miles. Okay, so you're just setting up the laser close to the surface of the water, and you set up like a target, archery target, other side of the body of water. Shoot the laser across the body of water, it hits the target. You might say, okay, it's bending due to refraction and just getting lucky that it's hitting the target because of the conditions of that particular day. Okay, so then we look at 10 other laser tests in completely different atmospheric conditions, different temperature conditions, right? So this time we're going to do a 20-mile laser test over a frozen lake. Okay, and it hits the target again. And then we do a 30-mile laser test over a frozen lake or a salt lake, and it hits the target again. And then we keep performing different tests in different locations, and it keeps hitting the target, hitting the target, hitting the target. It's a big stretch for you to say every single time, just getting this one particular type of refraction where the laser is perfectly bending around hundreds of feet of obstruction and hitting the target every time. It's
yeah, that would be very hard to explain if I'd ever seen any experiment that shows that.
That's what we have to show you, right? I can show you maybe 20, 30, 40 laser tests, right? And some of these laser tests have been done with a $30,000 laser and by a team of engineers, field engineers. And I think they did 17 different laser tests. And I think they have a 180-page PDF document with all the variables, right? Everything's highly detailed, and there's a whole video to go along with it where we can see everything done start to finish.
Well, that's
also,
a little bit too much. That's a little bit too much for me right now. Can you show
that's
me
all good.
like?
That's all good.
Can you show me like anything though? Like, can you show me?
Anti-globalist, I've got a question for you, real quick. Have you heard of Fresnel diffraction?
I have not.
Okay, so or like the Fresnel spot, or like the Arago spot, any of that?
Oh, no. Can you explain it to me?
Sure. So it's you could probably Wikipedia it pretty easily. Basically, what it is the Fresnel diffraction is basically explaining that light moves in a wave and it's not a straight line, right? And this is a whole like quantum theory thing right now because of this. You know the slit experiment where you send a wave through this two slits and they come out and they interact with each other and blah 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 blah.
Yep.
So that's based off of the Fresnel diffraction thing, right? And so what it basically says is that light can interact with itself because it is a wave. It is traveling a larger distance than what is actually described as the distance it traveled, right? Because it's going up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down the entire time it's going forward, right? So basically what Fresnel diffraction does is, and the Arago spot is, you are able to, and this is just the long and short of it, the application of this science and thing that has been proved over and over again is you can shine a laser at a sufficiently smooth ball right in the middle of it. And this is over a long distance. Shine a laser at a smooth ball, and you have a piece of paper on the other side, a significant distance away as well. And you'll get the shadow of the ball on the paper, right? But in the very middle of that shadow, you'll have an illuminated center, pinhole, right? Where there should be there's no direct line of sight. Basically what happens is the light interacts with itself coming off of the surface of the smooth round object, and it curves itself over the curvature of the ball or whatever smooth round object you have, and then it refracts itself directly back into the center on the other side. So that right there could be an explanation for your laser tests. And it
I don't think that's the same thing. I don't think that's
Still has to pass through two
analogous
mediums.
to this.
The what?
Yeah, it's still, even in your Fresnel refraction, it still has to pass through two mediums. The boundary between two mediums.
No,
Yeah.
it's just air, laser.
Yes, it does.
Air. What are
It still has to go through two mediums.
What are the mediums?
All this is a diversion away from the original argument. Anyway, you're basically conceding that there is no geometric horizon, that the horizon is not representative of a physical distance at which point an object will begin to become obstructed from view.
Well,
you've lost that. You've tossed that out the window. Now you're just arguing about. We're in a begging the question arena where we've begged the question with you: the Earth is a sphere, and we're debating how light's going to behave within the air surrounding the Earth as a sphere. Prove the Earth is a sphere in the first instance, and then you might have an argument for how light behaves in the air which surrounds your sphere Earth. Because refraction, if refraction is going to work the way that you're claiming it does, right? Light's going to behave differently under different conditions as it's passing through a single medium of air. Okay, you already admitted this isn't an argument for globe Earth. You've already admitted this is just me making apologetics for something I haven't demonstrated to be true in the first instance, right? The globe Earth. It's an ad hoc rescue device. Right, so attack the argument, right? So the argument is, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon measurement can be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as pointed out by various academic places like Washington State University, for example, gives us those values. Every online horizon distance calculator uses those values. All right, so there's the argument. We don't see that, right? Therefore, the Earth is not that sphere. Right? Now, that's the argument. Now, if you want to come in and add a rescue device for your globe, right, you're going to have to verify your globe in the first instance. Otherwise, you don't have a globe to defend by using refraction. Do you understand how it works?
Yeah, I understand that.
I just think it's interesting, right? As something to look into. It's just not analogous to what we're claiming. I was just looking into it. I couldn't find any good examples of what you're talking about, but it's really like if they're shining it at the ball.
Arago spot, ARAGO spot. I mean, it's pretty simple and easy to do. I mean, you can set it up and do it yourself.
Yeah.
You're never going to be able to account for any kind of refraction. There is no predictive model of it. It's so unpredictable, right? The experts admit that it's so unpredictable that they just go with a standard formula for it. And it doesn't even involve the bending of light. What it involves is increasing the arc length or the total radius value of the Earth. So giving you, therefore, pretending that the surface the surface of the Earth the Earth's enlarged, right? Allowing you to see more of it, right? Because as if it was a larger ball. If you're seeing a horizon that's well in excess of a geometric horizon based on the current value of the Earth that we're given, then what you'll do is you'll guess how far that horizon is, right? And then you'll say, oh, there must be this much refraction happening, through the air at this time. Therefore, it's like, but the standard value is 7/6R, right? So it's just increasing the radius value of the Earth, because your R stands for radius, right? And that's the standard by which all your field experts will use, right? If they're ever going to apply it, because in most instances they're going to try and work with distances where they don't have to use any sort of accounting for Earth curvature or refraction, because it gets really fucking difficult, and like I said, and it's unpredictable, and you're going to have to take multiple observations before you cherry pick the one that you think matches your ideology, right? It's just better to just work within a tolerance level where you don't have to worry about refraction, right?
So, yes, but secondly, what I was talking about was diffraction, not refraction. It is a different thing. I'm not taking it into account refraction at all. So you can throw.
Sorry. Have we moved on to something else now? Sorry, I thought you were still talking about refraction. Sorry, my bad.
I actually wasn't talking about refraction at all. I was talking about diffraction. It's a different thing. A couple questions. Why are lighthouses tall? And I'm new to this whole flat Earth. I just joined today because I thought it was interesting. But like, I'm sure this question has been answered a million times. But like, why are lighthouses tall?
But so that people can see them from further away. Distance, right?
Yeah. So like, if there's no curve, why would they need to make it tall?
Well, there's still potential obstacles in the way. There could be very high waves in between you and that lighthouse, right? And with diffraction and angular resolution, right, and that's going to have some serious problems, right? It's also like you wanted to claim that there's a density gradient, right? So it's going to extend that light up further and higher, where the light is going to be less attenuated, right? Less absorbed, less refracted by the air. Reflected by the air, etc. It's going to have a greater luminosity at a higher altitude. Yep, definitely.
So like
what a dumb question.
The only one that I heard that made any sort of sense was the waves being tall and they're in the way of you.
Everything he said made perfect sense, right? Because you have a denser atmosphere closer to the surface, and light can only attenuate so far through a denser atmosphere.
I understand.
So obviously, you would want to have it as high as possible, right? So the light can push further through the opacity of the atmosphere.
Yo, Brad, what's the point of a lighthouse?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
It's bread, as in like breadstick. But I don't know if anyone else was called Brad. That's why I was wondering. But to let ships know like where rocks are, right? So that way they don't go towards the light. And so that way
obviously you can see the benefit of having
navigational beacon, right?
Okay, so obviously you can see the benefit of being able to see the light, like being able to
further
make
away.
light go farther, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now just imagine in your head a flat plane. You have two towers. One is short and one is long. Which one's going to make one short, one's tall? Which one's going to make the light go farther?
Well, assuming that
it wouldn't matter.
Hold on. Assuming that they are emitting the exact same amount of light, there's no obstacles in the way, and they are on the exact same, they're on the same tower. Let's say there's a light at the bottom, light at the top, emitting the exact same amount of light. There's no obstacles. They should go the same distance.
Okay, so if you're at the base of a tower, and you're looking out to the horizon, and then you go up to the top of the tower, you're going to see the same distance. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Why not?
If it was flat, yes. If it was flat,
yeah. If you're at the top of a tower, you're going to be able to see further.
No, because the way our eyes work, we resolve anything that's above the minimal angular resolution, right? And when you increase your observer
very
angle,
new to this whole argument thing. What the fuck is a minimal
when you increase your observer angle, you're increasing the angular resolution that you could see these things with. At the same distance, you're going to have a higher angular resolution, right? So it always helps, whether it's a globe or a flat Earth.
Are you saying that you're looking at?
Hey, dude. Apparently, right, according to you, you could put it at 1 foot, and somebody could see it from 10 miles away.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what.
That's also retarded.
That's dumb.
According to you, you don't even need. You should just go and just tell them they're all wrong. You're stupid. Just put it down at the ground at sea level. Refraction will take care of the rest. People will see it.
No.
It's
no. If it were flat,
isn't that what you said?
Okay. Here's the thing.
If it was flat, yes, but it's not flat. It's round.
No, the argument for being able to see a horizon, right, at well in excess of a geometric claim, right, is because light is bending over the curve and allowing you to be able to see things which are much further
I mean,
away.
but not over a variable,
right?
not over a variable distance.
Yeah, so why are you putting lighthouses higher to see over the curve if you can just put it down and let refraction take care of the rest, right?
Because it's not over a variable distance. It's only over a certain amount of distance.
So
that refraction takes care of anything.
That's not true.
So
I mean, at any specific point in time, the refraction is only going to be able to refract the light a certain amount. It's not going to be able to refract it over a variable distance over a specific amount of time. If you have multiple times, so like if we're talking about like morning on one day to the night of a different day, yeah, there's going to be different distances that the light is refracted, but over a specific point in time, there's only going to be one distance that the light is refracted, so you wouldn't be able to just let refraction
Right, so
take care of
you're
everything.
basically going to make your globe unfalsifiable, right? Because we could give you examples, right, from sailors' logs, right, where lighthouses have been seen from distances far in excess of the allowance of the globe geometry, right? And you're going to just cry, well, that's refraction, right?
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be unfalsifiable. It would just be very, very difficult for you to falsify.
So what would be the point of arguing for asking why they put lighthouses high? Because you think that
I wasn't the one who brought up lighthouses.
Yeah, well, somebody did.
Yeah, it
right?
was me. And the diffraction thing still proves that.
No, bro. It
I
doesn't
mean,
prove anything.
if you want to look
at
it up,
imagine in your head.
okay, all right, it doesn't prove it, but it has been proved.
Do you know what diffraction is?
Yes, I know what diffraction is. Do you know what diffraction is?
He doesn't know how
I mean,
eyesight
for example,
works.
like a rainbow. That's an example of refraction, right?
Yes. So do you know what a rainbow is?
That's an example of diffraction,
Yes.
right?
Yes. And do you know what causes a rainbow?
So what is this diffraction helping you out with this globe? Like what is it doing?
A rainbow is caused when light diffracts around the
We're not talking about. That was just an example. I'm saying, what is your?
Okay, well,
I'm
what do
pretty
you
sure
think? How is diffraction helping you?
examples of refraction.
Here, let me explain it.
There's a very good Veritasium video that explains how rainbows work.
Can I stream to
Thanks for
y'all?
that.
Is that something I can do? I'm not in here often.
Last time I checked, right, the breaking up of light into the visible spectrum, right, into different colors, right, is due to refraction.
I think that's true.
This is true. Do you know what diffraction is?
Diffraction, Rayleigh's criterion, I don't understand it fully, the math fully, right? But basically, with distance, light, two separate light sources will appear to converge, and you won't be able to distinguish the difference. They'll just look like one light, right? That's diffraction. Actually, diffraction. Yeah, diffraction is also. Okay, yeah, someone else is going to have to take this one because I'm not. But I am. I do understand that when two lights appear to converge because of distance, that's due to diffraction. Yeah.
Diffraction is like when like the light bends around a curve because it's a wave.
Yes.
Yeah, that would not apply to a globe Earth, right? So what I've been looking up while you guys have been talking, I mean, look, it says diffraction would not allow someone to see further around a globe Earth, right? Diffraction affects like the bending of light around edges. extremely small for visible light due to its due to being short in wavelength. Hundreds of nanometers.
That's the thing.
The curvature of a globe Earth would create an obstruction much larger than the scale of light's wavelength, meaning diffraction would not bend light enough to peak around the curve.
So, yes, what they're saying is that you're not able to look directly out from one side of the globe and look all the way around or all the way down. What you are able to do is you're able to look further because the light is coming towards you from across a little bit of the curve, not all the way. Typical diffraction is used to describe going all the way around a circular object. You're not doing that here. You're only doing a little bit.
No, that's not what happens, right? You're talking about a specific example when you're shining a laser beam at a ball.
Yeah,
right?
and that goes all the
you
way
don't
around.
have okay, so you're not able to
the small diameter
at a ball, right, and use something right like a light source, right? You can shine a light source all you want at a ball, right, and you're going to have a shadow behind it. You're not going to have a little bright spot in the center of it, and everything on the backside of the ball is going to be dark, right? You don't have the sun shining its light at the Earth and then having the dark side of the Earth.
Not only that,
because of diffraction, that's not how it works, dude.
Not only that, but it's
The
about
Argos
like
project isn't
slits. So diffraction only occurs whenever it's a slit in
it's completely. It's not analogous to this conversation, right? We should be talking about refraction.
Yeah, it's refraction is what causes this phenomenon.
It's not just slits, by the way. It also
And
happens with
refraction has nothing to do with a globe, right? We need it's just to do with light and the mediums. It's you can't say
all I'm trying
the
to
globe.
say,
You can't enter the radius value into any formulas in relation to refraction.
Well, no,
that would be just be begging the question.
But the fact of the matter is that the refraction causes light to bend, and like if the Earth is a globe, then it is possible for that light to bend around the curve.
Yeah, that's refraction again. That's not diffraction.
That's all we're saying that refraction has to do with the globe, not that like refraction causes a globe or that a globe causes refraction. Just that
refraction
it would
can
explain this
all kinds of
phenomenon.
things. Yeah, but refraction can't allow you to see magnitudes further than you would be able to see over a physical obstruction.
Sure, it can.
There's no small scale examples that show that that's possible, right? You can see it can make things look like they're hidden, right? Even on a little flat surface, right? You can change the temperature gradient, right? And you can have a little toy boat on a flat table, and then you change the temperature gradient, and all of a sudden it'll look like the boat's hidden behind the horizon. But that's just a refraction effect, right? That's called sinking.
Yeah, so why can't that be done the reverse? Why can't the temperature gradient cause something to rise up above a horizon? If it causes something to rise up so that it obstructs an object further than it, why can't it rise up to
Sinking
make an
refraction will
object
make
visible? Make an object visible.
No, because it can only lift something. It can make something appear higher than it should, lower than it should, right? And there's other effects, right? Like superior mirages, inferior mirages, and things like that.
You said that this refraction that you're talking about can only make something look lower than it should be. Lower than
sinking
it is in
refraction. No, that's only when you have the warmer air, right? You have a vertical temperature gradient, and you have the warmer air closer to the surface and the cooler air layer above it. Then that's when you'll get sinking refraction. If you have the opposite of sinking, right? You have a vertical temperature gradient, like invert it, right? So you've got the cooler air closer to the surface, warmer air above it, and then you'll have looming, right? And that's where you see those images where it looks like a ship's higher than it should. So it's the opposite of sinking is looming.
Which like makes the object appear higher than it should be.
Yeah, exactly. But
okay,
look,
so
that's why I posted this observation, right?
So
look, have a look at it.
why is it impossible for something to not appear to appear over the horizon further than what would be expected if you have looming refraction happening?
Looming refraction, it will just make something appear higher than it should, right? You don't have... Okay, so in this observation, you don't have any telltale signs of looming happening, and you also have the horizon clearly visible behind the objects. It's very clear, right? On a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon at 3.5 miles.
So hold on. So the looming refraction isn't just going to bring one object with it. It's going to bring the entire scene with it as well, which includes the vision of a horizon beyond the actual horizon. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, how do you know the actual horizon, which you're talking about the actual horizon as the geometric horizon, how do you know that exists? Because a horizon...
I didn't say that I know it exists.
Well, okay, so it has to exist if the Earth's a globe with a radius of the same
I didn't
size,
claim to
950.
know. I didn't claim to know the shape of the Earth. I just have an educated guess.
Yeah, okay, but the globe Earth requires a geometric horizon, like something that's people cannot, If you're defending the globe, then you have to be.
Sure, that's fine. But I didn't claim to know that the Earth has a geometric horizon, or that to know that the Earth is round. I just have an educated guess on yes, there is a geometric horizon. That's my guess, as well as it's my guess that the Earth is round. That's why I'm having this conversation. If I knew, then I wouldn't be having this conversation because we would be pointless. I would know.
So
we can't find.
Sorry, I've got another question.
Go ahead.
I'm still very new to the whole flat Earth debate thing, and I got a lot of probably basic questions. How do satellites stay in space? On like
we don't make claims. We don't go on things that require speculation, right? Some things we can't validate. Yeah, so what we would say, right, is you can't have outer space because we have gas pressure, right? And gas pressure requires a container, and then you have a vacuum of space, right? So if you have a high pressure system adjacent to a low pressure system without a physical barrier, high pressure will fill the available space, right?
So like satellites aren't real?
No. We agree there's some technology in the sky. We don't know exactly what's going on up there. We do know NASA has a massive satellite balloon program. NASA's first satellite was a big giant balloon, right? This isn't a secret that they have this balloon program, that we see satellites being launched on balloons, crashing to the Earth attached to balloons. That these reach very, very high heights, and they can maneuver them, and they can keep them up there for a long period of time. The government having some sort of technology that we're not completely sure how it works. Yeah, potentially, but I don't know, right? When you look up pictures of satellites in space, you just get a bunch of cartoons, right? And yeah, it comes back down to being able to prove, right? If you want to make a claim that there's satellites in space, right, we need to be able to validate that space exists, right? That it's scientifically possible and it exists.
And the live stream videos from SpaceX going from launch pad all the way up to space. What are those?
Yeah, you see about 20 camera switches, right? You don't see a single camera view of it going to space, right? And you don't know exactly what type of lens they're using. But that's something that you would have to choose whether you want to believe it, right? I mean, if you look into, Elon Musk said he put a Tesla in space, right? If you look into that footage, it looks ridiculously fake. Elon Musk even said, "Oh, we know it's real because it looks so fake. We'd have much better CGI if it was faked, right? Because it looks ridiculous, right? There's a whole bunch of problems with it, glitches in the footage, and it's laughable, right? Just kind of like a lot of the moon landing footage is quite laughable. A lot of the bloopers on the ISS are laughable, being caught using harnesses, green screens, augmented reality, hairspray, list goes on. But, I mean, it's kind of hard to trust people that have been busted lying. Elon Musk is a shady character if you look at his past. But, yeah, it's comes back down to the can't have gas pressure without a container, can't have a vacuum chamber without a container, can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a physical barrier separating the entropy from taking place.
I mean, if you have something attracting the gas,
So,
right?
so
The
another
gravity?
Right.
another question. Why would the government, the entire world, be pushing the round Earth? Like, what's the point?
Well, it's been instilled in... Okay, so we don't know exactly why someone would lie. So you would have to ask them that. We could only speculate, give you like calculated guesses on why someone would lie. So, I mean, we have evidence of the lie, and that's where we stand on that. But yeah, people could speculate all day long about reasons why they would lie. I mean, it was basically like implemented into the mainstream education system by the Jesuits, by the Roman Catholic Church over 500 years ago. Most people would have no idea that it's a lie. Most people that work for the government, even most people that work for NASA, right? These are like segmented organizations, compartmentalized, right? So they have like a particular job to do on a need-to-know basis, and then an NDA that goes along with that. So, I mean, most people aren't lying. Teachers aren't lying to you, they're just regurgitating information. I mean, it's a mathematical, theoretical model that we're all taught from a young age.
So, do you still do you still say that like it's impossible for the Earth to be the way that like these people that you say are lying? Do you think it's impossible for it to be the way that they say it is?
Oh, I think these people that you're talking about aren't lying.
Well, I'm not
talking about the scientists.
I'm not talking about whether they're lying or not. I'm asking, do you think it is possible for the Earth to be the way that they say it is?
Yeah, it would have to have curvature and a geometric horizon. You would be able to demonstrate that the Earth moves around the sun via experimentation. You would have to be able to validate that you can have gas pressure without a container. Yeah, but that, we have highly educated people that come in here and debate this. What's that?
So it is possible, at least. It is
You're lucky Heretic's not here because he wouldn't have even given you refraction until you'd shown that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
I don't
know.
I just wanted to make sure that you think that it's at least a possibility, that I'm not just wasting my time.
We're asking for evidence to back the claim of a globe, right? And what we get is assumptions and calculations based off assumptions. We're not getting any empirical evidence or practical demonstration showing that there is Earth curvature, which is a requirement of there being a globe. So
I'm not going to say that there's nothing wrong. I'm not going to say that there's. Hold on. So I'm not going to say that there's nothing wrong with this model of the round Earth. Like, of course, we as humans are imperfect and we don't know everything, and we're going to get some stuff wrong. We just do the best that we can. We get as close as we possibly can. Do you think that there's any other model that gets hold on, I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished. Do you think that there's any other model that can get closer than this
To
model?
what? Closer to what?
Closer to reality.
How do you know that it's going to be closer to reality?
By the observation of phenomenon.
That's the reality. So you're wondering if the reality can be much closer to the reality?
No, if the model can be closer to the phenomenon, the observations that we have.
Go straight to reality, dude.
Sorry, you broke up. What?
You don't have to. You don't need a model. You can just directly reference reality.
The model doesn't match reality.
The model is to make predictions. So if you just go off of the phenomena, then you can't make any predictions.
No,
I can. The sun's going to rise tomorrow. That's my prediction.
That's a model.
I don't
and
need a
it
model,
could be
man.
wrong.
That's reality.
It could be. So hold on. That's a model, and it could be wrong.
It's not a model.
Yes, it is.
It's not. It's reality.
It absolutely is a model.
You're mistaken.
What reality
He's talking
is?
about what we actually see happening.
Hold on.
He's not talking about model.
What reality is that the sun rose yesterday. Reality is not the sun is going to rise tomorrow. That's a prediction. That's a model based off of a lot of evidence.
Based off reality.
But it is still a model.
Prediction based on my experience of reality. Not something that I don't experience.
So
right?
you've experienced
your model will be something that you don't experience.
If I get you right, you're telling me that you've experienced tomorrow in order to tell me now that the sun's going to rise tomorrow.
Yes, I've experienced tomorrow, yes, because today was tomorrow yesterday.
No, I'm talking about the future. I'm not talking about today. You're just playing word games now.
Okay, prove me wrong.
I'm not.
Actually, you're playing word games because you're just trying to drag model into encompassing basically anything that you want it to. You're the one playing word games. You're the one saying that a model is like, hey, the sky's going to do what it did yesterday in the last, 10,000 days before it because I have a model in my head.
So, I'm saying a model.
Would say that. Nobody would call that a model, dude.
All I'm saying
You're just doing that because you're trying to put anything that you want, anything that you can into the category of models so that you can...
Are you going to let me speak?
For whatever purpose you need. Well, I mean, no, because you're not even listening to what I have to say, so whatever you're going to respond with is going to be garbage.
I did listen to what
no, you didn't, because you kept talking the whole time I was saying it. Yeah, see, you did it again.
No, I didn't.
No, so you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute you, because every time I spoke, you spoke, so there's no possible way you could even know what it is you're supposed to be responding to, because you didn't listen to any of it. Because every single time I said any of it, you were speaking. So how about we just put you on mute?
I could tell you what you said.
What?
You said that I'm trying to change the definition of the word model to be able to fit anything that I want into it. And I can tell you why that's not true. Do you want to listen to me?
True? Yeah, I do.
Okay. So I gave you a specific definition of the word model as a way to predict things. Okay? There are certain things which fit that category, and there are other things which definitely do not fit that category. One of those things that does not fit that category is the sun that rose yesterday. Okay? That doesn't need to be predicted. We all saw it happen. Okay? And then there are things that do fit into that category. For example, the sun will rise tomorrow. That is a prediction based off of a lot of evidence,
a model,
a lot of prediction,
model?
sorry, a lot of evidence,
off of a model. Off of a model. This is the whole crux of the point. So just answer yes or no.
That's your words, okay?
No, it's yours. I know that the sun's going to rise tomorrow, but it's not rise. No, but this is it. This is it right here. You're saying that right there is predicted from a model?
That the sun will rise tomorrow? That is predicted from a model?
Garbage. That's some garbage, dude. Nobody's using a model to predict. I mean, come on.
Of course, it's a model. It's a very basic. It's a very basic model, but of course,
where's the values for your model going to come from?
What?
Where's the values for your model going to come from?
What values?
You're going to have variables and values and stuff to the model that you're.
Give me an example.
Which would be the globe model, right?
Values?
And you're saying it has predictive capability, right? This model that you're saying has predictive capability. Where's the values going to come from?
Well, the only value that we're talking about now is yes or no, whether or not the sun will rise tomorrow or not.
So Where is the values going to come from?
It's a binary set of values.
And where's the values going to come from? And where are the values going to come from?
I'm answering your question. It's a binary set of values. It's either 1 or 0. The sun either rises tomorrow or it does not. That's the value.
And 1 or 0. Where is that coming from?
Where is it coming from?
Where's the values coming from? How did you get those values?
Well, the value that the model predicts is 1, that yes, the sun will rise tomorrow, and where that's coming from. And where that's coming from is the fact that every other day the sun has risen.
Experience of reality.
Yeah, that's how we make models.
Right. Okay. Now, what are you going to refer back to? Once you got your model, what are you going to refer back to in order to confirm your model's true?
There is no confirming that the model is true.
Okay, what are you going to refer to in order to gauge whether your model is within a certain amount of accuracy? Then, how's that?
Past experience.
No, what are you going to refer to say that your model predicted something?
Well, like, if you have the model beforehand, you say the sun's going to rise tomorrow, and then it does.
The thing that happened the first time that you experienced, right?
That's what I said. Past experience. Right. Did you not hear me?
So it's not going to be a past experience, is it? It's going to be another experience of that thing again, repeating.
Which would be like once that thing has already happened, it would be a past experience. No.
Right, but it's going to happen again and then again, right?
But we don't know that it's.
And you say your model's able
that it's going to happen.
And your model's able to predict that happening, right?
That's the whole point. We don't know that it's going to happen again. We just know that it's happened.
We don't know that it's going to happen
every other
again.
time.
Sure. Right. That's the problem. I don't know if the sun's going to rise tomorrow. I don't know if I should worry about planting my crop.
I don't. I don't know if the universe will continue to exist.
What's the use of a model then? Your model's useless then.
It's predictive. It's predictive. It tells me 99.999999999 however many days there have been. That many times it's minus the next day. That's the predictive power of the model. It doesn't give me a yes or no. It doesn't give me a yes or no. It just gives me a really good guess.
Because the values for your model come from the thing that's experienced happening. I mean, it's already it's almost redundant. I mean, it's like you're going. Oh, that happened. I wonder what's going to happen again, like next time. And then you do your model, and it happens again, and it was the same thing that you first experienced, right? And you're going, oh, my model's correct. You know, it's predictive, right? It's ridiculous.
How is that ridiculous? Because I could make a model that explains a perception in a point of time. Like I could do that, and then the next time the model's proven wrong, and then we stop using that model. Whereas
basically,
I could make a model. I could make a model that predicts something right, and then that model's useful because it predicts things.
No, that's the trick of it, right? That's like the trick is like, so we see things happening in cyclical nature, right? And then we measure values to it, and then we conceptualize it into some sort of other form, right? Where it involves things happening from a perspective that we don't have, right? And then you say, because you saw these things happening over and over again, and you got the values and all the values from them, that you pretend that your model predicted it would happen again, right? And predicted something, and it didn't. It's just a record of what has already happened a zillion times.
Well, I mean, when we're talking about the sun rising, it's a pretty basic model. I'll give you that. But there's plenty of more complex models which predict things that you or I, like, on our own could not hope to predict.
Right, so I've got a value. I've got 8, right? What's the problem that gets that solution?
That's
There's
very
a correct
vague.
one. There's a correct one. That's right. There's a correct one. I want you to tell me what it is. I want you to tell me what it is. Use a model. Use your model. You've got the information. You've got 8. Now use a model and give me the correct one. Give me the one that's the most accurate.
But there's multiple correct ones.
Right. Right. So there's multiple possibilities that would where 8 would be the outcome. Right.
Yeah, it's not enough information for me to be able to predict
which one's the most accurate.
Well, I mean, I never claimed to know anything. The models don't
model it for me.
Models don't claim to know anything.
Use a prediction.
I think you're missing the point of the model.
I don't have enough information to be able to predict which, like, whether you're going to say 4 + 4 or whether you're going to say 3 + 5. Or I don't have enough information.
So beyond the direct experience of what we observe, right, and the values that we can get from that, right? Where does the extra part come in that allows you to be able to say that this globe model here is very accurate?
Where's the extra part that comes in?
Yeah, that turns the Earth into a globe. Yeah, where's that come from?
So the globe model, all it does is make predictions. Okay, it makes very good predictions.
About what?
It doesn't make perfect predictions.
About what?
Like plenty of things.
Like what?
Well,
Fuck, huh?
Well,
No prediction
I mean,
whatsoever. It's a perfect. It makes
are you gonna let me? Are you gonna let? I didn't say it makes perfect predictions. In fact, I said the complete opposite.
You just said that right now.
I never said that it makes perfect predictions. I said that it makes predictions, and I said it makes pretty good predictions. And I specifically said that it. And I specifically said
that model
that it can make wrong predictions.
Just ram that model in text chat. Let's take a look at it.
Like what, dude? I've been asking you and you haven't provided what? Like what?
Like what predictions can it make?
Yeah.
I mean, I've I've heard before, like I would say lunar and solar eclipses, but I've heard before that.
All right. Yeah, but how do you know that? How do you know that it makes those predictions?
I never said that I know. This is what we've been talking about this whole time. That I don't.
You don't know. So so let me get this straight. You're making a claim that it makes predictions. Now I asked you what predictions. You said I don't know. Yeah.
No, I told you that it makes lunar and it makes predictions of lunar and solar eclipses.
Yeah.
I also told you.
How do you know?
Told you.
No, I don't want to hear. Also, how do you know it makes those predictions you just said?
I don't know. It's an educated guess.
Fuck, dude. I mean, haven't we been around this circle jerk too many times already? Like, shouldn't we get off this, like, carnival ride? Dude, we're getting sick already. Like, we're about to puke.
Like, you don't have to keep talking.
Enough's enough.
You're not required to keep talking with me.
No, you're not required to keep circle jerking us into infinity. Like, basically...
No, I'm not.
Yeah, basically you say this thing makes predictions, and I asked you for like what, and now you said I don't know. We're back to square one.
I told you. I told you like what. I just also admitted on top of that I don't have perfect knowledge.
No, perfect knowledge. You don't know. You said the words came out of your mouth. I don't know. Yeah.
I also admitted that I don't know whether the sun will rise tomorrow.
What? Look, we're not talking about rising suns. We're not talking about rising suns. We're talking about the claim that the globe Earth is making predictions. And you said
I feel like
lunar eclipse and solar eclipse. And then I said, like, do you know any of this information to be true? Well, I don't know. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A guy's making a claim, and he doesn't know if it's... Dude, it's very clear. You don't have to... You don't have to explain yourself.
Just to give you a frame of reference over what I mean.
You don't have to stop, brother. You do not have to tell us. You don't have to tell us.
You're just trying to own me, bro. Why do you want to own me?
You don't have to tell us explanations about something because you are trying to tell us something you don't know. You don't know. You don't know. You said it yourself. Why are we going to hear you anymore? You don't know.
Can I speak?
Say no. And everybody else wants to know? Raise your hand. Because you said you don't know. Why am I going to let you continue to talk when you say you don't know? Why? For what?
I asked you. Why don't you just mute me then?
Well, that sounds like a great idea.
If you don't want to let me speak, just mute me.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Thanks for bringing it up.
No, the issue isn't trying to mute you. The issue is trying to get you to answer the question. If you don't know anything, why are you burning up airwaves? Just tell everybody you don't know anything.
Yeah. And T-Dub, your dishes are coming through, brother. We're here, all your dishes, but not.
Shit, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm doing else.
It's all good. I do it sometimes at work. But see, and that's the problem we have. The guy was circle jerking us to infinity. He wants to take the airwaves to say how much he doesn't know about the claim he's making. Yeah, he's making a grandiose claim, and then he comes back around. I gave him the floor, didn't I? How do you know? And what did he say? I don't know. Okay. Do we want to reason with somebody that doesn't know? Raise your hand if you want to reason with this guy. I'll unmute him. You can reason with him. It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, just see
That's the problem.
The logical framework behind. We got 20 people in this call. Not everyone can talk at the same time. Should we just open the airways to people just to pronounce they don't know their other ignorance? Just go right down the line. Be like, hey, this is 24/7 complete ignorance channel. Just everyone come in here and just tell us what you don't know.
So make a claim, and the very claim you say that to everybody, this is how it is. And when you're asked how you know, just say you don't know, and all is well. And then we'll give you the floor to explain how you don't know. How about that? Is that better? Make a claim of anything you like of the Earth being a globe. It doesn't matter anymore. You could just say whatever you want because you don't need to know any of it, just like the guy didn't. And then he's like, well, why don't you just mute me? Why did you just, well, actually, that's a great idea. Because if I can let you continue, you're going to keep explaining how you don't know. Why do we want to hear that? For what purpose? What are we going to do? Like, I mean, what can we do with that? I ask you. Where is he at?
You seem to be using the airwaves. You seem to be using the airwaves a lot to talk about how much I don't know.
Yeah. That's interesting, huh? Because you were in here for maybe a good hour.
If you're so concerned about like using up the airwaves to talk about somebody who doesn't know much, like why don't you just move on? Why don't you just move on to somebody who does know what they're talking about?
I can explain it to you. It's
Sounds like a great idea.
Okay, how it's easy to explain it because this topic is so important because it dives right into someone's worldview, what they know and what they don't know. It's right on topic for someone to come in here pretending that they've got some secret king hidden knowledge that everyone else doesn't have.
When did I pretend? When did I ever say that I know something?
Did I say you? Why? How are you not able to follow anything anyone's saying? It doesn't matter the speaker. You're just completely ignorant and oblivious to what anybody says. It's true.
So are you just trying to rag on me, or like what are we doing here?
Question: how come we waxed on or whatever, waxed off about you after you were muted? Because the topic wasn't you. The topic was to highlight you've got people in here that their only proof of the globe is that they don't know for sure if it's a globe or not.
Yep.
I never claimed to know that the Earth was a globe. This entire time I've said.
There you go. No further questions, Your Honor.
The question is now, so why are you talking about stuff you don't know? Just go on and on about things you don't know? I mean, that would...
And you know what's weird, Crit, is that I've been listening to this guy for an hour, maybe an hour and a half, I'm not really sure, but it's been about an hour. And he's just on and on. He's droning on and on. I'm like, dude, why are you clogging up the airways with things that you're saying, all these claims, things that are happening, this and that, globe Earth, all kinds of great stuff. Next thing you know, he's saying, I don't know. I never claimed to know. I'm like, well, shit. Yep. Let's talk to somebody who knows, because this guy is oblivious.
Somebody who knows that the sun's going to rise tomorrow.
Yeah, let's talk to somebody who knows the sun will rise tomorrow, because this guy, he's unsure that the sun will come up tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar tomorrow. You Glober numpties, man. When will you learn?
Yeah,
this is the place. I mean, this forum right here, man. This is the place where the hopes and dreams of the globe Earth, they come to die. I mean,
can you guys name anything that you're sure of? Can you guys name anything that you know?
Yes.
Yeah. Something to be 100% sure. Let me tell you, Jar. I'm 100% sure that you don't know anything about the globe. There you have it. Mic drop. Mic drop. You like that?
How do you know that?
Because you said it. You friggin' numpty. You came out of your own mouth. That's what I know that you don't know.
I just
we
said
have a
that. Hold on. So I just said that I don't. I just said that I don't know some things about the globe. I didn't say I don't know anything about the globe.
You are a bullshit glober. Do you know if the sun's coming up tomorrow?
No.
Oh, dude.
Do you know if the sun's coming up tomorrow?
Yeah, I do.
How do you know that?
Well, because usually when the sun comes up every day, that's morning, right? We have mornings every day.
That's
Yeah,
called
it's called what?
inductive reasoning.
So what's going to happen when the sun comes up tomorrow?
You're assuming that it will.
Assuming? No, I'm not assuming. I know the sun's coming up tomorrow. This is nature. Nature works. Nature works. Nature. No, you're gonna let me. You're gonna let me finish saying. Nature works independently from you. It is not up to your subjective opinion. Nature just is. It does what it does. It do what it do, and it's separate from you. You're freaking numpty. It doesn't matter if you say, I don't think that the sun's gonna come up tomorrow, or that river is not gonna run tomorrow, or anything in nature that's just true. It doesn't matter what you say, because nature will continue to do what it does, separate from your freaking numpty opinions. It doesn't matter what you say. Nature will continue to be cyclical, and that's just the way it is, regardless of what you wax philosophical about. Yeah?
Say that it is dependent on me.
It's not dependent on your freaking numpty opinions. You can say, I don't know if the sun's going to come up tomorrow. It doesn't matter if you say that shit, because nature do what it do, and it's going to keep continuing to do it for however long it's going to do it, because that is what nature does. Independent from your freaking idiotic opinions, it will continue to do what it does. Yeah? Fire will still be hot. Ice will still be cold. The sun brings, light and warmth. So all these things are just true, independent of you saying, well, I'm not really sure if that's the sun or not. Yeah?
So
Nature is separate from you.
I can't.
Yeah, I know you can't. This is the problem with you guys. You just can't think for yourselves. And when you do, you start to realize, you know what? It's kind of odd that nature continues to do what it does, even though I think that nature will not do what it does based on my opinions. It doesn't matter about your opinions. Separate from your opinions, nature exists. And it's going to be what it is, regardless if you say, hey, that's the sun in the sky, or if you say, I don't see the sun in the sky, and the sun's clearly in the sky. It doesn't matter about your freaking numpty opinions. Yeah, I can't make that more clear.
So I got a question.
You're constantly, constantly interrupting me. And
like,
no, it's not an interruption. It's actually like knocking you over the head, like McFly. Hello, McFly. Nature is separate from your opinions. You freaking numpty. Yeah.
All right. So you say you do know. You say you do know. What is?
Hello. Yeah. Nobody cares about what is the sun. It's detracting from the point that I'm actually.
You say you know. You say you know.
Well, what do you want to know? What do you want to know about the sun, dude?
What is it? What is it?
You're detracting. You're detracting from the.
Well, no, I'm here to.
You don't even know what the sun is, bro. What the flat Earth people say, dude. You're detracting from the point. The point is, separate from your opinions, nature will still be what it is. Doesn't depend on what you think about nature being. It's gonna be what it is, man. Anyway, I gotta get going. These guys are numpties. You can unmute them or whatever. But it doesn't matter if you say, well, the sun's gonna come up tomorrow, or I don't know if the sun's gonna come up tomorrow, because nature will continue to be cyclical, and that's all we need to know. And we're just observers. That's all we are. We're observing nature.
I'm glad you're leaving, because you've just been censoring me this whole.
All right, take care, Alpha. See you next time.
Cheers, Alpha.
All right, so who we got? Who was talking earlier? How do you, or what is the sun?
Me.
Okay.
I really want to know. He never answered that.
Well, what do you think the sun is?
Well, based on, all of the other scientifically approved reasonings, they say it's a big old ball of gas.
Okay, not what they say. What do you say? What do you perceive the sun to be? Okay, don't try to say someone else told you something. You. Y-O-U. You. The sun is...
I was muted, so I couldn't respond. So,
yeah, the sun is what?
Well, I personally think the sun is a big old ball of burning.
Okay. Dude, like, this is just crazy, man. Alright, Jar? What's up, Jar? Do you know anything yet?
No. Hold on. So the only thing I can say.
Why are you talking if you don't know anything? How about this? I invite you to try this out. Go into the other channels and just do that. I think we've reached the end of your dialogue tree. Like, go into God Ain't Real and say you don't know what's real or not. Or you prove me wrong. And you don't know what proof is. Go into the vegan room. You say you don't know what vegan is. You don't know what room is. It said here, what's your argument against compassion? You don't know what an argument is. You don't know what compassion is. Go to true conservatism. Say you don't know what true is. You don't know what conservatism is. It says XX chromosomes only or whatever. You don't know what that means. Christian chat. Join Christian chat. Say you don't know what Christian is. You don't know what chat is. The subtext is the Father is good, so is Jesus. You don't know what Father is. You don't know what good is. You don't know what Jesus is. Next channel, Sharia chat. Say you don't know what chat is. You don't know what Sharia is. I'm not going to read the subtext in that one. Ask a Catholic. Say you don't know what ask means. You don't know what the means. You don't know what Catholics means. Happy Wife Academy. You don't know what happy is. You don't know what wife is. You don't know what academy is. Just see what happens, okay? You think somehow we're censoring you or being cruel to you? Just watch how the other rooms treat people who act like just bonkers, just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, that they don't know anything at all.
Can I answer your question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to answer. All right. The sun is an apparent source of light and heat that traverses the sky daily from east to west.
Yeah, I agree. It sounds good. Yeah, it's definitely light in the sky and it moves east to west. Rises in the east, sets in the west, yeah. That's easy. It's easy to say what you know. It's like these guys are afraid, they're just shit scared to say what they know. Because they've been like debate broed into just pure obscurity. And like earlier when you were talking, like you don't know the sun will rise. Well, the sun doesn't rise. Do you call that the next day? Do you even have a day if it just stays perpetual night? How do you track time?
I was going to say, like, when he said you're assuming, and I'm like, well, I'm assuming that somebody hasn't drugged me, kidnapped me, and carted me off to Antarctica.
I get like shanghaied in the middle of the night, and I'm just in some sort of hallucinating state that...
The vape's not mine, man.
So now the question, Jar, I think it was, right? What? Okay, let me see here. Who was the guy talking earlier? Oh. Okay, yeah. So, let's take a... If you don't know anything about the channel, okay, let's maybe dial it back. You don't know what we're talking about here. Why are you talking?
I have an educated guess on what we're talking about here. I have a good idea.
But you don't know still. You still don't know. Imagine walking into the college classroom day one, you're taking something 101, and you tell the professor, hey, it's my class now. And the professor's like, what are you talking about? No, I'm the teacher, you're the student, you signed up for this class for some, whatever reason, and we're going to go over what this topic is today. And you're like, I got an educated guess on what the topic is. He's like, okay, cool. Now take your seat. Shut up. You're detracting from the other students who are trying to learn.
So are we saying that this is a student-teacher dynamic where you're teaching?
Holy shit, dude! Nothing is understood. Like, literally nothing. Dude, that's like the third try I've tried to articulate some idea to you, and it didn't work. It literally just didn't work. So at this point, I would say I would invite you to use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. Any question you got. Because you're not listening, you're not paying attention, you're not able to retain anything. You just jump to random conclusions, just make it up out of thin air. So just keep doing that. Just do what you're doing. But skip the part where you ask some stupid question. And instead of doing that, just make up the answer that you want to make up for whatever purpose you want to make it up for. Then drive on to the point you want to make. And the reason why I'm offering this is that you literally have no point to make whatsoever. You're just burning time. You're burning the airwaves with completely inane garbage. And you know this too. Which is why when I invited you to go talk in other channels and try your same shtick there, you didn't. Because you know what would happen. They'd bounce you out of that room quicker than a New York minute. They'd be throwing you out on your coat hairs and you'd be like, wow, what happened? And those are rooms where they're generally off topic. You go in there, they'll be talking about video games and shit. Like, oh, here's somebody to talk about the topic. And like, oh, not this idiot. So if you got a point to make it. If not, keep yourself on mute.
So the reason that I haven't left.
All right, Brad, or whatever. What's going on, dude? Do you know what the sun is yet, or are you still confused?
I just wanted to ask questions. Like, I just wanted to understand what your view was. Like,
okay, this is very easy to understand this.
Okay.
The Earth is flat.
Uh-huh.
Okay, do you know what those words mean?
Yeah.
Okay, what is flat an adjective or a noun?
I'm literally just here to ask questions.
Okay. Yeah, it's very easy to understand. The surface of the Earth, noun, the Earth.
Yeah,
Okay, can be described as what?
Mm-hmm. Put flat, according to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so if we want to go into that, do you understand that Florida, there's a huge area of the surface of Earth that is labeled Florida?
Yeah, Florida is like really big.
Yeah, do you know that place
Yeah, I've been there. I've driven across Florida. Yeah.
Okay, is Florida flat or is Florida not flat?
Florida can actually get pretty hilly in some areas, but I mean, like, overall, it's kind of on that sea level, you know? That's why they call it level, because it's flat, right? According to the eye, right?
Yeah, so is it flat or not flat?
The Florida?
Yeah.
Florida is pretty flat. What, I mean, would you say Colorado is flat?
I'm talking about Florida. Is Florida flat?
Okay, well, I answered your question. Is Colorado flat?
Yeah, we're talking about Florida.
Well, I thought we were finished talking about Florida. I'm trying to ask more questions.
No, we're talking about Florida. We're trying to figure out, do you know what flat means?
Yeah, I know what flat means.
Okay, what does flat mean?
How the fuck else do you describe it other than flat? Not bumpy. Like, come on, dude.
Well, do you know this? Because you said you got a bunch of questions.
I'm very aware of what flat is. I have other questions other than what flat is. Come on, dude.
Not bumpy. Is that what you said? Not bumpy.
Not bumpy.
I mean, like, come on. How else are you supposed to describe flat? How would you describe flat? Crit. How would you describe flat?
Let's say if you assigned a value to flat as a 1.0, mathematically describe it as 1.0.
Uh-huh.
What do you think is flatter? The Earth or a pancake?
The Earth or a pancake?
Yeah.
Pancakes like a fucking, like a, what is it called? Like a really squashed cylinder, bro. I wouldn't say that's flat.
See, now you fucked it up again. So we just got done talking to you that you understood describing the surface of an object and using.
Well,
Then you're like, oh, hey, what I'm actually looking at here is the whole pancake.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, hold on.
See, this is why it's impossible to talk to someone who doesn't know anything. You had just known, not 5 seconds ago, to describe Florida, the surface of Earth, as flat. You just knew that. You knew that with all your heart, everything. Then you ended up saying you can't describe a pancake anymore. Because a pancake isn't a flat. A pancake is a cylinder. That's squished. See, you are uniquely, you asked like, hey, why are we muted? Because you guys are uniquely disqualified from this conversation. Mid-sentence, you switched an adjective into a noun. You couldn't hold a single thought long enough for your lips to stop moving.
I'm just wondering, like, if someone asked him to lie down flat, right, is he going to be like, he's just going to try to be not his bumpiest, right?
He's going to wrap
it into less bumpy as possible.
Yeah, you're like, hey, lay flat, and he curls up like a puppy dog. You're like, what the fuck is that? Oh, I'm making a cylinder. You're like, huh? So when I say lay flat, you actually heard curl up like a puppy dog. And he's like, yeah. I'm not even amazed. I'm not. I'm just like, what the fuck happened to the education system? Just basic grammar. Adjective, nouns, adverbs, and verbs. These things are suddenly in question all of a sudden. Like, I don't know. Is it a noun? Is it a verb? What is it? Like, you just put the word anything, flat, in front of Earth, and now you don't know what that fucking word means. But put curved, or not flat, then, I know what it means now. Like, here I am, like, putting in work, trying to look up some sources to go over content, and the guy instantly brain farts. Adjectives and nouns. After we just got done laying the whole groundwork. Like, how would you describe flat? Let's go 1.0. And somehow got right to cylinder anyway.
Hey guys, so the Earth is not flat, actually.
I can see it's flat. So what are you talking about?
No, you can't, nigga.
Yeah, you can.
No,
What are you gonna say?
cannot.
Triangle?
Triangle? What do you mean triangle? It's like.
I'm just wondering if that was going to be your next line because I've heard that before. It's a common entrance.
Like a globe. Like a globe.
The Earth's not flat. It's a triangle.
Guys,
Something
it's not
like
a
that.
flat
It
Earth.
just seemed like you're coming across that way. Sorry if I'm mistaken.
Oh no, I did that if I was trolling, but I'm not really trolling. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. Like, it's not even a big issue. I don't really know anyone. I don't think anyone can really know 100% if it's flat or not flat.
Yeah, I know 100%. It's flat.
Okay. Yeah.
You
I don't know
can
that.
observe it, you can measure it, and you can practically use it as flat. So it could not be flat. And the way the globe explains this, or the heliocentric model, says it's so big. Like the Earth is so big that it just presents as a flat. But it's really curved. You just don't know it because it's too big. You're like, well, that's
I know
kind of
something
dumb.
that's too big.
You're like, well, that's interesting. So if something's so big that curved
That's
looks
what she
flat,
said.
then how does it also be not a flat?
That's what she said. That's what she said. Dang.
Yeah, dude, laughing at your own jokes is like...
Yeah. Well, I think the funniest thing here is that you believe the Earth is flat. That's probably the
No, I
funniest
don't.
thing.
I don't believe it.
What do you mean you don't believe it?
Yeah, I know. I know the Earth is...
Oh, well, that's still your belief, though.
No, it's not. Belief is not
Yeah, it
required.
is.
Belief is simply not required.
Dang, this guy's so confident.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Like the surface of the Earth is flat, even if you believe it otherwise. And I've noticed that people who do believe it otherwise are generally the bigger flat Earth caveman than I am. So therefore, no thank you. Like, your world is even more ugly, sad, and small than anything I'm presenting. So I would be like, hard pass, GG, no RE.
GG, guys. The Earth is flat, guys. GG.
Because whatever you're selling, no thank you.
Not selling anything, I'm giving it away. I'm a Bible-believing
thank you.
Christian. Well, I'm a Christian.
No thank you.
I believe the Bible.
Okay, no thank you.
And something that you can be confident about is actually knowing where you're going to go when you die.
Yeah, off topic.
There's something more important than the
off
shape of the
topic.
Earth.
Yeah, off topic.
There's something more important than the shape.
Okay, you can, if you want to preach your religious fervor, you can go to any channel you want to. They got channels set up to preach. No thank you. No one wants to hear about your sky daddy. Not here. No thank you. Even more so when apparently your sky daddy said everybody should be treated like yourself. Like you treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. And you come in here with a bunch of Big Johnson jokes. No thank you. Good, he showed himself out. That's what you guys should do. See, Bread, you guys are no different than that dude. Preaching some belief system that no one cares about, not even you. You don't even care. I want to talk about your Lord and Savior, the globe. No, thank you. I don't care about your globe. You don't care about it. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Weirdos. We still get them in here? Oh my god, man.
Yeah, I'm going over the news for today, so it's like kind of a side distraction. Here we go. Look at this one. Science, the conversation. Mass deportations don't keep out quote-unquote bad genes. They use scientific racism to justify based immigration policies. The U.S. has a long history of misusing eugenics and biology on immigration policy, the effects of which are still felt keenly today. This is one of the things I talk about all the time, that even if you could prove evolution, like you've got some sort of scientific experiment that demonstrates natural selection, you would still throw it in the garbage because of all the damage it's done to humanity. The pure, unadulterated damage that social Darwinism, eugenics, and these policies have caused. You would just pretend it doesn't exist. And they don't even need to pretend. You know. This is just some sort of meth-fueled symposium of some guy who liked to eat birds. And then he discovered genetic variation, so he marries his cousin and then has a bunch of kids that die of genetic diseases. No thank you. Okay? Keep that garbage in, like, the trash heap. And it still keeps happening. That's the worst part. You'd think that with all this giant leap forward for all mankind and people becoming less religious and more logical, that somehow, some level of like thinking would come through. And it's getting worse. Now you've got mass deportations about to start based on Darwinism. This stuff should have been thrown away decades ago. And take your globe with you. Take it out there. No thank you. Here's another one. Space Mysteries from sciencebase.com. How does the ISS stay in orbit without falling to Earth? The International Fake Station's always falling, yet it never crashes to Earth or burns up in our atmosphere. How is it possible? Scientists turn 3 years worth of solar flares into audible sound.
Hello, Crete.
Hey, what's up there, KGB?
Listen, these Globers, they thinking our sun used to be explosion that turned to nebula, but all the gas, instead of expanding into their vacuum, the gravity pull it back into sun.
Yeah, it goes both ways. It's ever expanding and contracting at exactly the same time. They don't care. They really don't. They said, oh, so your universe is expanding. Yep. And what do black holes do? They contract. And are they expanding? No, they're contracting. So you've got ever expanding and ever contracting. And this makes sense to you because... And then they start screeching. Baba Booey, Richard Gere's penis, or whatever. You're like, huh. Well thought out argument there. I was just curious how you square the contradiction and you just start talking about what she said and Big Johnson jokes. And then start preaching about your Sky Daddy. No, thank you.
So what's the consensus on this recent trip to the South Pole? Is there any consensus now? Has anyone made any conclusions?
No, that's the best part. It was a final experiment that will never be final and never be an experiment.
I don't know what that means.
We're not a club, dude. It's like, I'm going to disagree with shit that Crit says sometimes, man?
Not sure, I don't understand what that meant. I mean,
there's no consensus. It's not like we all go, we've got to agree on all the same thing. Yeah, everything's going to be the same.
I'm not saying you have to. I just asked if there was any kind of thoughts on it. I haven't come.
If there was any kind of cult or club or religion mentality, that's what you were asking.
I'm not attacking you. I'm genuine. It's a simple, straightforward question. I mean, I'm sure there must be.
Yeah, I know. Which would be appropriate if you were talking to a cult or a club or a religion. Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to antagonize. I saw it about a week and a half ago. I've been meaning to come and ask.
You could just ask for individuals' opinions, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you are, individuals. That's what I'm asking. I'm not expecting a unified answer. I honestly didn't even know that was meant to be the conclusive test. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm not exactly au fait with, what's the modern thinking on it, or I don't know. But apparently it was quite an important one.
No, it wasn't important at all. I can let you know a very easy take on it. That say flat Earth has a lot of problems. Check or hold.
Sorry, check or hold?
Yeah, check. Do you understand or you don't understand that?
It has a lot of problems. Well, you have to specify what problems.
Yeah, but just say, do you understand that flat Earthers and flat Earth has a lot of problems?
I would say there's probably a lot of disagreements in between, I'm sure, defining a new philosophy around what's not known or what isn't seen or what isn't understood fully. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so you could call them, it's got a lot, 99 of them.
I'm sorry. Well, can I say yes?
I'm not going to be able to go through this if you don't understand.
No, I understand what you're trying to say, but I obviously don't know any specific.
Okay. So right now, flat Earth has a lot of problems. Check or hold.
I don't know Flat Earth well enough to know if there's lots of too much disagreement, but yes, they say yes. I'm sure there's some disagreements.
It's got 99 problems.
Oh, right. I understand that. Okay, yeah.
Okay, you know what one of those problems isn't?
What?
A mega church super pastor, young Earth creationist, McDuffie. That's not a problem that flat earthers have.
Oh, okay.
That's a globe problem. You guys got to deal with young Earth creationism now, and I don't. Thank God.
I disagree with young Earth creationism personally.
Well, it's not my problem anymore. That's your guys' problem. So thank God for the final experiment that for once and for all firmly seated young Earth creationism inside the globe model. Thank you, McDuffie. No one will ever be able to come in this room and say, you guys are young Earth creationists. Really? Because why? Oh, because you're science denial. Okay, well, sure. If young Earth creation is science denialism, explain the final experiment.
I didn't really understand it that much. That's why I came to ask. I didn't know it was such an important.
Yeah, the shot caller, William McDuffie.
Who's William McDuffie? I'm sorry, who's he?
That goofy guy who ate a bunch of snow on camera.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah, he's a young Earth creationist.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure he ate that snow after McToon pissed in it.
They are pee drinkers. A lot of those really religious nuts, and they do drink piss on the ISS. So I probably could see them going all in, and being like.
I'm still a little bit fuzzy about what's the whole fucking point of a conspiracy. I'm honestly a little bit fuzzy on that.
Well, go ask.
I don't really see the big point.
Go ask Alex Jones. He loves conspiracies, man. Or Joe Rogan. Go ask Joe Rogan. They hate flat earthers too. So you can be like, go do your circle jerk. Be like, hey, do you hate flat earthers? Yeah, I hate flat earthers too. Can we circle jerk about conspiracies for a while? Yeah, let's do it. Go have fun with that. You want to go talk about conspiracies? You got lots of places to go talk about conspiracies.
But let's say there is a flat earth.
What conspiracy are you talking about? one in particular are you referring to? Just curious, what conspiracy are you referring to? Hello? Is there a conspiracy that you were talking about a conspiracy? Correct me if I'm wrong. I was just wondering what conspiracy you're referring to.
Yes, have a little think about that.
Are you asking me, or who are you asking?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What
sorry. The one where the governments are hiding the fact that it's flat Earth from us.
No, they're not. They're not hiding it. How do you hide the Earth? That's crazy. What are you talking about, man?
I mean, sorry, saying that the Earth is a globe when it's not.
Right.
That one.
Well, how's that a conspiracy?
Well, it's like the greatest conspiracy. If it is true, it's the greatest conspiracy ever made. Really?
Why is it a conspiracy? What classifies it as being a conspiracy?
Well, bamboozling the entire Earth to think that the globe is round. The Earth is round.
Is that what's happened?
That's what I thought. If I remember, I came here a few times before. That was the topic of discussion. That was. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not very.
Yeah. What does this?
Really
okay.
well.
How about this? Connect the dots for me. What does this have to do with government?
What? Okay. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't they the ones stopping us from going to find places that will confirm the flat Earth?
You can go to Florida to confirm the flat Earth.
Wait, we've confirmed it already. What do you mean? Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was still.
Do you think that government never lies to you or something? That somehow it's a conspiracy to?
Oh God, I'm not going to extreme, guys. I'm not.
That's
trying to
the definition of a conspiracy.
I'm not trying to fight. I'm genuinely not. Excuse me if I picked the wrong exact words to use.
No, I'm not. It's not a fight, dude. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about. Like you join a channel.
I thought it would be an interesting question to ask because I was trying to get from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Yeah, do you see there's a channel called Conspiracy? If you want to talk about conspiracies, do you join the Flat Earth channel or do you join the Conspiracy channel to talk about conspiracies?
Okay, well, fuck the word conspiracy then, a lie that we've been told.
A lie about what?
The Earth is round.
Yeah, look up that word round. What do you think that means?
Circular. Globe-shaped. That's what it means.
So when you walk around the block, your block is globe?
Oh,
that's a different word. Round and around are not the same word.
It's true, but I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm not trying to cause a fight. I'm genuinely not trying to trap you into anything. Trust me, I'm not. I don't have the will to fight. I'm just interested to hear other points of view. That's it.
Yeah, okay.
So please stop. I'm not trying to antagonize.
Yeah, so you got it. So what's the point of view here with the final experiment? What is that?
I genuinely didn't know very much about it. That's why I saw it. I said, well, apparently it's a conclusion to a question that was apparently a big one. That's as far as I kind of went.
So
I didn't go too much further. I thought, you know what? If I am going to ask the question, no point rooting around YouTube because you'll just find generally a consensus on saying it's been proven or disproven. Ask you guys.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Actually, that's good. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's admirable.
Yeah. At least you're not taking notice of whatever the media says. Yeah.
No, I mean, I know anyone can talk bullshit on a video or talk non bullshit on a video. You generally don't really know much anymore. I don't know about Alex Jones and that. I don't know their opinions on it. To be honest, I haven't seen those opinions on it, but I mean, you guys are right here. There's a big group of you. Clearly, you are of some consensus of mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't be all hanging out together. So I thought maybe I'd ask. No, I'm not trying to infuriate anyone.
What answer did you get?
The couple of videos I did see, it was, it's been proven, whatever. It's the Earth, sorry, not the Earth, the Sun is a 24-hour sun, and apparently but I didn't actually go further deeper into like why that particular experiment was so important. I thought out of all the different things that you've heard before, and the different models you've seen, I don't know why that one specifically was the most important, or the one that was chosen to prove or disprove.
You should ask Paul Duffy. I think it's because the globe model predicts a 24-hour.
Okay, well, can you show me that prediction? Like, show me that model doing that prediction, please.
Who, me? I don't have it. I literally just came to ask.
Well, I know, yeah. You're a good guy. This other guy said that he made this claim. There's some model that something is being fulfilled in a prediction, and I want to see that.
I would like to see the model that predicts or non-predicts the on the flat Earth side, because that's the part I don't understand. I think on the round Earth side, I kind of figured out, okay, there's a 24-hour sun that's been told to us when we were young, I guess, in geography.
So do we know what we're talking about? Let's say I have a model. Do you have a model? Some predictive model that you want to present?
Me? No, I've got nothing I want to present. I just...
you sort of came up with this hypothesis that you're going to predict something.
I'm not predicting nothing, but
using a model.
Into the break, you heard that was someone else. Okay. So then, Zulu, look at here. You keep using the word round.
Okay.
Can we look over what this word means?
I mean, if you think it's helpful, sure.
Yeah, see what I posted there in text chat?
Hold on, let me look. Why is the Earth round? Why is the Earth approximately spherical? The word round is a little ambiguous, okay? Could refer to okay. Why is the Earth shaped like a ball?
Do you get it? Do you get when you use the word round?
Yeah, of course. 3-dimension versus 2-dimension.
Yeah.
No, I think a general consensus from when I was growing up is the Earth is 3-dimensionally spherical. Is that more clear?
So which way would you look to figure that out? Up or down?
Up or down in position of what? On a position on the Earth or like position in space?
Your neck. You're standing. Your feet are planted on the ground. Do you turn your head up or turn your head down?
Yeah, there's no. You need to approximately lift off from the ground vertically for a specific amount of kilometers to then look down and then get approximate kind of 3-dimensional look at an objective look at the whole thing in one go, rather than a position on the Earth that you got no place to see whether it's you can't see the curve from the ground. Not that I know of, at least. There's a place, though, in Botswana, apparently, that if you go... And I flew over that, personally. I wasn't very high. I was like 10,000 feet. But I swear, it could have been the windows of the plane. It could have been the perspective windows of the plane. But I swear, I thought I saw the round. But it was so flat. It's called the Makadikadi in Botswana. It's so flat. So flat and long and wide. That I swear I thought, but I mean, there's no. I don't think there's any chance of me having seen the any shape of the Earth for 10,000 feet. That's not high enough.
About 121,000 feet.
The point was that you don't look in the sky to try and work out what the ground is. So, looking at the sun, what the sun does, it's not going to tell us anything about the nature of the ground, whether it's curved or flat or whatever.
Yeah,
so you need to look at the ground, not the sky. That was the point. Yeah. So you said the right thing. So we need to have a look at the ground to figure out what it is, not the sky to figure out what the ground is.
I don't think both of them will be able to tell you from an eyeball point of view. I think they're both ambiguous. You need to get like anything in life, get objective distance from the problem to kind of evaluate it.
Oh wait, what? No, the hands-on is the way to go. So the closer you are to something, the better it is, because you'll be able to use more of your senses in order to determine what it is, right?
No, I get you. It makes sort of sense when you say, but like close in magic, the closer you look, the harder it is to distinguish the trick, if you know what I mean. You kind of need a bit of distance from. I mean, you're not wrong.
Only one source of information, right? It's only because you've got different senses, right? And you want to incorporate more than one, right? And you want to be able to actually give it. You don't want to just qualify it. You want to quantify it too, right? That is going to be confirmation.
Yeah, and I've been here before once or twice, and the people I was speaking to, I'm not sure if some of you guys were there, but I was taken aback a little bit because I've never really been confronted with the thought of having to critically and objectively and quantitatively say, look, have you seen the fucking round Earth yourself? No, then how can you possibly prove it so? And I thought that was quite an interesting statement, actually. I was like, well, it's sort of fair. It's a sort of a fair comment to say. It's like your whole life you've been brought up to believe that the Earth is round. Okay. Spherical shaped, 3-dimensionally spherical. And it's you kind of take it for granted that, okay, everything you think about the Earth now, you think from a globe point of view. And then you're confronted with people saying, listen, have you actually seen it yourself with your own fucking eyes? And then you can say yes or no. And then I say, well, okay, then how can you possibly objectively say, truthfully say, hand on heart, that the Earth is round? I say, okay, that's actually a fair point. That's where you guys got me interested. Okay.
Because it's antithetical to your experience, right?
Yeah. But then the next question would be as well, how the fuck then do you prove it without being one of the few very privileged people who have gone into one of those rockets and have gone wherever they've gone to actually look at the Earth from a distance? It is an interesting. I just found it interesting. That's why I didn't get all ass hurt when you guys were questioning me like that.
What you do is you examine the claims that are made about this thing that they're saying is a sphere.
Honestly,
but if we're being on the surface of a sphere, that means that there's consequences, right? If you're experiencing being on the surface of a sphere, then there should be geometric consequences of being on a sphere, right? Particularly when they give you specific values about the sphere's dimensions. Right?
Okay.
So what you could do, right, is examine the surface, particularly of liquid, right, and ask, well, is it observing? Are we observing it to have any convexity? No, we've already gone over that. We're not observing it to have any convexity, right, or curvature. Right. What about measuring it? Is it actually measuring to be curving? That's where we go with it, right?
I've also heard the one argumentation that I didn't particularly agree with was the water one. With how does the water keep on the surface of the Earth and not be sucked into the vacuum of space?
No, that's a silly question.
Is it?
But no.
Okay, all right. Because that was gravity is observable. We know how to calculate it. Then our calculation should theoretically explain why or why not the water would stay on the surface of it or not. But I mean, I totally understand it. I totally understand where they're going with it.
what's preventing the liquid in the glow paradigm? What's preventing liquid from basically like evaporating or not evaporating? Like evaporating into space, right? Is something's protecting it from the vacuum of outer space, and that would be the air, right? So the air is providing this system within which there's specific temperatures and pressures which allow the existence of a liquid state of matter and ice, right, and solid liquid as well. Solid water, sorry, not solid liquid. Solid water, right? Liquid water, solid water, right? And also in a vapor form, right? It also contributes to the pressures and temperatures that we're experiencing, right? So that's what's protecting it from the vacuum of outer space. That's in the globe paradigm. I would ask though that why isn't that protective layer of gases not doing what gas does and expanding into the vacuum?
Isn't that also just gravity? Isn't that also the molecule things are just the gravity of the huge Earth?
That's what I'm challenging. I'm challenging that.
I would love to know honest to God, I'd love to wake up one day. I'd love to wake up one day with all the fucking newspapers are headlines. You know what? We were all wrong. The Earth is flat. Love it. I don't think it'll interrupt my day to day, but I would absolutely. Well, I mean, I'd love to like have that. So, well, fuck it. We're all wrong. I'd love it.
Wrong.
I don't really know how that'll happen. I hope one day we can make a conclusive experiment that everyone can agree on. But just from a personal point of view, I would love it. I don't know if it will ever happen or if it can happen. I'm not sure. But honestly, I'm rooting for you, Alex. I swear. I promise. I am. In my own way. I am. I don't know how it's going to happen, though. I mean, what is the conclusive experiment? Is there a conclusive experiment?
For what?
Yeah.
For the no.
What exactly would you be? Let's start with observation.
I have no idea.
What did you observe?
What would I observe?
Yeah, did you observe a curve or did you observe a flat?
No, from a personal level, I don't think I've observed a curve.
Okay, so what caused you to observe not a curve?
I don't understand the question, sorry.
Well, we're trying to go through science. You want an experiment.
No, I don't want an experiment. I don't want one. I'm just saying I'm rooting for you. I'm not fighting with you guys. I'm just saying, I'm just giving you a small point of encouragement. I'm genuinely not. I would love to know I'd love to know if there is one. I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. Genuinely so. I mean, I came in here asking about this experiment, asking if there was anything interesting that came out of it. I've heard your guys' answer, and I guess the next thought in my head was possibly, well, if there is an experiment, what might it possibly be? I personally have no idea.
It wasn't an experiment.
Okay, sorry. Oh,
yeah, no. Like that's all right. We haven't even. We've not begun to delve into what a lot of us might think, even if it is in agreement and a consensus among a few of us. But like, I mean. We have not touched the surface of what we think about the final experiment, so-called.
Yeah, I imagine it to be, I swear. I've read a lot of Terry Pratchett in my life, and I would fucking love it if at some point, like, have you seen that new series Silo, where apparently outside it looks apocalyptic, but it's meant to be very, very nice from the outside? It's like everything is an illusion type of thing. I would love if our Earth was like this craggy kind of biscuit-shaped kind of vibe with this. Yeah, I'd fucking love it. I'd love it. I think it'd be fucking terrific. I don't know. I guess we have to get space travel up and going a bit to, I guess, conclusively prove it. You know.
Don't be under any misconception. We're not unsure.
Well, I'm fucking unsure. Well, I'm not that unsure. Let me be honest. I don't feel like I feel like if flat Earth is to be if it's to be the truth, should we say the actual objective truth, I don't actually know how to prove it other than what I guess I've already been taught, because I have not really been in the space very long. But I am engaged by the thought. I just personally, I just look outside and look at all the planets, and you can see a few telescopes I've looked through. They look objectively spherical to me. So I, in my mind and my heart, it feels like, why should we be different? I think that's about as long and as far as I've thought about it. So why are we so special? Why are we so different? What universal truth am I missing here, that we stand out in and amongst a sea of spherical shaped objects, if you know what I mean?
What even makes you think that you're a thing like those other things in that supposed sea to begin with?
I don't know. Maybe it's low self-esteem.
It's other people. I'll just answer the question. It's other people that told you that.
Well, no, I've looked through telescopes personally, probably more than most.
I know, but that doesn't really deal with the question I asked you, which is, how do you know you're like those things you see in the telescope?
Well, that's the thing. Why should my internal question is, why should we be different? Is more the question, rather.
Why should you be the same? Why do you just where do you get this epistemology where you just default to, like, okay, I looked at a light in the sky and I went, I must be just like that. Why should I be special? Where does that even come from?
I don't know. It doesn't even compute. It's a personal internal thing. I didn't have to ask anyone about it specifically, or if that I remember doing it. It was just something that I said. Okay, maybe I'm programmed. I don't know. Maybe
you were just told that. You were just told that shit like everybody else was. You didn't take a telescope independently, separate from anybody else saying anything, point it into the sky, look at a light, and go, why shouldn't I be the same thing as that? You didn't do that. Come on.
Well, no, but yes, agreed. But no one specifically told me we're like everybody else. It's only fairly recently did I know there was a conflict in opinion between whether Earth is spherical or whether it's not. So I think if I remember being confronted with a question. 2017 is the first time I saw it. Maybe 2018. I saw it came across my feed. I said, okay, this is interesting. And that was one of the first thoughts that came to my mind. Well, why should we be so different to every other body out there? And I don't remember anyone else telling me that, if you know what I mean. I think it maybe just was an internal question. But maybe you're right. Maybe it is just a lifetime of programming. Fuck it, worse, more crazy things have happened. You're probably not wrong.
So you're saying Earth isn't, in your worldview, Earth is completely the same as everything else?
Not the same specifically, but it is not uncharacteristically, should we say, separate.
So there's life. There's a bunch of Earths out there. There's like,
oh, sure, that's a big question. I personally, if you ask me directly, I would say, and I mean it hand on heart, personal belief, I cannot imagine us being alone. Is that weird?
No, it's really kind of what sparked the space age, where people were like, hey, give peace a try. Because out there's a version of you in Earth that got it right. So you have anything is possible. It's too big. The heliocentric model is too big. Anything is possible. And nothing is possible at exactly the same time. It shows you the deep-seated contradiction that is heliocentric. Nothing possible and everything possible. Nothing changes around here. Same shit, day in, day out, nothing new under the sun. Change.
We were dealing in millennium and billions of years. I can't really personally conceive of that kind of time span.
I'm talking about look at people. So at the Apollo program, they talked about a giant leap forward for all mankind. Huge. A new renaissance. Everything was going to change. It was going to be this massive coming together of all cultures, all people, all ideas for one single purpose, to push human consciousness into space and answer the big question. Why are we here? So what really happened? What really happened was Nixon decided to carpet bomb Cambodia because he was mad at Vietnam. Carl Sagan called the Apollo program the most ironic token of all of human history.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a big wank, and it didn't change anyone's day to day. In fact, it probably made it worse.
Yeah. Things. You can make things better. Greenpeace, Earth Day, nuclear disarmament. All this stuff happened, the EPA, because people thought, hey, let's take care of the Earth. It's the only home we know.
Yeah. I mean, it was a grand notion, wasn't it? It was a grand.
Think of how many super fun sites were there prior to the EPA in the 1960s.
I don't even know what the EPA is, but...
Okay, it's Environmental Protection Agency.
Oh, right, okay.
So before there was an Environmental Protection Agency, I would say there's probably about 6, 7, super fun sites, mostly dealing with, contamination from World War II. With like lead and heavy metals and stuff from mass producing, planes and bombs. Since the EPA, how many Superfund sites are there? Just guess. Just take a guess. There was you think there'd be less, right? So there's about 12 before. How many is there now?
No, I agree. You don't have to sell me on how small humankind is.
I'm just trying to take a guess, right? So there was 12. I don't know the exact number. It was in the teens prior to the EPA. So you've got space age that says, hey, let's take care of the Earth. We've got these sites that need to be cleaned up. We're going to set up a government organization to clean them up. How many have been cleaned up?
None.
Okay, not only none, but now there's 1,000 Superfund sites.
Yeah, look, you don't have to tell me human nature is fucked. Okay, that you don't have to tell me. That you don't have to convince me of. It is a shame. It is a shame.
So there's a shape you're looking for. What's the shape humanity is in? Is it round? Is it crooked?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, even if the Earth was round or flat, what would change? That's a very good question.
Yeah, no change. So one model predicts no change. Another model predicts a giant leap forward. Which model has the power of prediction?
Well, that I don't know. That I can't say. I don't think you change human nature whether the Earth is spherical or not, or flat. I don't think it'll even make a blip. It'll just be like an interesting news feed for a couple of weeks, and then it'll be like, well, who cares? I'm still hungry, or I'm still not feeding my family, or I'm still.
He couldn't get the fucking phrase right. He couldn't even get his line right. He was supposed to say, "That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." Because saying that's one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind is like saying that's one small step for mankind and one giant leap for mankind.
Well, you know what? I've got to run. I've got some work to do, but I thank you for your time.
Yeah, quick before you go, there's your quote unquote homework. Okay, at that time, look up the overview effect. This is the experiment you're looking for.
Overview effect.
Yeah, there's white papers written about it. They did experiments with the college campus and prison systems.
Effect.
Yeah, dive into that rabbit hole.
Do I have to?
No, if you don't want to, don't. You
Please
decide.
Spare me. Please. What is this about? Hold on. The overview effect of the term used to describe the intense emotions and cognitive shift that astronauts experience when they see Earth from space. It can lead to new perspective on the planet, a greater appreciation for Earth, a sense of connection to humanity. Okay. Yeah, I think that could probably, when you see something like that. I think that there was a famous picture of the Earth taken from the moon. Whether it's true or not, whether it's a real picture or not, I don't actually care at this point. But it was quite a profound image, seeing that image from the moon towards the Earth. It affected me. I'm assuming that's the overview effect.
Yeah, you're pretty close. So what you got now is, here's your conspiracy theory. So Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, came back to Earth. He said, I saw this amazing thing, the Earth from space.
Yeah.
And he tried to get the politicians to change their ways. Hey, you're causing a lot of misery and suffering. You're damaging the world. You're damaging your spirit. Everything is awful. Change what you're doing. The politicians basically told him to go pound sand. No one gives a shit what you have to say. Yeah. So then he got a little bit pissed. He's like, how about this? I'll drag you out into space, and you can look at it. And when you look at it, then it'll fix it. You'll finally be able to understand how important going to space is. And the politician's like, yeah, you're a crazy man. Get the fuck out of here. So then he said, the only logical conclusion is that these politicians have been replaced by reptiles from outer space.
Okay.
Because their view of humanity in the world is so destructive and alien. It's like the reptile brain.
Mm.
And then he said, since they look human, but they act reptilian, they must be shapeshifters. So that is where that, quote unquote conspiracy theory about space lizards, that doesn't come from flat earthers. That's Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14.
I didn't even know that did come from flat earthers, but it's funny. Human beings are fucking weird. We're weird. We are not ready to ascend. I don't think we even deserve to be honest. Not right now.
That was one of my first takes, was that hey, Nixon went to space in the 1960s. It got the attention of some nearby aliens who came down to Earth and were like, what the actual fuck is this? Are you kidding me?
Mm.
So they said, okay, we're going to quarantine you guys because we don't believe in complete planetary euthanasia anymore. We used to do that, but we changed our ways. So what we're going to do is we're going to put you in this sort of quantum habitat that seems similar to what Earth was, but it's not really the same. And that's how you got this, why the space age just abruptly ends, because now you can't go anywhere. It's you're inside a contained habitat.
I think, isn't Elon Musk planning another moon landing? Aren't they planning another? Okay, it doesn't matter. Look, thank you guys. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, take care.
But I'll be back.
Yeah, come back anytime. You're somewhat reasonable, so it's great to have
it's fun to speak
logical, reasonable thinker.
Fun. It's a fantasy. To me, it's a fantasy. Whether it's round or whether it's flat, it's still a fantasy. It doesn't. You look out, as you say, you look out from the ground. You don't get any sense of that kind of cosmic scale. You don't. So it's fun to talk about. I mean, there's no point being contentious about it. You might as well just agree to disagree or just have an interesting conversation. There's no point fighting. Anyway, thanks so much, guys. I appreciate your time.
Yep, take care. See you next time.
Ciao, man.
He's treating it like he's reading a fiction novel.
Yeah, like a separate. I think that's kind of okay. I mean, you got a guy who says, "Hey, online spaces are sort of role play or whatever," and then real life is, hey, real life is the flat Earth, and whatever government tells them.
Yeah, what do they say about inquisitive mind or something? Entertaining.
Yeah.
Ideas, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It was a catchphrase for that for National Enquirer. Inquisitive minds want to know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it seems to me like the geometry aspect is going to be lost on him, but maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think the geometry question's too intense. It's really just got to go into, hey man, what's going on? What's going on with you today? Tell me, like, did you have a good cup of soup or something? Like, how's the weather?
Did you see the game?
Yeah, what team won sports ball today?
Sports ball. That sounds like a parody movie. You know? That'd be interesting. Like, just have this parody movie about a sports team, but you never get to see what sport they're playing.
Yeah, just to kind of highlight that it's all the same. It doesn't really matter what sports ball they're playing. You got the same sort of stupid locker room humor, the same sort of contrived drama, product placement. And like right at like the last 5 seconds of the movie, they run out onto the football field like wearing baseball uniforms and a soccer ball or something.
Yeah, and golf clubs.
Yeah, just a complete amalgamation. Or they jump into the pool to play like water polo.
That sounds hilarious. I bet Adam Sandler could do something with that.
So this dude Jar is on moot. I haven't heard him yet. You guys completely sick of him?
Yeah, I kept on muting them, tried to get him to talk, and tried to get set frameworks for him to get. And Alpha muted him a couple times, and then it's like he stays unmuted and then just gets muted again. So I was like, I get tired of clicking it, and he tells me, "Oh, I've been muting him the whole time." So I'm like, "Fuck it, let's just use that then."
He's hung around. He's keen. Maybe you want to take a crack at him, Heretic. I don't know.
Yeah, I just had to leave. I stopped looking at the text channel. He's spammed, pinged me 10 times.
Let's just find out.
Finally.
Well, what do you got, Jar?
I mean, the conversation pretty much died down. I just want to be able to speak whenever somebody comes in and there's a conversation going on. I had a bunch of stuff to say when that Zulu guy was in here, and I was muted that whole time.
Look back to why you needed to be put aside. Why do you think that was?
I honestly don't know. You're going to have to ask Crit.
Are you putting up some bullshit that you're not aware of, perhaps?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I already used plain English to say it once.
I don't know. I mean, am I putting up some bullshit that I don't what?
Okay, so if you're putting up any bullshit that's causing somebody to sideline you, you're not aware of it. I'll just take that for granted at this point. So what kind of position have you taken on? Yeah, all right. So what's the Earth, as far as you know?
I don't know if I should get into this again, because every time I said that I don't know the shape of the Earth, that I just have an educated guess, I get muted. So that's the best you're going to get from me.
Nobody knows the shape of the Earth.
Crit seems to be 100% certain that it's flat.
Flat's not a shape.
A circle that's flat. That's a shape.
Crit never told you that it was a circle that was flat.
I mean, he said it was flat.
That doesn't imply circle necessarily.
But it does imply a shape, does it not?
No, flat's not a shape.
I didn't say that flat was a shape.
Well, you basically are saying flat's a shape because you conflate it with a circle or some sort of fucking shape every single time somebody says flat to you, apparently.
Flat implies a shape. If there's an object,
there you go.
Has to be a shape.
Yeah, no, nobody's telling you what shape it is. Flat is not a shape. They're saying flat, so that's not a shape claim. The end.
So, are you just going to get picky with my words? Is that...
No, we're just going to use words.
Pretty picky with my words.
No, we're just using words for what they're actually intended to mean. Flat is not a shape. It doesn't denote a shape.
It's a property of a shape.
Yes, but it isn't a shape in itself.
I never said that flat was a shape in itself, but it does imply that there is a shape to be flat.
Yeah, sure. There are many shapes that can have flat surfaces, but nobody actually made a shape claim to you. They just told you that the surface was flat.
It's a claim about the property of a shape.
So this is like a really stupid conversation. They've told you that the surface is flat. Flat in itself isn't a shape, so no specific shape claim has been made. What else is there to say about that?
It's a property of a shape.
Yeah, flat, I know. It's the same thing I've been saying since I started opening my mouth about it.
If you're saying that that the Earth is flat, you're making a claim about a property of the shape of the Earth.
Surface property.
That it's flat, right?
Are you still trying to somehow kind of shoehorn this into some kind of shape claim? Is that what you're still trying to do? It isn't a shape claim. Flat is not a shape. The end. Stop reaching. The fuck? No wonder they muted you.
It's not a reach to say that flat is a property of a shape. I never
Nobody said that that was a reach. They said that conflating flat with a specific shape would be a reach.
I'm no longer doing that. So why are you still talking about it?
Okay, so you're a complete dumbass. We can't get past square one, where flat is just a surface property, not a fucking shape.
I literally said that.
And obviously, this is why you're muted. Yeah, you said this after trying to, like, you know.
Okay, so can we move on now instead of? Like,
yes, I would love it if we could move on. This? Yeah.
Seems like you guys just want to argue. You guys don't want to have an act.
No, I don't. I don't want to talk anymore about how flat itself is not a shape. I'm really done with it.
Then why are you?
You said you wanted to move on, so next. Is that it?
I mean, is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
Is that the whole conversation? Well, he said flat, and then I strawmanned him with some sort of shape. And then finally we agreed that flat's not a shape, so we'll drop it. And then, end of conversation. Earth is a what?
I don't know what the Earth is.
Yeah, fair. Okay. So I'm pushing
I'm guessing. I'm guessing that it's a sphere.
Why?
Because that's what explains the observations that I have made in my life to the best of my ability.
Well, which ones? Can you describe them?
Yeah, like videos of boats disappearing over the horizon, videos of a 24-hour sun, those kinds of things. The seasons.
Okay, your observations. He said boats disappearing over the horizon. Number one. Okay, well, what's the horizon?
Like the place where like anything beyond it and under it is obscured.
Anything beyond it and under it is obscured. Well, that's not really the definition of horizon.
You asked me what I think a horizon is.
Well, I asked you what a horizon is. You didn't exactly define it correctly. But anything, the place beyond which anything beyond or under it disappears, you said.
Okay, what's your definition of a horizon?
Well, I don't have a definition. I haven't written any dictionaries or any definitions.
How do you know if I'm wrong?
Well, the definition of horizon is the apparent place where sky meets surface of the earth.
So you do have a definition?
No, it's not mine. That's just what you get if you go to Oxford or, any other dictionary. So that's the apparent meeting place of sky and surface of earth. The horizon.
What's your point?
Well, my point is that horizon isn't exactly what you said it was.
Okay, and?
Well, you don't even know what a horizon is, and yet you invoked it for your first proof of globe. So how's that supposed to work?
I didn't say that it was a proof. I've never claimed to have any proof.
All right, that's not a proof. You don't have any proof?
I never claimed to have any proof.
Oh, you don't have any proof. Okay. Well, I mean, should I just declare victory now, or what should I do?
Do you have proof that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Like what?
Okay, so water seeks and finds its level, right?
Depends on what you mean by that.
Oh, you're already getting coy. Well, level. I mean, horizontal. A level surface with, no part higher than another. What's another synonym? Flat. That's what I mean.
Water always fills its container.
Yeah, you're not addressing what I just said. I'm talking about the surface of water.
If that addresses the surface of the water. If water always fills its container, that says something about the surface of the water.
What does it say about the surface of the water?
It says that the surface of the water will always be in such a way that it fills its container.
That really makes no sense at all. What's the surface of the water going to be after it fills its container?
It's going to be on the edges of the container.
Yeah, and so if you were to describe, the orientation of that surface, what would you describe it as?
Well, I mean, it's not flat.
Why not?
If that's what you're going.
What do you mean it's not flat? What is it then?
Well, have you ever looked closely at water in a bottle?
I'm asking you what it is. You said it's not flat. I'm asking what is it?
There's this thing called a meniscus.
Oh, so it's concave. It's not flat.
It is concave.
Okay, so I've got a cup of tea, let's say, and the surface of that cup of tea, the water within that cup, is concave.
In a water bottle or in a coffee cup or something like that, yeah, it's concave.
In a water bottle or a coffee cup, that resting water is bending concavely.
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
The water that's on the Earth, though, that's not in a coffee cup or water bottle.
Yeah, listen, I drink coffee and tea every single day, and the water inside my coffee cup is not bending concavely.
You should look closer.
I'm wondering, at this point, I'm just kind of wondering, what the need for you to bullshit this way is exactly.
I mean, you haven't really given much consideration to my claims.
Yeah, you pour a cup of water, right? You pour a glass of water.
You've just said that it's idiotic.
You take a look at that surface of that water, and you go, oh yeah, that's a consistent concave surface right there. That ain't flat. No way.
You've just said that it's idiotic.
We take you on that.
Honestly, I don't.
Physics of water
don't know what
is
the point
the surface is going to bend concavely.
Really,
I mean, that's the wrong curvature. It's the wrong direction for a globe. You already understand that, right? The surface of a globe would be bending convexly. So, I mean, I know that you tried to sidestep the point that I'm setting up here. I understand that's what you're doing. You're trying to obfuscate and be sly. It's not working. It's really dumb, dude. It's really, really, really dumb. You pour a bathtub of water, you're going to tell me, oh, yeah, that's a concave curve right there over that surface. Dude, can you stop being a shithead and just tell me what it actually is?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're pretending not to.
So are you saying that that it's bending concavely, so that's the wrong way for the globe to be, or are you saying that it's actually You keep interrupting me.
Yes, to that point, and there's a lot of other things you're wrong about too. But yes, that is at least one thing you've been wrong about.
What, that the bathtub water bends concavely?
Yeah, it's just leading us to nowhere land, right? Because what you'd be wanting to demonstrate if you were going to try to prove a globe to us is that the water is bending convexly.
You asked me what shape the water is. I answered your question.
Well, okay, you started with is there proof of flat Earth, and then you tried to dodge that.
You keep
right?
using that word proof. I never said that I had proof.
No. You asked me for proof of flat Earth.
I did.
And then yes, and then you drove the thing into the fucking ground, right? You cranked the steering wheel and you drove us off the fucking edge, right? Is what
it's
you did.
It's not my fault you don't have proof.
No, that's what you did. No, you diverted from the proof. It is your fault that you're diverting from the proof. It is.
Well, show
because
me the proof.
When you look at water over any large scale or even a small scale, just any scale beyond that which you would have a meniscus, right? You're going to start to see the water form a flat horizontal surface, correct? This is exactly what you tried to dodge away from.
It depends on how much water there is. Depends on the distance.
So anything, exactly. See, you're still stalling. You're still doing it. You're still doing that tactic.
I'm not stalling.
You're acting like, have you ever watched those predator catcher shows where those creeps get busted for like trying to meet up with an underage girl or something like that? And they have all the chat logs. They're caught red-handed and they make up any excuse in the book to try to get out of it, even though everybody already knows they're guilty. Yeah, that's you right now.
So you're comparing me to a pedophile.
Yeah, you're acting exactly. You're employing exactly the same tactics because you understand that you are caught with your hand in the cookie jar right now. You do, because you know nobody else in any other context would ever try this hard to deny the flatness of the surface of a body of water, other than this one where you go, "Oh shit! If I concede to that, then I am cooked." And so you're trying to duck and dive and just jive around it. It's what you're trying to do. It's a bad look, dude.
I'm not trying to dodge around it.
Yeah, you are.
The surface.
Yeah, you are.
The surface of a water.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
The surface of the water.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
Are you going to let me speak?
Well, you're just going to lie.
Are you a child?
You're just going to lie.
Are you a child?
The surface of a body of water. Fill up a bucket. Forget about a meniscus. Fill up a bucket. Are you going to tell me that's
not
concave?
Enough. That's not enough water for it to be.
You're going to tell me that's concave?
It literally is.
It's concave.
It literally is concave.
Got a consistent concave curve to it over the surface of that body water. See?
That's a different question.
This is what you're doing. That's how ridiculous you are right now. We have the chat logs. We've seen everything you've fucking said. We absolutely know. And now you're cornered with reality. You're going, nope, that's not me. That's what you're doing.
You asked me a different question.
That's what you're doing. No. We fill up a bucket with water. And that's surface.
Partially concave.
You're going to tell me. No, it's not. No, don't give me partially concave. You're looking for a bailout here is what you're doing. You're looking for a way out. You're looking for a way out. You're looking for a way out. That surface. No. That surface is horizontal.
Some parts of it are essentially
flat. That surface is horizontal. And you're looking for a way out and you're acting like a creep about it, dude.
Some parts of it are essentially flat.
You're acting like you're a creep. You're a fucking creep.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
No, there's no some parts. The whole thing.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you're a creep. Why should I listen to you? You're a fucking lying scum creep, dude.
You're talking to a wall. Okay.
Yeah, why should anybody listen to you? Why?
I would expect somebody to.
All right, let's hear what you got to say. All right, I'll give you 20 seconds. What are you going to say about the surface properties of a resting body of water within a bucket? Go ahead. 20 seconds.
In a bucket, the edges are going to be concave, but generally the surface of it is flat on average. In a bucket, in a very small body of water such as that, it's essentially flat.
Yeah, it's flat. You don't really need to caveat the edges. where there's
Except
surface
the
tension.
edges are concave.
Yeah, no, we don't need to worry about that. Where there's surface tension around the edges is completely irrelevant to the point that we're trying to make. So you are sidestepping that point, and you know it. You're trying to duck it any which way you can. You're trying to dodge the point any which way you can. You know that the general surface of that body of water is just going to be horizontal and flat. And that's the thing that you've just been trying to stall from for the last 10 minutes, dude. It's pathetic. This is what you did. You held us up on that. And now we've gotten to this point where you've admitted, yeah, generally flat, even though it bunches up around the edges. Yeah, nobody cares. Bunching up around the edges, is a red herring, unless you're a complete retard. But I don't think you are, because I don't think a complete retard would actually use that kind of diversionary tactic. So what I think you are is a slime ball fucking obfuscator liar.
No, this entire conversation has just been you calling me names, essentially.
No, it's just been you exposing yourself.
What have I exposed about myself?
Well, I mean, just rewind the tape if you didn't catch it. You're a creep. You're a fucking creep, dude.
That I want to be accurate?
You're a fucking slime ball, dude.
That I want to be accurate about something?
No, you're a fucking garbage bag, dude. You're trying to divert around the point.
In a conversation with a guy as hostile as you?
No,
I want to be accurate?
I'm being accurate.
Of course I want to be accurate.
I'm not being hostile. I'm being accurate. You're being slimy, dude.
How is
you're being slimy?
Hostile?
Because you're diverting. You asked me for proof of flat Earth, and you did everything you could. You put up every shield imaginable. How do I get around this? How do I duck this? How do I dodge this? That's what you did. You did everything you possibly could to discard something that you would never have a problem with admitting if it came up in any conversation other than this one. That's what you did, dude. You're a dishonest pile of crap. Face it.
How does the fact that the water in a bucket is essentially flat have anything to do
essentially
with
flat is a weasel term that you came up with. It's a weasel term you came up with. It's a weasel term.
Are you going to let me ask my question?
No, because even essentially flat is a fucking weasel term that you just came up with.
Dude, find somebody else to talk with if you're just going to rag on me.
Well, I mean, you can step aside if you don't like
an asshole.
This is what you're going to get. Yeah. Well, too bad for you. Because, I mean, I see your diversionary tactics. You're acting like a slut.
What diversionary tactics?
You think
I was trying to ask you a question.
You think you're coy. You think you can get around the point.
I was trying to ask you a question, and then you call me coy, and you call me...
Yeah, essentially flat. Essentially flat. Drop that shit, dude. We know what you're trying to do.
Am I not allowed to use the words that I... Like, can I speak?
Well, you've been allowed to speak this whole time.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you have.
No, I haven't. I've been.
What am I your boss?
For like an hour before we started having this conversation.
Yeah, you're only.
I was muted.
You only. Well, I haven't muted you once.
Well, I didn't say you did.
Yeah. All right. So I guess you speak when I say you can. So go ahead. Yeah, so anyway, you asked for proof of flat Earth. I guess I'll take essentially flat then. Fine.
In a bucket of water, what does that have to do with the Earth?
Well, because we're trying to set up a premise here that water seeks level being a horizontal flat.
I didn't agree with that.
I know you don't, and I know exactly why you don't, because you know exactly where it's going to lead if you accept that premise. So you have to knock down the proof that you asked for, okay? So can you demonstrate that water does something other than seek its level without invoking a fucking concave meniscus, which will be the opposite of what a globe will need in order to overturn the point that I'm trying to make?
You're trying to prove that the Earth is flat. This has nothing to do with a round Earth right now.
No, this has everything to do with debunking the so-called round Earth. If water seeks and finds...
No, it's not about debunking the round Earth. It's about proving the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, and you're not. You're stonewalling it, and you know you are.
I don't know how I've been trying to stonewall
you're
it.
stonewalling it because if this was any other conversation, any other context,
can you give me the proof? Can you give me the proof?
Can you name any other context where somebody might tell you that water seeks its level,
You're the one
and
not
you're going to put up
giving
this
me
much
the
of a
proof.
struggle? You're going to put up this much of a struggle against that claim?
I'm not struggling. I'm asking you for the proof.
Yeah, water finding its level. That'll be a premise that we're going to need for the proof that you're asking.
But I don't agree with that premise.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? Why should I agree with it?
Well, have you not experienced water? What am I saying that's wrong?
You're gay.
What?
Yeah, this is stupid, dude. Why? What's wrong with what I said? You're going to go back to meniscuses now after we had that conversation for half an hour? So you're going to keep us on loop? Is that what this is going to be?
On sufficiently large scales, water does not it doesn't go horizontal.
Oh, finally, he hit the fucking point. At least
You're
that's
a
what
Redditor or something? You sound like you're from Reddit.
Who's this idiot?
You sound like you're from Reddit, bro.
Oh, right, bro. Well, you sound like you have no voice because you came in like a complete moron and nobody wanted to hear anything else.
She left. You're talking to yourself at this point.
Yeah, fair. Anyway, okay. Okay, so now you're kind of getting into the point. So at some scale, it does start to curve convexly. So this isn't meniscuses because those are concave. All right, well, can you prove that?
This is you trying to prove that the Earth is flat.
Well, sure, you countered me. I can provide, 4 or 5 citations right now that water seeks and finds its level being horizontal and flat. You said, no, it doesn't. Over a certain scale, it'll actually be shown to curve. Right?
Well,
That's what you.
All I did was provide some doubt. I don't have to prove that. It just has to be good enough to put doubt on the premise that water seeks its level.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up like 5 citations right now for water seeking its level, which is something you shouldn't even need cited because you've obviously experienced this
over vastly large scales, like the ones that I've talked.
The most interesting part of this is just how hard you guys will dodge what you already understand and know to be true. It's fucking crazy.
But I don't know that water.
Yeah, you do.
Seeks its level over those.
Yeah, you do. Oh, fucking yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You're just saying that because you know the implications of where this is going to go. Okay, so I just posted 4 physics citations right there. They all say that water seeks its level. So you're gonna. I mean, what do you have anything that would counter any of those, or just they could be wrong? Is that it?
None of these talk about the large distances that I was talking about.
Oh, okay, right. So you've got an unfounded claim. So my founded claim.
It's not founded.
Yeah, it is.
Your claim is
with 4 citations.
Your claim is that over large distances, water seeks its level.
No, my claim is that over any distance.
Do you have any proof of that?
Because over any distance, all we observe and measure is it finding its level. So I mean, unless you're able to, that's what my citations say, is that it seeks its level. Period. They don't specify any kind of scale or distance. They just say that that's what it does. Because anytime it's measured or observed, that's what it's observed or measured to do.
Well, I'm just gonna say, Heretic, your first link is for pre-K students.
Yeah, I know, because that's what we're talking to.
Very well said.
Well, do you expect pre-K students to do an experiment over?
Yeah. Okay, anyway, you're not going to save them. Go ahead, whoever I was talking to. Star.
So what we're looking for, or what I'm looking for, right, is proof of the claim that over large distances, water seeks its level. Can you provide that?
Okay. Do you have any evidence that it does anything other than that?
What we're doing here is we're looking for...
I've provided 4 or 5 citations, whatever it was in the chat. I think it was 4.
Those citations...
Yeah. Okay, anyway, Jar, I'm going to wrap this up, and I'm going to talk to Space Booties now, because I noticed that you're deflecting and obfuscating nonstop, so I've provided 4...
You didn't let me answer your question.
I'm actually going to shut your mic off at this point, because I've provided 4 citations now for the physics of water, which you
didn't
are
even let me answer your
struggling...
question.
Yeah, I'm just going to shut your mic off. So... You're struggling to find a way around the physics of water, which I've demonstrated to you via 4 citations that I put in the chat, and you're looking for some kind of loophole or a way out. Oh, gee, maybe the scale wasn't large enough. Maybe it does something else. Okay, show me that then. If you can't, we're just going to move on to somebody else.
So... It's not my job to show you that right now because I'm asking you for proof.
It is.
That the Earth
This is the proof.
flat.
This is the proof. Water is always measured.
It's not proof, though.
And observed. It is. It's always measured. Jar, you are desperately avoiding. It's getting boring. It's getting boring. I want to hear what Space Booties has to say, honestly. What do you have to say? Because, Space, this guy is obviously desperately avoiding the point at hand. So let's get you in here. Just something else, because this guy is he doesn't want to face the music.
Sure. I really don't want to necessarily argue because I've tried arguing a few times in Flat Earth. It's never really conducive. What I will say is that
I don't mind if you chip in with what we've been talking about at all.
Sure. I did mention that first link is directed towards pre-K students, and I wouldn't expect any pre-K student to try and understand the concept of the Earth in general, whether it's flat or global. I don't really feel great about that physics.info one either. It looks weird. I would like to see more with that Isaac Asimov book for sure. And the LibreText engineering is also interesting as well. So I appreciate those sources. But I can't really argue with you guys because I just don't think it's going to be conducive. I'm mostly here to listen.
Okay, so you don't like the sources?
No, I like some of the sources. I don't like some of the other sources. And I said that I appreciated the LibreText and the Isaac Asimov, and I would like to look into those. So I said.
Well, okay, what about the actual claim being made, though, that water finds its level?
Well, within a container.
Well, it has to be within a container in order to find a free surface in that way.
Level doesn't mean flat.
Okay, so does water find its level within space?
Outer space, you mean?
Yeah, within a more or less zero gravity environment, does water find its level?
Okay, you're asking me to go into the fantasy globe paradigm.
And this is why I don't want to continue, because it's not going to be conducive.
Well, I don't even subscribe to that paradigm being a thing.
I know, and that's why it's not going to be conducive.
Asking me to give you a free pass.
And that's why I don't want to continue, sir.
Well, you don't have to, but you just saw how hard that guy was diverting, right? Because in any other conversation, it probably wouldn't have been any problem to admit, yeah, water finds a level surface. He was doing anything he could to get away from that. Because if he would just accept the premise...
level means flat to you.
Well, that's what level means. Flat is synonymous with level.
Nope.
Nope? You guys are denying. Okay, well, I mean, I can post the dictionary definition. You'll be in denial of it.
It also means curved as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can go ahead and do that if you want. You guys are going to be in denial of that?
Post all definitions of it.
Post all definitions of level. See, it's still going on.
Including the ones used by
It's still going on. It's
Including
still
the
going
ones
on.
used by
See how hard these guys are trying to divert from this.
Bro,
Still going on.
you're not willing to
Still
go
going
down
on.
this path. You're not willing to face the
So
music.
the surface of a body of water at rest is going to be flat. Flat.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh?
Hey, bro.
Okay, show me something else then.
Sorry, go.
I mean, I've just given you 4 citations that support it being flat. You didn't need those because you've obviously seen enough water in your life to know what the fuck it does. And you're doing everything you can to slide out of this. It's pretty disgusting. That's why I say you guys are acting like those creeps that get caught, busted, red-handed, trying to meet up with a 13-year-old or whatever it is. You're acting exactly the same way. Everybody knows. It's in the open. The water seeks and finds its level. And they're going, nope, can't do that. Because the implication of it doing that means that your globe is completely falsified. So you're acting like these perverts that just don't want to accept or admit to
That's pretty disgusting, heretic.
You guys are the ones who are acting disgusting. You guys
We believe that the Earth is spherical, so obviously we don't believe that water is always flat.
Oh,
Okay.
We're not here to discuss belief.
So demonstrate it then.
Dude, you're the one that's tasked with proving that the Earth is flat. That's how this all started.
Already done it. I've already done it. I've already done it. I've given you 4 citations for the physics of water. Jar, shut your mouth. I've given you 4 citations for the physics of water supporting what I said about them, and you've come back with, well, show me that on every scale. Okay, no,
just on a large distance.
You give me something counter to what I've given. Okay, we'll do that too. Just 1 second. Just 1 second.
We're talking.
And you're going to deny this too. You're going to make an excuse for this too. You are going to 10 miles. Are going to make an excuse for this too. What, you want 10 miles? I got it. 1 second.
That it goes flat over 10 miles.
Got it.
Yeah, your denial of the obvious and well accepted turns people into flat earthers.
Yeah, you guys are creeps. Okay, here we go. So that horizon there, 9.4 miles. It's beyond that. So that's a 10-mile horizon. So we're looking at a 10-mile stretch of a flat body of water. Because if it were a globe curving with the convexity that you must suppose it has, if it is the globe that it's said to be, that horizon's going to be at 1 mile. And instead, we see the entire surface of the body of water up to more than 9.4, so basically 10 miles. Gave you what you asked for. What's your excuse now?
That picture doesn't prove that the body of water is flat.
Why?
Because of refraction.
Refraction. So you got another excuse now. So I showed you what you asked for, which is the body of water level.
It's not an excuse. It's explanation of phenomena.
Yeah, it's not an explanation.
Yeah, you're acting slimy, dude. You are acting like those perverts who get caught in the act anyway.
Why do you keep using the word perverts? That's disgusting.
Because that's how the guy's acting.
We're just arguing. That is disingenuous and is ridiculous. To keep using the word pervert is disgusting.
Now shut your mouth. He's being
ad hominem.
He's being disingenuous because we can see what he's doing, right? He's confronted with the truth and he's looking for any weaselly way around it.
No, I'm just trying to give you the globe explanation. And you don't like it.
No, you're not. You're being disingenuous. You're being a creep, dude.
I'm trying to give you
You're being
the
a
globe
creep.
explanation,
You're being a creep.
and you don't like the
You're
globe
being a fucking
explanation.
creep, dude, is what you're doing. You're being disingenuous. You are confronted with something that defeats your position, and you're looking for any way around.
I am
what you're
just
confronted
giving
with.
you the globe explanation, and you don't like the globe
All right,
explanation.
okay, all right. Well, I'll give you my rebuttal to the globe so-called explanation. You can't have refraction on the globe.
Why not?
Because there's no air on the globe, because there's no containment for the gas.
But obviously there is air.
Yeah, there is air, so obviously then there is no vacuum of outer space. So then you cannot have refraction on the globe because it's in outer space.
Well, but you said there's no air, so what are you breathing right now?
No, I didn't say there's no air. I said you can't have air on a globe, so what are you breathing, motherfucker?
Okay, well, why can't you have air on a globe?
Because it's an open system, open to a near-perfect vacuum of outer space, so that air would just fill that vacuum.
How is it an open system?
Because there's no containment. There's no containment separating the pressurized
Gravity is
air
the container.
that is called the atmosphere from the
bend,
outer space vacuum.
The bend in space-time is the container.
Oh, are you able to demonstrate that experimentally, sir?
Well, no, I'm just offering the globe explanation.
Oh, it's an explanation, but you have no demonstration for it. See, you're caught again.
Dude,
just
again, I'd like to remind you that you're the one that's been tasked with proving that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I know.
We already went through
Yeah, it's okay. So what I did was just set up a premise then, which is based on the physics of water, which you did absolutely everything you could to get around. I gave you 4 citations explaining exactly the same thing that you experience of water yourself, that it just seeks a level, flat surface at rest. You went, nuh-uh, it could do something else at some scale. All my citations said that it just does that. It's just level, flat, period, regardless of scale. You wanted to get around that, then you asked specifically for a 10-mile observation. Gave you exactly that. Then you appealed to optics, light, and you used that as an excuse to the flat water that I showed you. You've done nothing but try to slink around the evidence that I've given you to support the premise that I put out in the first place because you do not want to accept where it's going to go. I think it's a great demonstration of your desperation.
All I'm trying to do is put a little doubt on your explanations. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to prove that my explanation.
No, you're just being a scumbag.
Can I finish the sentence? Can I finish the sentence?
Okay, go on, scumbag. Try to explain your way out. Go ahead.
Okay, so we already went through the fact that I can't prove anything about whether it's flat or whether it's round. Okay, I never claimed that I could do that. Okay, we already went through that. You claimed that you could prove that the Earth is flat. So my task as the skeptic is just to provide a little doubt, and not to prove that my explanation is the correct one, just to provide a little doubt that what you say is proof. And I've been doing that. I've been doing that. Yes, I absolutely have.
When?
Well, whenever he said that water finds its level, I said, well, on large distances, it might not do that.
That didn't cause me any doubt.
And then whenever he said, oh, look at this large distance that is flat, I said, well, you don't actually know that that distance is flat.
Yeah, you said refraction, which you can't have on the globe.
Because it could be refracting.
Yeah, you can't have
that's not 100%. That's not 100% proof that it's flat, because it could be doing this other thing.
Okay, basically, all right, I got it. So we'll show you what we observe, what we experience and measure every single time, and then you'll go, well, it may not be. All right, fine. You're just going to deny what's put in front of you. That's fine. That's fine.
No, that's not denial. It's just...
That's what you've done.
It's just showing that you don't have absolute proof.
No. What this is showing is actually there's absolutely zero evidence for the globe, right? Because everything that we experience and can possibly demonstrate, right, points towards some sort of flatness. And you go, well, it might not be. So the globe just becomes one big cope that's based in denial of what's actually experienced in reality. So that's fine for me.
It might not be, so you've got to doubt.
You said that you have 100% proof, okay? And I just showed that you don't have 100% proof.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's flat.
Yeah, because you had to deny what both you and me experienced directly, right? So I mean that's the extent that you've had to go to. So this is showing the desperation for anybody who wants to say.
I don't see everything.
Yeah, I know.
Just because I see things in a certain way doesn't mean that's the way that they are.
That's how bad it is. You have to appeal to, geez, there could be something out there that I don't see that still makes it possible that it's not flat. Okay, well, let us know when you find your way to Hogwarts.
Literally, there could be something that I don't see that makes it flat. And the thing... Not only that,
no, that's not what I said.
The things that I do see,
you got to flip around.
The things that I do see,
you got to flip around. You got to.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Flip around. Correct yourself.
The things that I do see, are more consistent with a globe Earth than a flat Earth.
Like what?
I already told you.
Like what?
Like ships disappearing over the horizon, like a 24-hour sun.
What's the horizon?
We already went through this, bro.
What's the horizon? Yeah, I know.
Do you want to go through this cycle again?
Yeah, let's take you apart once again. What's the horizon?
Okay, so the horizon, you didn't like this definition before, but my definition of the horizon is not where the land meets the sky or something like that.
You don't get to have your own pet definition, bro. That's not going to fly.
Here, I'll literally look up the definition for you of a horizon.
Good, do that, because that's what I was using before.
Yeah. Horizon, and I guarantee you that it's not where the surface and sky meet.
Apparently meet.
What?
And that's what it is.
It is where the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Eat your hat, motherfucker. Eat your hat.
Exactly what I just said.
Right now. No, in your mouth and start chewing, dickhead.
That's a different thing. So I said it's not where the Earth and the sky meet.
No, dickhead. I didn't say that. I never said that.
The horizon is not where the Earth's surface and the sky meet.
I never said that. I never said that. I never said that that's what it was. I never said that. I never said that.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Fine. But
what you just said
that it's not that.
What you just said, where they appear to meet, that's what I said from the very, 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 very beginning.
But the important part is that that's not where they do meet.
No, I never said that. I said
I understand.
You didn't say
you
that.
are a weasel. Heretic is completely right. Everything he said about you, absolutely 100% true. And you just demonstrated.
Can I finish a full thought, bro? Can I finish a full thought?
No, you can't. You don't deserve to be able to finish your incoherent thoughts in here.
So you're not gonna actually hear me out. You don't want to hear me out.
No, you're an idiot.
Okay.
Well, I mean, what you are is a creep, busted in the act. That's what you are. I mean, you're exposed.
You guys don't want to hear me out.
You're like, you know when they've got the chat log, like
T-Dub just said it.
And they're like, wow, you are harsh. You know when they've got the chat logs.
T-Dub just said it. You don't want to hear people out. You just want to bully.
You know when they've got the chat logs and like, man, you are harsh, Max.
Talk about
girl,
a creep.
Right? Yeah, and they've got the whole chat logs of them doing that, and they go, no, that was somebody else. They hacked my account. Oh no, I meant something else. They look for any way around it they can possibly get. It's exactly the same antics you're employing. You might want to look at yourself because, I mean, they're identical antics. I mean, you might be a risk to society. Actually, the way that you think, it's actually psychotic. The water.
You know what he's like. He's like Witsit vaping in the studio.
Okay, all right, that's whatever. I don't really know what that's supposed to mean, but his denial of what's right in front of his face, what's been put right in front of him, every way from Sunday that we can possibly come up with, just a straight up refusal to acknowledge it, it's pathetic. I don't know. It's just absolutely pathetic, and it shows that he's got something to hide, is what I'm saying. And what he's got to hide is that his position is not defensible, but he's going to go on trying to defend it, even though he really knows that he's caught. And that's why he can't acknowledge any of these premises, and that's why this conversation can't move forward. So instead it became an exposition of the mentality that people who, have to believe it's a globe or whatever seem to hold to.
So, I heard T-Dub say that he doesn't want to hear me out, and Heretic, you didn't really seem to counter that at all. So, I can only be left to assume that you guys just want to bully people rather than.
Jar, what the fuck do you expect, bitch?
I mean, I expect some good faith.
Well, you don't have any.
You're not gonna get it in here.
Why? Well, he's not going to get it because he doesn't give any. And neither do you if you're going to start standing for his antics. He's being as weaselly as he can possibly be.
What you just said is literally the definition of being bad faith.
Oh, really? Give me the definition.
You said that I'm not.
Yeah, give me the.
You said that I'm not giving any good faith. How do you know that?
Give me the definition of bad faith.
Bad faith is literally when you don't have faith in the person who you're having a conversation with.
That's the definition of bad faith. Cite it.
That's some retarded shit right there.
Yeah, you're a complete idiot, dude. And that's bad faith too for you to just pull that shit out of your ass.
I'm not pulling it out of my ass.
That's not what bad faith means, bro.
That's what I've. What do you think?
This guy is a liar, dude, to his core. This guy would be busted trying to meet up with a 14-year-old, and he would do the same thing.
Heretic, that's really disgusting, bro.
Well, that's how he's acting, man, and that's what I find so disgusting. Exactly how he's acting. Like, he just cannot concede that things are what they are right in front of his fucking face. He's going to look for some way to get around it. It's pathetic.
Things are not what I perceive them to be.
At this point, we might as well just, if we're going to keep talking to you, we might as well just try to break down, like, this fucking psychological rut that you're in and find out why you have this desperate need to just deny what's in front of you. Because we're obviously not going to progress with what is in front of you. You're going to deny that till the cows come home. So why? Why the need to deny the nature of water?
I don't know what is in front of me.
This is why he
I have a good idea.
Earlier. If he doesn't know anything, why the fuck are you talking?
I have a good idea. Bro, that guy Zulu, or whatever the fuck his name was, whenever he came in, he said he didn't know anything, and you guys talked with him. But for some reason, I'm an asshole for I have no idea. I haven't even said that Flat Earth is
denial.
I haven't said that Flat Earth is definitely wrong because I don't know.
We don't care if you think it is or not. It's just the denial, the refusal to see what's put in front of you that just disgusts me.
It seems like you care a lot.
Well, I just find your mentality pathetic, is all. I mean, if it takes caring to get there, then fair enough.
You are an ignoramus.
If you're just calling me ignorant, like, I don't find that insulting. Yes, I'm ignorant.
It's just the truth.
Everybody's ignorant, as far as I know.
You talk about yourself, bro. Don't talk about others.
Ignorant of something. Nobody knows everything. Except God, maybe, but I mean, we don't have to get into that. You guys think that the dictionary knows everything? Like it has the perfect definitions of words?
Yeah, so this is another little tactic that you're going to use where you're going to deny the definitions of words and then insert your own. Another pathetic little ploy.
He's going to say, it's just a question.
The dictionary has some good ideas, but it doesn't have everything. It doesn't know all the definitions of all the words.
Yeah, you know better, right?
Do you really think that the dictionary has every definition of every word?
Do you really think that you know definitions of every word better than any dictionary?
Did I say that?
Well, then what's your fucking point?
My point. I asked the question.
Remember earlier I said to
you think that
Jar, pay attention. Earlier
I was speaking
I said
before you.
Your conversation, like your way of talking, is so vacuous, so without form or function, that at any time you have a question, fill in the answer that you need to get to the point you think you're going to make, which will be no point whatsoever.
You know that I can't get all the words out and you understand them in 2 seconds, right? But sometimes I might need a minute to 5 minutes.
Yeah, not going to happen here. If you want some soapbox to stand on, go make your own channel.
I mean, if you want to have an actual good faith conversation.
But you're actually no, you're not. You're not. You're not. You're not, because you're trying to throw out dictionary terms now. So
I'm not trying to throw out the dictionary terms.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you're setting up a premise.
There's more than what the dictionary has to offer, bro.
Yeah, see, there you go. Exactly. Contradicted himself immediately. See?
What was the contradiction?
It's a complete liar. Scumbag.
What was the contradiction?
No, I'm not trying to throw out dictionary terms, bro, and then you go into telling us how the dictionary doesn't have it all right. Yeah, we see exactly what you're doing every time.
The dictionary has some of it right, but it doesn't have everything.
Right. Yeah, you're not trying to throw it out, but it doesn't have it all right. Yeah, see what you're doing? We see it.
That's not throwing it out.
Yeah, see, this is what you're going to do. It's another obfuscation. You're just an obfuscator because you believe in bullshit. You're here to tell lies and to try to argue lies, and in order to do that, you have to break the definitions of words. You have to deny what's put in front of you. You have to obfuscate it every single turn, and that's fine. You can do that, and you can refuse the proof that you asked for, but in the process, you'll be demonstrating yourself on record to be a Weasley scumbag liar in defense of the globe. So that's fine for me.
Are you done with your tirade?
No. Next time you speak, I'm going to let into you some more. Keep going. Because every single thing you say is just fodder for me to tear you apart.
Is that all you want to do? Is just tear me apart?
No, dude,
No,
it
no.
should be easy.
I want to see you be honest for once.
Yeah, it should be easy to find some common ground to build up from that. But you are so vacuous, so without any form or function, that everything you say is just complete utter garbage. Just throw it in the bin. And then on top of that, you're expecting that you're going to give it some sort of platform here? Some soapbox for you to preach from? Like, what the fuck do you think is going on here?
I want to have a productive conversation. That's what I thought this was about.
Let's stop lying and we'll get somewhere. Can't do anything. Somebody's going to stonewall every step of the way.
That's the problem. The fact that you can't see beyond me, the possibility that I might just be not lying.
You're lying. I mean, do I really want to recap this?
Are you 100%?
It started with
lying?
it's not flat. It has a meniscus.
Are you 100%?
You tried that. You tried it has a meniscus. Then you tried, it curves up around the edges because of surface tension. It bunches up around the edges.
Heretic, you don't need to rehash the conversation.
And then you tried, we don't know what's going on at the large scale.
You don't need to rehash the whole conversation. You don't need to do that. I was there, okay?
I know. So you know that you've been obfuscating the whole time then? So you're right. I don't need to rehash.
I don't know that I've been obfuscating the whole time. In fact, I don't think that I have.
Well, I guess you're just a natural born, ingrained fucking liar.
Bro, you can't see past the fact that I'm lying. Is there any chance, any small, slim chance in your head that I might not be lying?
I don't really care enough about you to care.
I mean, everything you say.
Then you don't care enough about this conversation.
You're not. Everything you say is diversionary. So I mean, the tactics are kind of a giveaway. So I mean, what else do you want?
Just some semblance of a good faith conversation.
Yeah, but all
where
you diversionary.
What I'm looking for is some slim possibility in your mind that I'm not lying.
You just keep talking, dude. Keep talking. Yeah.
What I'm looking for is
up for a minute.
You told me to keep
and
talking.
I'll tell you a little story about
you told
honesty,
me to keep,
right? About someone who's fucking honest, not like you.
Are you going to let me keep talking, or are you just going to keep interrupting me? I thought you said keep talking. I thought you said keep talking. My bad.
So here's honesty for you, right? Without prompt and without hesitation, right? My 5-year-old granddaughter replied to me when I asked her how she would describe the surface of a bottle of water that was sitting in front of her, and she instantly said flat. No prompting, no discussion about flat Earth, nothing like that. That's the honesty that we're looking for. We're not going to get it from you.
Am I a 5-year-old?
Yeah. When pre-K information is presented to you and you deny it, that tells us everything about you.
5-year-old is too lofty of a title for you, sir.
Yeah, mate. 5-year-olds are more honest than you, sir. What a shame.
So, just to be clear, there's not a chance in any of your guys' head that I might just be not lying.
Who gives a shit? Everything you said has been diversionary. Now you want to talk about yourself instead of the actual topic. Everything you've done has been a red herring, and it's served to throw us off of the point. Really, all of it.
Anytime that I say anything about the topic, you just say that I'm lying instantaneously. So we're going to be talking. So forgive me if I'm talking about the fact that you're saying that I'm lying.
It's got a meniscus. Oh, it's not flat. It has surface tension. It bunches up around the edges where it meets the container, the walls. No, it's not flat over a large scale. It could do something else.
Was that a lie? Does water not
none of it
bunch up around?
Yeah, no. Look,
does it not do that?
Yeah, no, a meniscus is not a lie, but what it is a
Okay,
red
so how am I a
herring,
liar then?
which is a
How
which
does
is
that
a
make me a liar?
yeah, that's a dishonest tactic
How does that
to use a red herring.
How?
A red herring because you're
How?
dodging the actual point.
I don't know what the point is. That's
the point is that the surface of a body of water at rest is going to be flat, and now, in your dishonest mind, you're probably immediately thinking of a fucking meniscus again. When you should know full well what we're talking about.
Also, the meniscus of water curves
Why should I just automatically know what you guys are talking about?
So that wouldn't help you. I heard you say something interesting. You said your observation matches more with a globe than anything else, but how can that be the case when your observation is of a flat, motionless Earth?
That's not what I observed, though.
Yeah, it is.
You how can you tell me what I observe?
Because you observe the same thing as everybody else.
Through my eyes?
We all see.
Can you see through my eyes?
The globe argument is not that you observe the globe. The globe argument is that you observe a flat, motionless Earth, but it's a globe.
What?
Yeah,
that's not my argument.
Oh, so you don't believe in the 3959 mile radius globe that's too big to see curve?
I don't believe. No, I don't believe that I see a flat Earth.
So you think you see curvature of the surface?
I've said this.
So you see a curved horizon?
I see the Earth curve as the land goes further and further away from me. I don't see the curved horizon.
So you see the horizon as flat?
I wouldn't go as far to say that. I see it as basically
so you see the
flat.
horizon as curved?
No. Well, I mean, it is curved.
So you see it as flat?
My eyes aren't good enough to see it as...
Well, let's get this nailed down. Do you see the horizon as flat?
So, I don't see the horizon as flat. I see it as curved, but
So
my
you see a
eyes
curved
aren't...
horizon.
Can you let me finish?
Well, my
eyes are not good enough to detect that slight curve and
So
actually
you see
perceive it.
You see a curved horizon, but your eyes can't see a curved horizon. Listen
Essentially,
to yourself.
yeah.
Yeah, that's retarded and doesn't make any sense. You can't say, I see a curved horizon, but my eyes aren't good enough to see it. So then you don't see it.
So the reason that I say it that way is because my perception isn't good enough to see the Earth the way it actually is.
See, this is the point. So what I'm saying is, you see the Earth as flat and motionless because you can't see what it really is according to the government, which is curved.
That's not true. I don't see the horizon as flat and motionless.
You just said
I don't see the Earth.
You just said
sorry,
you
I don't
can't
see the
curve of the horizon.
I don't see
you
the
said your
Earth.
eyes weren't good enough to see the curve of the horizon.
I don't see the
Can you see anything for what it is? Is a square square to you?
No. I'm pinning him down on this. So you said, I cannot see the curve of the horizon. My eyes aren't good enough. That's what you said.
But it is actually curved.
No.
And the reason
argument. That's a different
and the
argument.
reason
What we're
and
talking
the reason
about is what
and
you
the
observe
reason
right now.
that I believe that and the reason that I believe that
don't rustle past it. No, you're not rushing past it.
and the reason that I believe that.
No, you're not rushing past this. What you were talking about is what you observe. That's what we're talking about. So you said you do not see the curve of the horizon or a curved horizon because your eyes are not good enough, meaning you see a flat horizon. That's what you observe.
No, of course not.
Double speaking. Right. So you do see a curved horizon then.
So I see a curved horizon, but it appears to me as flat, even though it isn't.
So you see a flat horizon, then, you fucking idiot.
No, I see a curved horizon.
Oh, fuck. Hear this blatant doublespeak. I see a flat horizon, but I see a curved horizon. But I see it flat, because my eyes aren't good enough, but I see it curved. What do you fucking see it as, Jar? Stop double speaking. It's one or the other. Do you see a curved horizon or do you see a flat horizon?
So I feel like you're not understanding me. So
no, you're just double speaking, and I'm not letting you. That's the issue.
You think that I'm double speaking, but you don't understand me.
Did anyone else just hear him double speak?
Yes.
None of them understand me.
We understand double speak
very
flat but round, round but flat.
It doesn't make sense when you say
Let's try it again. Let's see if
and simultaneously you don't
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to you.
So do you see a flat horizon, Jar?
No, I don't see a flat horizon.
Okay, so you see a curved horizon, Jar?
Yes, I see a curved horizon.
Okay, show me the curved horizon that you see. Post it in the chat.
But it appears to me as flat.
Oh, so you see it flat again. See this contradiction, Jar. You can't even describe the horizon that you see.
I see it flat, but it is curved.
Like your
So you see a flat horizon, like I asked you 10 times and you said no. You do see a flat horizon.
It appears... No, I don't see a flat horizon.
You just fucking said... You're just sitting on mute, you little piece of shit.
Told you he doesn't know a square is a square. He's going to call a square a fucking banana. That's how dumb these people are.
Did you see how blatantly he will just... I do see a flat horizon, or I do see it appears flat, but I don't see it as flat.
Yeah.
I do see it as flat, but no, it's
double
not
speak,
flat.
man. 100% double speak.
I see it as curved, but I can't.
It's impossible, brother. You can't. Don't even worry about it. You're hurting yourself right now. These dudes are just dumb, dude. It's hard. And then they bring out the meniscus, not knowing that a meniscus doesn't have any pool walls. That's stacking water up to 200 miles on a ball. So if they can do all that shit and they think a meniscus is real, go out and show us your meniscus lake that's stacked up with no walls, no dirt holding it.
You guys aren't paying close enough attention to what I'm saying. Okay.
What, 250-mile lakes that you got outside your house somewhere, or a pond that's 10 foot high, stacked up with no walls? You're the one saying it's a meniscus.
I didn't say
that's what a meniscus is. If you drip water on a basketball and put your little ass on there, that water is going to be 250 miles high to you, just like the ISS.
That's not what we were. That's not what we were.
2 dimes high is 250 miles. I don't care what the fuck you're talking about, stupid. You make no sense. You think a fucking meniscus is outside your house, or you can go swim in a pool with no walls. No, you're not paying attention to you. No wall pool, boy. Do you have a fucking pool with no walls in it outside your house? You got stacking water?
No.
Okay, retard. It ain't nothing about you. It's about physics. If you can't fucking stack water, you don't live on a ball. Water's not stacking in hills. It's not complex, dude.
I don't know what you're talking about, stacking water.
You're retarded and you don't know how to stack water because it can't be done.
How can I
show us a meniscus or shut the hell up, dude.
How can I
What's a meniscus look like outside to you?
What's a meniscus look outside?
Yeah, your globe meniscus water. What's that look like?
You just want me to show you an example
of a meniscus? I want you to show me 250-mile high fucking pond. I want you to show me the pond that's touching the ISS's belly. Stupid.
Yeah, a meniscus on water curves upwards. So how does that help you?
I don't know how this guy started talking about a meniscus. We were talking about...
You're the one that brought that up.
Yes, a while ago.
Right, so you've given up on the meniscus. That's good.
I was talking with
meniscus. Great.
And he was talking about whether or not I see the horizon is flat.
Right, but my whole point was because you said my observations match the globe. And I pointed out, no, you observe a flat, motionless Earth, which is actually the globe claim. The claim is we observe the Earth to be flat and motionless, but it's actually a big spinning ball. So your claim that you observe the globe just isn't true, even according to their argument.
I don't
That's what I was
observe
saying.
the globe as flat and motionless, though.
You do.
I don't.
Because you already disagreed.
No, I don't.
The curve of the horizon. So
you can't tell me what my observations are.
You just agreed it. You said you don't see a curved horizon. Your eyes can't detect that. So you see a flat
doesn't
horizon.
mean just.
So
That doesn't mean. That doesn't mean that I observe. That doesn't mean that I observe a flat, motionless Earth.
Yeah, it does. It means the horizon
No,
that you observe is flat. You're not observing
means.
curves.
It
I'm
just
not
means
saying that means it
just
flat.
means.
Listen, I'm not saying. Listen, think about the words.
It just means that my perception
I'm not
isn't
saying it
perfectly
means that
accurate.
that's what it is based on that observation alone. It means
just
that's
means
the observation jar.
It just means that my observation isn't perfectly accurate. That's all that it means.
So it means your observation is of a flat horizon and a motionless surface, and you're saying that's wrong. That's what you're saying.
And right at the same time.
My point.
My observation that the horizon appears flat is incorrect.
Is wrong. That's wrong. Observable reality is wrong. Good. Glad we've established that. So,
but it is your
observable
observation, right?
reality. But it is observable reality, which is my whole point. Because your point was, what I observe is a ball. No, you don't. You don't observe a ball.
My observation is not perfect. Nobody's is.
Right. So you don't observe any curvature. So you observe flat. Fine. Just like I said.
I never said that I don't observe any curvature.
Yeah, you did. You said it like 10 times. Your eyes can't
No, I
see
just
curvature.
said I said that I don't see the horizon as curved.
Yeah, so you don't observe any curvature.
That means no curve.
That's an observation. That's an observation.
No, it doesn't.
So no curve means curve for you.
There's more evidence to the horizon than just to a curve than just the horizon.
Well, there's no curvature.
No evidence. It's just a horizon. You're not looking at evidence. You're looking at a horizontal fucking line.
So now let's see how you double speak on the motion. So do you observe and detect motion of the ground?
Do I observe motion
of the ground?
Of the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, repeat the question another 10 times and see if it helps.
You guys are just being so sarcastic. Like,
just tell me.
Can we just have a conversation?
We're being sarcastic. You're being the sarcastic one.
I'm addressing your claim that you observe a globe. So, do you observe the motion of the surface of the Earth?
Can we just have a conversation that isn't painful?
Just answer the question. I know it's painful for you, but that's the point. That's just how you learn. So,
it's probably painful for you too.
Do you observe the motion? No, I hear
this. Is this pleasant for you? Do you enjoy this?
Double speakers are fucking weird, aren't they?
Are you getting off on this?
Great exposition of the fallacy of the globe religion. So, do you observe or detect the motion of the surface of the Earth?
Do you observe the chair of your car moving whenever you're driving in it?
Don't ask me the question. Just answer the question. Do you observe or detect motion of the Earth?
So do you observe the ground moving when you're driving in a car?
Why are you struggling with a very simple yes?
I think that's a no. I'll answer for you.
So that's a no. Jar, you don't detect any motion of the surface of the Earth.
None.
I don't detect it. But
so you don't.
It is there.
Okay, then motionless is what you observe and experience. Like I said, motionless.
My observation is not reality.
Your observation is reality.
No, it isn't.
Observation
is not reality.
What are you observing?
Your original claim was the observation of the globe, and I'm
observing my observation of reality, not reality itself.
Curvature or motion, and you've just conceded that yes, you do not observe any curvature or motion. Exactly like
just because I don't observe something doesn't. Just because I don't observe something doesn't mean it's not there.
How do you not observe reality?
That's fine. But what you said in your argument when you were talking to Heretic was that you observe. and your observation matches the globe. And I pointed out, no, it doesn't. Your
Yes, it does.
observation is only of a flat, motionless Earth, not a globe.
Well, flat is not correct.
Yeah, remember there was no curve of the horizon.
No, it's
you couldn't
not.
observe it.
Just because there's no curve of the horizon doesn't mean that there's no
If
other
something isn't
observation.
curved,
Can I finish? Can I speak? Can I?
You know what you're going to say. You're just going to double speak.
I'm doing a
We've heard it
3-on-1
20
here,
times.
okay? I'm doing a 3v1 here. I need equal speaking time to the flat earthers.
It's not.
Or I can't do this.
At the moment, we're just talking about what you observe. By the way, I can't believe you just said I observe my observations of reality. That was retarded. At the moment, we're just comparing what you stated, right? The observation, and versus the ideology that you have, or so-called model, right? That's what Cyclone's doing here right now. You said it matched. The observations match. And he's pointing out your observations don't match. And you're agreeing, but somehow disagreeing simultaneously.
So, I'm agreeing that my observation, all I'm agreeing with is that my observation is incorrect.
Observable reality is wrong. Observable reality is wrong because
reality is reality. Okay, reality is real.
That means don't use your eyes.
My observation is wrong. Have you never interpreted something incorrectly?
So what happened to the observations?
Do you always see things the way that they are?
Dude, what happened to the observations matching the model?
For me. Just answer this question for me. Do you always observe things the way that they are?
Model? If your observations are wrong, then how does your observations match the model?
For like 5 minutes. Okay,
no,
I got 30 seconds.
You can't. You don't. No, you have not earned that privilege here.
Oh, I can't keep 3-on-1ing you guys. Okay, I need either a 1-on-1 or I need more time to speak.
What happened to your observations matching the model? Your observations of reality, right? Now your observations are suddenly wrong.
Ability for me. Is it possible for me to get a fair debate?
No. What happened to your observations matching the model?
Am I going to be shut out?
Yeah, until you answer the question, what happened? What happened to the observations that are now wrong, which apparently matched the model?
You don't let me say them. You guys.
Yeah, just go ahead and answer the question.
That is what happened to the observation. You guys interrupt me and I'm not allowed to complete my thought.
Stop talking about what you can and can't do and just go ahead when you have the opportunity to answer. Answer it.
Are you guys going to interrupt me? Because if you guys are going to interrupt me, then I'm not going to.
If you're not going to answer the question, then you're not going to get the opportunity to answer the question. Or you're just going to talk about not having the opportunity. So, presented the opportunity, you want to talk about not having the opportunity.
It's not really having the opportunity if you guys are going to interrupt me.
There it goes again. All right, you're going to get another opportunity to answer the question. What happened to the observations matching the model when you say that the observations that you make are incorrect?
I will answer if you guys say you won't interrupt me.
See the stalling tactics? It just goes on endlessly.
Answer the fucking question,
to avoid
dude.
the actual point. That's all this guy does. He just avoids the point.
It just means his 5-year-old ability is kicking in.
Pathetic attempts I've witnessed.
Yeah, that's all he does. We tried to set up a
premise. You guys are going to say that you won't interrupt me.
We tried to set up a premise of water.
Why would I answer the question if you're not even willing to say that you won't interrupt me?
Everything to get out of it. This guy is a shyster, dude. That's all he does.
Why would I even give it?
Why would you grow up?
if you guys won't even
You're
say
supposed to be an
that you
adult.
won't interrupt me.
Grow up with us.
You're just
Why would I give you guys the time of day if you guys won't even say that you won't interrupt me?
Oh, you cry, baby. Just say it, man. We're waiting.
I mean, how many times have you been uninterrupted to say that you want to be not interrupted, right?
I'll say it.
You're just buying time. Everybody sees it.
I'll say it, but you guys are going to interrupt me, okay?
Oh.
I'll say it. So the reason that I believe that the Earth is flat, that the Earth is round, even though I have a false perception of reality, okay? I see things, okay, but I don't see them the way that they actually are. Can you guys answer this question for me? Have you ever you just interrupted me. See, I told you it happened.
Yeah,
have you ever
that's a ticket for you.
I wasn't finished. I'm still getting there. Have you ever experienced having an incorrect observation of reality? Have you ever seen something the way it wasn't?
No.
Now he's going to throw our senses.
You're telling me you have always seen something the way it actually is.
More fucking denial. That's all it is.
You're telling
so
me
you're
that
going to set up a premise of I can't trust my senses, and then you're going to follow
You're telling me that you've always seen something the way it is.
Horizontal is always horizontal. Curved is always curved. You're not going to fucking see a curve as horizontal, and you're not going to see a horizontal line and imagine it's curving.
I'm not even talking
Only
about
you would.
And measurements justify what we see based on benchmarking us to reality.
Please listen.
Guys, you're already fighting a losing battle because you're trying to set up a premise now of denying what you actually experience. That's all you're trying to do. So, I mean, obviously, this isn't going to follow to anything.
Please listen to me. I'm not talking about. I'm not even talking about. I'm not even
trying to set up a premise for doubting what we all experience. So obviously,
I'm asking in general. Have you
don't
ever
know what you're talking about? You don't know reality.
Have you ever seen something the way it wasn't? Have you ever been incorrect about an observation?
Yeah, I used to think there was curvature until I measured it and saw there was none.
I'm not talking about flat Earth or round Earth right now, okay? I'm just talking about any observation in day-to-day life.
I gave you an example just now. There you go.
Have you ever been wrong about an observation?
I know you're not talking about
something that you thought
I was wrong about curvature.
Something that you thought you actually saw, but everybody else around you said, actually, no, that's not it. It wasn't there.
I thought I saw curvature in a room full of flat earthers.
You were just seeing things.
We clearly heard you say you saw horizontal. 2 seconds later, you saw curve. Yeah, you give us that impression.
No, I never said that. That is not what I said.
You're talking about yourself. Why do you not know what things are? Why is it so hard for you to understand blue is blue, a house is a house, a car is a car, horizontal's not curved? Why is that hard for you, brother?
Most of the
time,
this prick is in denial. That's why. I mean, he's just here to argue a fucking false reality here, and so he has got to throw reality.
Do you think are germs real?
Brother, I think you're ignorant in your ability.
Do you think germs are real?
Brother, you're pushing your stupidity off on other people.
Can you just answer this question for me, please?
No, do you think
germs are real? Are germs real?
Pass.
Jar, could you go in?
Horizontals are.
Are germs real?
I don't care about germs. Can we talk about the server topic in the channel?
You don't want to answer this question because you know exactly where it's going.
Can you go ask that question in like the 24/7 Doctor's Health channel or something? Because we're not in that channel right now.
Do you guys believe in germs?
Brothers,
I don't care. I really don't care about that question. It's not the topic.
It's relevant, okay? Can you?
No, it's not. It's absolutely irrelevant to the topic. Did you notice what room you're in the top? What does it say?
We're talking about perception of reality.
Yeah, I gave you an example already. I thought I saw curvature until I measured it, okay? Why isn't that satisfactory to you?
Oh my God. Germs are really small.
So who cares about germs? We're talking about geometry of the Earth.
The eye and the brain doctor are that way. Brother,
may I
you
just
got the wrong room.
May I just say that Jar can be... Hello, can people hear me? What the heck? May I just say that Jar can be happy about the fact that he's being muted and interrupted, because otherwise he's just digging a grave that is so deep he might be ending up in China.
Well, let me just parse out one other thing with Jar if he's still there. Jar, you keep using this word reality. Do you know what that word means?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to post this definition in the chat from Cambridge.org. So the state of things
what is
as they are. Yeah, the state of things as they are, rather than as they are imagined to be.
That goes to my argument.
Right. Okay, so the state of things as they are, rather than as they are imagined to be, would be when you say, I see the flat horizon, but I imagine it's curved, and I see the motionless surface, but I imagine it's in motion. Which one of those is the reality?
The flat horizon is how I imagine it to be.
No, that's what you observe, remember?
That's what I observe.
That's what you observe. So that's
what
the state of things as they are. What you imagine
my observations are not reality.
So what you,
dude, how did you get in this room?
Right. So let me get this straight. What you observe is not reality. What you imagine is your reality.
No, neither of those. Neither my observations nor my imaginations are
tell
reality.
Me what is reality? So tell me what is reality.
Reality.
Observe.
Reality is reality, the state of things as they are, not as I observe them to be.
So that would be what you observe and experience. Then.
No. The state of things. The state of things as I observe them to be.
You live in a bubble.
Are not the state of things as they are.
All right. So how do you experience reality then? If you can't do it directly, how do you experience reality with your senses?
Yeah, exactly.
How do I experience reality with my senses?
Yeah, how do you get on the phone? Can't be a phone you're
not
touching.
Using your senses for reality. Just
because my observations can be wrong doesn't mean that they're always wrong.
When can they be right and wrong?
That wasn't the question, you dildo. So how do you experience reality? Do you use your senses?
With my eyes.
So it is what you see.
I don't experience reality directly. I experience it through my eyes.
Reality directly. You experience it through your eyes. Wow, that's really some high-level stuff. Okay, so we've got a definition here for psychotic disorders. So psychotic disorders or episodes arise when a person experiences a significantly altered or distorted perception of reality. That's what you experience.
I don't experience a significantly altered. I don't experience a significantly altered perception of reality.
You're rejecting the reality. Remember,
I don't experience.
Is wrong. You said your observations are wrong. Remember.
You don't even have a reality in your model. You don't have one.
Let's parse this out. So you said your experience, your reality is what you observe with your eyes. Okay, so that would be your reality, what you observe with your eyes. And you said your observations are wrong. So what you see with your eyes are simultaneously reality and wrong. Okay, so we'll go back to this definition. Such distortions are often caused or triggered by hallucinations, false perceptions, delusions, false beliefs. That would be when you say, I observe the flat horizon, but I believe it's curved. I observe the motionless surface, but I believe it's in motion. That's delusion by definition. And or disrupted or disorganized thinking. I think you check those boxes too. So basically, you don't know what reality is, but you think it's wrong, and you think your imagination is the truth, even though it's not reality by your own definition. Amazing stuff. Great. Thank you.
I didn't say that. So just because my perception of reality is wrong doesn't mean that it's significantly altered.
That means you don't have one. That means you can stop saying the word reality because you can take that off. You live in Lollapalooza land, which is not reality by your own fucking admission because you don't know what reality is. You can't trust yourself. How do you even know your own name or what you look like? You can't trust your eyes. How are you sure you're a person in the mirror? Are you sure you're not imagining yourself to look like you look and you don't look different than that, like a curve?
He said he doesn't experience reality directly. He sees it through his eyes.
Oh, man.
Listen,
Wow.
I see a ruler.
Really.
Does he imagine a ruler to curve?
Are you guys?
Hold on, Clay. Hold on, Clay. Do you imagine a ruler to curve, brother?
Have you heard?
So in your mind, is the ruler curving on the ends that don't exist? Is that what you're saying?
Have you guys heard of Plato's cave?
Have you heard of a ruler that's horizontal? What does that look like to you? I just want to ask a simple question. A ruler. Does that look curved? Or you imagine that to be curved at the end because you can't see the imaginary ends of it?
What?
The ruler that matches your horizon. The horizontal fucking ruler. What does that look like to you?
A horizontal ruler, by definition, looks horizontal.
Okay, and at what fucking point could you imagine that to curve, stupid? What fucking point can you imagine a non-curving thing to curve that's the opposite of curve?
How does a ruler have anything to do with this?
Because the ruler matches your horizon. It's horizontal, just like the fucking ruler.
If we imagine that the ruler curves, does that mean the ruler is curved?
No.
No, of course not.
So when you imagine that the horizon is curved, that doesn't mean it's curved.
Correct. That's my point.
The horizon is curved if it's curved.
No, it's not.
It's not because I imagine it.
So what's your curved horizon then? Let's see it.
The horizon is curved.
Can you draw what you imagine it to look like?
When you go to the
what it really does.
If you zoom really close into a circle, if you zoom super far into a circle,
you're gonna see more circle.
Yeah, you're telling us your proof of curvature is a curvature you can't see proof of. Awesome rebuttal.
Right, you're gonna zoom in on a circle and see a circle that you know is not gonna be a circle because it's gonna be a circle, not a horizontal.
If you zoom in on the line of a circle,
show us. Go get a cue ball and zoom in on it.
If you zoom in on the line of a circle, eventually it will be perceived as flat, even though it's not.
Like everything else you said.
Hold on. Char, are you just trolling right now, or are you being serious?
I'm being completely serious.
Oh, right.
It's crazy. It's sad, brother. I feel bad for you.
What happens if you zoom in on
Have you guys never seen this? Like,
yeah, we've zoomed in on.
Yeah, we do. We see this behavior.
We don't have microscopes and stuff and telescopes.
Shocking to experience.
You don't have to have a microscope or a telescope to zoom in.
That's what you zoom in with, you fucking idiot, or a magnifying glass. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah. Have you ever zoomed out and seen the curvature that you think is there from the straight line? We can talk about this in reverse.
Yeah, you'd be begging the question of that curve.
You can zoom in on a ruler too, it's going to look the same. Now zoom out. Don't imagine it's curved anywhere. You're doing great now.
Let's do it like this. Okay, let's assume that the Earth is flat. Okay? And let's assume that it's also a circle. Okay?
No, let's not assume either one of those.
Why would we assume
Let's go out there and look at what it is.
Yeah, we need the observation from the first instance in the get-go.
Please. You guys are being
don't assume anything for the sake of argument. That's how you got in your fucking problem zone in Narnia. Stop assuming shit.
Your hypothesis, if you want to call it, begins without an observation, but your imagination, and that's the problem here. If you had an actual observation to begin with, then we could actually talk about it, but you don't. You're just giving us these mental measurements, mental experiments.
Stuff you assume.
Absolutely no observational basis in reality. You know what I mean? So this is totally useless as a point of discussion to bring up a hypothetical based off a non-observation.
Word that I have to say.
You just want to.
You guys don't want to hear a single word that I have to say.
No, we like reality. Why do you not like reality?
I haven't been allowed to speak, and you guys
are you allowed to talk about reality?
And you guys keep assuming things about what I believe.
What are you going to tell us? Go on, tell us.
Okay, just for fun. Okay. Please, let's have a little fun here. Do you guys want to have some fun?
No, we want to hear why. We want to hear some evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball in a vacuum. That's what we're actually looking for. We're not here for fun.
Can you just bear with me for a second here, please?
If you get to that,
can you go along with?
Are you just going to give us your conditions?
What?
Are you just going to give us your conditions?
What conditions?
The conditions of your insanity.
Yeah, he's going to ask us again for like the 10th time if we take a circle and zoom in if it looks straight. Like we've already moved on past that.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have Globadolia, brother.
Can you listen to me? Can you please listen to me?
Oh, yeah, you guys listen. I just didn't know where he was.
Instead of just assuming what I'm going to do, can you please listen?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So, let's imagine, just for fun, that the Earth is flat and circular. Okay? And then we walk to the edge of the circle Earth.
There is no edge, and it's not a circle.
I don't care. We're just imagining it. We're just imagining it for fun.
You're straw manning a flat Earth from the get-go. Great straw man.
I don't care what it is right now.
This is why you have your problem, dude.
Listen, I don't care. I don't care what it is right now. I don't care what it is right now. Okay, I don't care what you think it actually is right now. I just care about. Let's just assume, just for fun.
What's wrong with you, motherfucker?
Just for fun, please. Okay, we get to the edge of circle flat Earth. Okay,
it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Is the edge going to be curved? Is it going to look curved?
Earth is flat.
If it was flat and circular,
there's no edge.
If
you have an edge on the ball, though, but you don't have an edge. So, are you trying to strawman our flat Earth against the strawman of our globe at the same time?
I'm not saying this is the way it is. Okay,
so
and I'm not saying this is what you guys think. I'm not saying this is what I'm not saying. I'm not saying this is what you guys think. I'm not saying this is what. I'm not saying this is what you guys think. I'm not saying this is. I'm not saying. I'm not saying. I'm not saying this is what you guys think. I'm not saying this is what you guys think. Is that clear?
No, Jar. Shut the fuck up.
Okay. Just imagine. Just imagine your imagination. Yes, please. Just imagine it for me.
Well, it's your imagination, Jar. So why don't you tell us?
Are you guys not imagining it with me?
No, because we're focused on reality here, Jar. You're the only one who wants to live in imagination land. So we're just waiting.
Have a brain in a jar.
So you're not. You're not going with
your little imagination. Once you've done your little daydream and you want to come back to reality,
you can't imagine that. You can't imagine.
We can't imagine dumbass shit that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I can imagine anything, Jar. But we're trying to.
You're in a room full of empiricists, and asking us to imagine is definitely going off topic.
Cyclone's in the middle of speaking, and you're both trampling over him.
Sorry, I didn't hear him.
Yeah, my mic might be a little quiet because I'm on my headphones, but basically, Jar, you're the only one who's wanting to go into imagination right now. We're dealing with reality, which you already.
You guys want to? Do you guys not want to talk with me? Like,
yeah, but we're about reality, Jar.
We're trying to have. I'm trying to have a conversation about reality with you guys.
No, you're not.
But you guys aren't. You guys aren't willing to go with me for a single inch. Okay, we have to be talking about what you guys want to talk about every single second.
We're talking about reality, Jar. And remember when we discussed the definition of reality? At what point did it mention imagination?
It literally mentioned imagination.
Yeah, it said it's not that.
Yeah, but it did mention it.
It said don't do it.
You asked me where it mentioned imagination. It mentioned imagination.
And say, yeah, so it said not in the imagination, and then you said let's go into the imagination because the definition mentioned imagination.
You guys know. You guys aren't stupid. You guys know that if we went to the edge of a flat and circular plane that was big enough,
no edge. You fucking retard gimp.
I'm not saying that there is. I'm not saying
you dumb bitch, and shut the fuck up.
Right. So what is your
AI artificial brain?
I'm not saying you believe that there's an edge.
I'm tired of you saying the opposite.
I'm not saying you guys believe that there's an edge. I'm not saying that. I'm just
you go
saying
in another room. Then go in another room and talk to them about imaginary edges. Talk to us about flat Earth or globe.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Stop.
I'm just saying. If there was, if there was an edge, would the edge
You'd be on it right now.
Would the edge look? Would the edge look curved or would it look straight?
You'd be on it. You'd have to look for it.
What do you think? What do you think?
It would definitely look straight.
Okay, amazing. Now tie this back to reality that we all experience and tell us what this means.
Okay, so the reason that it looks straight is because it's so big that our eyes can't perceive that it's actually curved. Okay.
So that had nothing to do with what you said about your imagination.
The same thing goes with the horizon and the Earth.
So you just debunked reality.
It's so big that our eyes,
the definition of reality.
That's too complicated with too many people.
Our eyes cannot detect. Are you going to let me? Are you going to let me answer your question?
No, I'm talking to flat earthers. We need somebody to take point and go back and forth.
Well, I'm trying.
I got 30 seconds, and you guys have been talking over me for 20 minutes.
Let's have Cyclone talk.
Jar, because I just asked you to link your imagined,
and you didn't let me answer.
You did. You went to something.
No, you didn't. You didn't let me answer. You didn't let me finish. I was interrupted before I finished.
Your answer had nothing to do with an imagined flat Earth.
Because you didn't let me finish. Because you didn't let me finish. Because you didn't let me finish.
It looks flat.
Because I was interrupted before I could finish my explanation.
But you already said that the ball is so big it looks flat. That's what your statement was.
But the point is that it's not actually flat. But the point is that it's not actually flat.
You didn't even have to do the whole imagination thing. You could have just said the horizon looks flat because it's a big ball. You didn't have to say, imagine you're on the edge of a flat Earth. That had nothing to do with what you then concluded. Like, you're not even following your own train of thought from one sentence to the next. How are we supposed to have a coherent conversation with you?
You guys really are not giving me a single inch here. You guys just want to argue with me, don't you?
No, we just want to talk about reality, which you seem to struggle with. So you say the horizon looks flat because it's such a big ball. How do you know that?
I didn't say that I know that.
Well, why did you say it then?
Because it's a good guess.
Why is it a good guess?
Because the ship disappears over the horizon, and because there's a 24-hour sun in the North and the South Pole.
So how does any of those tell you that the Earth is a ball?
It gives me a good guess.
How? Link them. Make it logical.
How would there be a 24-hour sun or
already not logical? That's a question. You're supposed to be making an argument.
So are you going to let me finish, or are you just going to criticize every single word that comes out of my mouth?
If your logical statement about the 24-hour sun...
So you're going to criticize every single word that comes out of my mouth?
Question, then it's not what you were asking.
So you're going to criticize every single word that comes out of my mouth. You guys aren't going to have a single ounce of faith in me. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I've got loads of faith in you that you're going to ask a question to me in the hopes that makes your claim logical. Is that what you're going to do? You're going to ask me a question? I've just asked you to logically formulate that argument.
You don't know what I'm going to do. You just interrupted me.
You already said. You said, how does blah, blah, blah. That's a question.
Yeah, you didn't let me finish.
Okay, finish your question.
You don't have any faith. Okay. So are you going to let me finish, or are you going to interrupt?
Well, did I not just say finish your question?
I need to know that you're not going to interrupt me, because I can't do this if I am not allowed to get through an explanation.
So what?
I just need the words. I just need the words that you're not going to interrupt me, because I've been interrupted so many fucking times in this conversation.
What part of finish your question didn't you understand?
You've said that before, and I've been interrupted. So forgive me for
how many times you could have asked a question by now.
Forgive me for thinking that you're going to interrupt me.
I'm going to go for a nap, and you just message me when you're able to ask your question.
I'm perfectly able right now. Are you able to not interrupt me?
Do it then. Shut the.
If you won't interrupt me, I will do it.
Bro, you are trolling, aren't you?
You're not even willing to say that you won't interrupt me, bro.
Because I told you that.
No, you did. You did not tell me. You just have to say the words. I won't interrupt you, bro.
No, you don't get to that big words out of my mouth. I've just told you to finish your question.
Is it that big of a deal?
Bro, how many times could you have asked your question by now?
Zero.
Ask your question.
Zero.
Ask your question.
Listen, I don't know how many times I could have asked your question by now because you might have interrupted me.
Just ask your question.
If you won't interrupt me.
Well, do it. I won't.
Okay. So my question is, how else would you explain ships disappearing bottom up from a horizon? How else could you explain the stationary stars in the sky? How else can you explain a 24-hour sun other than a globe Earth?
Okay, well, your boat is going to have a limitation to your perspective. So the angular limitation to the bottom of that boat, the deck, is going to be minimal. So it's going to disappear from bottom up due to perspective. The 24-hour sun ain't nothing to do with the ground. It's just what the sky is doing.
Yeah, so just to clarify, those questions just demonstrated that you didn't have a logical argument or a good guess for the globe because you're just asking questions.
No, so it's a good guess. Just because it's a good guess doesn't mean that there's no other possible explanation for those things. Okay, I don't know. There could be another explanation for those things. I don't know, but I don't see any other way. I don't see any other way to explain those things.
Okay, well, have you considered
other
any
than
other
a globe Earth?
Have you considered any other?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What other explanation?
What do you think I'm here doing?
Okay. What other explanation have you considered?
Flat Earth. What do you think I'm here doing?
Okay, and how did you rule that out?
I didn't rule it out.
Okay, so then your guess of a globe is no better than your guess of a flat Earth.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so then how did you adjudicate that the globe is better?
Because the flat Earth models that I've seen don't explain those things.
Models?
Yes.
We're not talking about models. We're talking about the surface.
I don't know what that means.
The surface of the Earth, yeah, that you live on?
That's a surprise.
You know what that is?
Do I know what the surface of the Earth that I live on is?
Yeah, like if you saw it, would you recognize it as the ground, the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I wasn't convinced by that, yeah.
So how did you adjudicate that the sun moving over your head better fits another thing that you don't observe rather than what you do observe?
How did I adjudicate the sun moving over my head? I have no idea what question you're asking me.
Well, you're saying the observable surface that we've already established you observe as flat and motionless. You're saying you figured out that there's a better explanation than that for the sun moving.
There's a better... I'm sorry. I'm having trouble following. What are you saying?
Your imagination trumps reality. That's what you keep saying. Your imagination of a ball trumps the horizontal you see.
I never said that.
The imagination of what you imagine the sun do trumps what you see.
My imagination doesn't trump what I see. What I see doesn't trump reality. I never said that.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude, then?
Yeah, I don't know. Are you on drugs?
No.
Okay, you seem to have a lot of trouble following what we're talking about.
Forgive me if I'm a little bit like out of it after that like hour-long session of 5 of you guys just fucking.
So you get high off talking?
No.
You're out of it from talking?
Yes, because
What the fuck?
Literally, I've been doing
Dude,
a
are
5.
you a fucking chat GPT?
I've been doing
Brain
a
in the
5v1.
jar.
I've been doing a 5v1
Are
for the
you a
past
real brain
hour
in
and
the
a
jar?
half. You do a 5v1 for an hour and a half and
Bro,
tell me
I'll
how you
fucking
feel after
out-talk
that.
you for 3 days in a row while I'm asleep.
You do that.
Shut the hell up.
You do a
Out-think you
5.
too.
You go ahead and do a 5v1
I'll
with
out-think you
Will
and talk to you.
Berthers.
Okay, well let's do it like this then. Let's address what you're actually saying. So you're talking about boats going over a horizon. You're talking about the sun moving, but your explanation of those things is assuming a globe. You haven't actually proven or evidence that there is a globe to begin with. You're just assuming that the phenomena you observe is occurring on that. Do you understand why that's fallacious?
It's my best guess. I'm not assuming anything. I told you I don't.
Not your best guess. Well, it's not a good guess. Well, I mean, unless you can evidence that the surface is indeed curving, then it's not a good guess because you've got no reason to assume that it's curving yet.
How?
Based on what you've said.
So, if the Earth's curve is not curving upwards, how does
curving upwards?
How does the boat disappear bottom up? It should just go to a vanishing point and disappear all at once, not bottom up.
Well,
if it was flat,
have you considered?
It could be a donut.
No, like what other factors are you considering?